He was the dead last in his class. Yet with one sentence of English, he became the school's star pupil. For English is called the godly language in this world. With just one word of thunder, countless giant bolts of lightning appear in the sky. One word of ice can freeze an entire city. Each English sentence has its unique effect. And young Chen just crossed over to this world to see his whole class mocking him. Teacher Zhao was staring at him with a smile. Today is the first lesson on the ancient godly language, but you were sleeping, so let's see if you've learned it. Come up here. Hearing this, young Chen panicked. What is the ancient godly language? Although he just crossed over and didn't know, he still reluctantly went up to the stage. Most of the students had mocking looks, because young Chen had cultivated at the academy for 3 years, but hadn't even broken through the basic tempering mirror, an utter disgrace to the academy. So most students disliked him. Recite what I just taught about the ancient godly language. Teacher Zhao was clearly unhappy. Since it was the first day teaching the ancient language and Yang Chen was sleeping, he had no idea what was taught. Suingzi, come tell him what I just taught about the ancient godly language. Zhao scoffed and looked towards a girl in the crowd. Yes, teacher. Suingzi nodded and walked up to the stage. Yang Chen don't know if it's an illusion, but he feel that the girl in front of me has a hint of hatred in her eyes. I haven't offended you, have I? Yang Chen asked, a little puzzled. Suingzi is holding a sword in one hand and looks at Yang Chen. If you don't remember me, then I'll make you remember. He's finished. Suingzi is at the peak of her training. She'll kill or injure him. It's better if he dead, so he doesn't embarrass the academy. Everyone around us is clamoring for her to die. That made Yang Chen even more confused. Before he could react, Suingzi closed her eyes and ran her spiritual energy, then she slowly opened her mouth and shouted, break the water with your sword. At this moment, Yang Chen froze in his tracks. In English, although Suingzi didn't speak clearly, Yang Chen could hear these words very clearly. That's English, the language of the ancient gods. Is it English? At this moment, Yang Chen was a little bit upset. When Suingzi shouted out the word, her sword shone with white light. Even Zhao Qi was surprised when he saw this. He didn't think that Suingzi could really achieve spirit condensation. In order to achieve spirit concentration, you need to pronounce the language of the ancient gods correctly. The more standardized the pronunciation, the more spiritual energy will be gathered, and the more powerful the language of the ancient gods will be. At this point, Suingzi has already achieved the first stage of spirit condensation. What did you promise? Have you forgotten everything? This sword won't hurt you, but I hope you'll remember everything. Suingzi stares at Yang Chen and says in his heart, Yang Chen is so innocent, he doesn't even know what's going on. But as Suingzi's knife struck, he had no chance to explain or ask, so he hoped I was right. Then he ran his spiritual energy according to the method he remembered and shouted, one knife, 2 cuts with a clear bite and a moderate voice. When Yang Chen shouted this in English, the clouds in the sky were strange. When Yang Chen shouted this English word, the clouds in the sky split into 2. An array of light passed through the clouds. A ray of light passed through the clouds and shone on Suingzi's long sword, which instantly met the flame like ice and snow. The blade broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Before the crowd could react, the light spread once again, enveloping the entire arena. There were sounds of metal and iron breaking in the arena. I just bought a knife, and suddenly a scream came from the spectators, followed by a wave of wailing. Without exception, the knives of all the trainees broke into 2 pieces in the center. Tutor Zhao Qi was frozen in place, a vision of the heavens and the earth, the language of a middle-ranking ancient deity. It's absolutely right. Zhao Qi muttered to herself. She saw the vision of the sky and the earth clearly and the wide range of the attack. Only an ancient god's language of intermediate level or above can do that, and the source of all this is Yang Chen. What happened? Yang Chen used the language of the ancient gods too. That's impossible. How could he know the language of an ancient deity if he just goes about his day? But the language of the ancient deities condensed by Suingzi was cracked by Yang Chen, and the surrounding crowd was incredibly surprised to see that. Right at this moment, several figures quickly swept onto the fighting stage. At this moment, the faces of the 3 men carried a hint of excitement. The dean and 2 vice deans, Zhao Qi, saw them and greeted them respectfully. The 3 of them are the dean of the academy, Mr. Han, and the vice dean, Mr. Yang Bin. Vice Dean Yang Bin and Fan Xiu. Mr. Zhao Qi, did a student successfully condense his spirit just now? Han, he waved his hand and hurriedly asked. Mr. Zhao Qi nodded his head. Not only that, there are 2 of them. One of them even attracted a sound of heaven and earth. Listen to the words of Mr. Zhao Qi. Han and the 3 are even more shocked. They just felt the condensation of the spirit of the gas, which is the rapid sense of. I didn't think it was your heaven and earth phenomenon. The dean excitedly looked at Yang Chen, showed Yanli Yun eyes full of joy. Especially when you look at Yang Chen, you call Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded his head and met the dean. The language you used just now was the language of the ancient gods. Can you repeat it? It's really the language of the ancient gods. Even the dean has said it must be the language of the ancient gods. Don't. My sword just broke in 2. It's in the drill hall. Some of the surrounding trainees are envious and some are afraid. They are afraid of the diluted language of the blade in their hand. Yang Chen nodded. Just now in the heat of the moment he also just shouted, not the most standard English. He is also very curious to know, will this English with the most standard ordinary picture out, what kind of effect will there be? Thinking of this, Lone Goose shouted out word by word, a knife, two cuts, in a flash as the general party. A ray of light from the sky through the clouds, and this time, the scope of the whole college directly shrouded. Everyone has not yet had time to counter. The entire academy only heard the sound of clanking. All the trainees on the knife bluntstone are cut in two. At this time, young Chen only felt a burst of dizziness in his head, and then his eyes went black and he didn't know anything. When he woke up again, he was already lying on a soft bed. You woke up to see the person is Zhao Qi tutor Yang Chen. You breathed a sigh of relief. Just think of the deep only feel a dizziness in the head. Yang Chen did not know what happened. Only felt as if his body had been emptied. The language of the ancient gods you just used consumed your mental power, if you weren't strong enough mentally. If you weren't strong enough, you'd be a fool by now. Zhao Qi saw Yang Chen's puzzled face, so he explained it to him. There are two types of ancient gods' languages. One is an attacking language, just like the one Suingzi used. The other type is the defense-enhancing type, which requires more spiritual energy to be consumed, just as the one you just used. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded slightly. By the way, the dean asked you to report to the inner courtyard tomorrow, Zhao Qi suddenly said. The inner courtyard, this college is divided into two, the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard is the freshly enrolled students. The inner courtyard is for those who are gifted and talented. It can be said that there are many geniuses in it. Okay, I'll report tomorrow. Yang Chen quickly said. The next day, Yang Chen will follow the route pointed out by Zhao Qi tutor, towards the inner courtyard, but just out of not long, a voice came over. Yang Chen came out, a moment densely packed with men and women, will be surrounded by Yang Chen. These are fans. Yang Chen, some excitement. I guess yesterday's things have spread. The entire outer courtyard has so many fans, should also be. Thinking about it, Yang Chen couldn't help but straighten his back. Yang Chen, do not go back to my knife too. Today not return my knife, I will not let you leave. Just bought the knife, you give me the whole broken. Today you do not accompany me to cut you to death, said directly pulled out a sword. Yang Chen subconsciously back a step. This special meow how with the imagination is not the same. Looking at the surrounding students with fierce eyes, Yang Chen is a bit helpless. I thought it was a fan, result is a debt collector. Look at the anger of the crowd. If not resolved, it is expected that these people will not let go of him. This should be able to do it. Yang Chen suddenly thought, he can use the language of the ancient gods, that is, English. Then he spoke clearly in English, fui and go. The people around him snorted coldly, threw up their sleeves, and turned around to leave. Seeing that this fui and go really worked, Yang Chen instantly gained a whole new understanding of the language of this ancient deity. As long as enough English comes to mind, not to mention an academy, even if it's the entire Xiantian continent, who can be his opponent? But just now, this one time of using it, the amount of mental power consumed didn't seem to be much. It looked like there was a difference in the amount of mental power consumed between the English language. Yang Chen walked towards the direction of the inner courtyard while thinking about it, and soon came to the entrance of the inner courtyard. And here, Yang Chen saw Suingzi and Dean Hanhe. Seeing the dean, Yang Chen gave a respectful greeting. Coco was well rested, and when Hanhe saw Yang Chen, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Yesterday, Yang Chen used the language of the ancient gods, he still can't repeat it, which also let Hanhe understand. Yang Chen, this one language of the ancient gods, how extraordinary, and afterward, Hanhe also understood that the entire academy, all the knives all broken into two, this is still because Yang Chen's strength is not strong enough, spiritual power exhausted fainted, or else the power will be greatly exceeded this range. This is also enough to prove that Yang Chen's excellent. Thank you for your concern, mister. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly. That's good, you two come with me. From now on you'll be the students of the inner courtyard, Hanhe said and turned towards the inner courtyard. Yang Chen and Suingzi followed behind him, heading towards the inner courtyard. The layout here is a bit different from the outer courtyard, at least it's much more spacious, and Yang Chen can also feel that the inner courtyard is much denser than the outer courtyard. Here is the residence of the students, you each pick a room. Hanhe pointed to a few houses not far away, said. After explaining these, Hanhe is the first to leave. After Hanhe left, Yang Chen suddenly realized that there was an aura of coldness behind him. When he turned around, he met Suingzi's cold eyes. Yang Chen was slightly stunned. You want to do it here? Suingzi shook his head and didn't answer Yang Chen directly. Instead, he drew a knife in his hand from its sheath, then slowly opened his mouth and said, one knife, two breaks. Hearing these four words when Yang Chen directly froze, although not very clear, but a little mouth can be no mistake. Suingzi heard him use two yesterday. After 2 times a knife, 2 breaks, even learn. Just his power did not produce a heaven and earth strange sound, and there is no wide range of attacks, but the knife in his hand really split in two. It can be said that Suingzi has a very high degree of talent for the language of the ancient deities. I will definitely be able to surpass it one day, Suingzi said seriously as she looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen was silent for a moment, then said in very broken English, fire alarm recircle, and in an instant the knife that had originally fallen into 2 pieces. After Yang Chen said these words, the knife was restored to its original form. Looking at the original knife that had been cut in 2, but actually recovered, Suingzi was surprised and speechless. In his knowledge, there was no ancient deity language that could do this. Really tired, Yang Chen shook his head and stretched, casually chose a room and walked in. Just now he used the broken mirror, in order to make the effect less significant, and in order to not fall unconscious again. Yang Chen didn't say it in standard English. He had already realized that the less standard English one reads out, the less power it exerts and the less it consumes, and it can also accurately act on the target. It's worth mentioning that there is not only Kung Fu on this continent, but also the existence of spiritual signs. After all, the language of the ancient gods is very rare, and those who can understand and repeat it are even fewer and farther between, and it's not bad for the average cultivator to be able to repeat one or two of them. The spiritual records are derived from the languages of the ancient gods. Yang Chen was not the least bit interested in the spiritual records. After all, the English language he mastered was not comparable to that of the people in this world. After all, the English he mastered was not comparable to the people of this world, but he still wanted to take a look at the Gongfu. After all, Yang Chen's spiritual power needed to be improved. Before Yang Chen could get back to his senses, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open, followed by a group of people dressed in inner courtyard clothes, walked in through the door. The newcomer just entered the inner courtyard and dares to sleep. It seems that he doesn't know the rules of the inner courtyard. A man looked at Yang Chen lying on the bed and said with disdain, "Seeing the senior come also do not get up, really should be taught a lesson." Now another person said waved his hand. Beside a few people walked towards Yang Chen. Looking at a few people, Yang Chen frowned slightly, then faintly opened a few seniors. "Please allow me to say a sentence." A few people slightly stunned. This kid is a bit calm, but they have been in the inner courtyard for some time. Today I heard that 2 of the outer courtyard was promoted to the inner courtyard, so they intended to come over here. Today, when they heard that 2 of the outer courtyard students had been promoted to the inner courtyard, they planned to come over to suppress the newcomers. A few seniors, in fact, I want to say, is to seize the door to get out. When they heard this, they were slightly stunned, and one of them instantly reacted and grabbed the door of the room, wanting to run away. But at this time, several other people also reacted, turned around and pressed the person who was holding the door, and wanted to grab the door in his hand. "This is me, you do not want to mix in the courtyard. Today, no matter how this door I will be sure. Based on you today, this door must I take away." A share of spiritual energy, instantly from the body of these people burst out. A word on the fight. Soon the door was directly smashed into pieces by several people. Each person grabbed a piece and turned to run. Looking at the empty doorframe by Eon is a bit messy. The people of the inner courtyard can be really ferocious, but it seems that the English language with a variety of uses and effects seems to be quite a lot. Soon after, a group of people were sitting under a fence and sinking into a deep sleep. Each of their hands are tightly grasping a doorplate, and without exception, their bodies have bruises. Xing rely on why I have to grab this piece of broken doorplate. A teenager finally cannot help but the hands of the door, the plate to the ground ruthlessly smashed. Several people beside him also reacted, have thrown their hands on the floor. Must be the new troublemaker, someone said viciously. I didn't think that he had such a strong ability. If I'm not wrong, just now he used the language of the ancient gods, the strength to be able to be exceptionally recruited and enter the inner courtyard at a flying run in time. Sure enough. Then what should we do now? The crowd is very unconvinced. Originally wanted to give the newcomer some bitterness, eat a little bit before they know to respect the senior. But now they've suffered at the hands of the newcomers. How can they possibly give up? Why don't we go see Mr. Meng? He'll be interested. That's right, Meng's attainments rank in the top 5 in the inner courtyard. And isn't he Meng Ji, your cousin? Many people nodded in agreement. Then looked to a skinny teenager. My cousin won't go easy on him. The skinny teenager shook his head. There was a hint of fear on his face when he said Meng Xiao. What? Just tell me you are being bullied and your cousin won't help you. Well, I'll try, the skinny teenager was finally said. And at this time Yang Chen has come to a tower, only to see him looking at a plaque in amazement. It was engraved with the words tranquility to the far east. He didn't expect that someone would be able to reproduce the English language. He just didn't know if the language of the ancient gods engraved down would have the same effect as reading it out. Thinking of this, Yang Chen walked directly into the tower. As soon as he entered, he felt his mood suddenly calm down, and his spiritual power became more focused. After realizing this, Yang Chen had some ideas in his mind. Perhaps engraving some English on some items can have an unexpected effect. Just as Yang Chen was looking around him in a rather good, strange way, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. "You're new here." Yang Chen turned his head and saw an old man looking at him. The old man is I am the elder in charge of the book depository pavilion. You can address me as Elder Lu. At this time is not the time of the examination, but you can enter the inner yuan. I think the talent should not be weak. Here in addition to the 3rd floor cannot take the rest of the 2 floors, respectively, is the cultivation of spiritual power and spiritual power of the place, are free to look through. After that Elder Lu finished speaking, he turned around and left. When Yang Chen went straight towards the 2nd floor, he felt that the cultivation of spiritual power was the most important for him. On the 2nd floor, there were also many students. Most of them were sitting on the ground and practicing with their eyes closed. Afterwards, Yang Chen picked up a roll of mound in front of him, only to see it written on it that everything is still fine. The sun and the moon are distinct from the universe, and the infinite creation is only a little bit of green in the spiritual platform. I seem to understand. At this moment, Yang Chen Heart has understood how to practice spiritual refining, so he found a place to close his eyes and sat down, using the standard English shouted out the concentration of the spirit. With these 4 words read out, he instantly felt a burst of pain coming from the inside of his head, while after a few moments, a sense of coolness invaded Yang Chen's mind, and his spiritual power, along with this coolness, began to slowly grow. At this moment, a figure quickly came in front of Yang Chen, that is the first floor of the Elder Lu. At this time he stared at Yang Chen with a heavy face. It is impossible. How can this be possible? Elder Lu felt a strange fluctuation around him, drawing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to quench his spiritual power, which can only be done by heavenly class cultivation techniques. But when he looked at Yang Chen, the volume of spiritual cultivation techniques in his hand, he was once again shocked. The top grade of the Emperor's name of God. How can this be possible? No, I have to find the dean. At this time, Yang Chen did not know that Elder Lu outside was shocked into what kind of. He only felt that the surrounding aura between heaven and earth is slowly surging into his decent. Is slowly pouring into his decent. Lasted nearly an hour before gradually disappearing. When Yang Chen opened his eyes, suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of eyes around him, staring at him, slightly raised his head to see a few smiling old men. Dean Vice President have elders you this is? Yang Chen reacted after a face full of doubt asked. Yang Chen, you have just been practicing spiritual power. The Dean of the Han River spoke directly. Yang Chen slightly nodded. You do not all see it, and here everyone is not in training it. You surrounded me to see why. Your Gongfu is not good enough for gold. It can't absorb so much spiritual aura. How did you do it? The Dean asked Yang Chen in another way. I'm looking at this technique, and I've streamlined it a bit. Yang Chen didn't hide it. It's very complicated, but overall it's just 4 words. Gathering the spirit, streamlining, streamlining and streamlining. Streamlining cold. Several people are not stupid, Yang Chen, so they have guessed, but still want to be sure to ask a question. But with the language of the ancient gods. It's the language of the ancient gods. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Genius, not demon. Ha, God bless my college. See how arrogant that Tianmen College still this year. Hearing Yang Chen's admission, Han he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although there are a lot of excellent students in the inner courtyard, but the existence of such a demon is very rare. At this time, Han he also disregarded the identity of the dean, and directly sat next to Yang Chen, and curiously asked, I heard Mr. Zhao Qi say that. I heard Mr. Zhao Qi say that the language of the ancient gods exists in your mind. Can you read the ancient gods' words? I haven't seen it before, so I'm not sure. Yang Chen didn't directly say he could read it. If it was cursive and running script he could understand it, but if it came to oracle bone script then he could only worship it. Then come with me, Han he hesitated and said to Yang Chen. Then Yang Chen followed the others to the 3rd floor. This place was a bit of a surprise to Yang Chen, although there were a lot of scrolls on display, but the number of people was only a few. 4. When he heard that some people had come over to practice inside, a few people looked at the door curiously. After all, this 3rd floor, only a few strong people can come up. But they are to see, the dean. They brought a new student walked in. I introduce you, this has just entered the inner courtyard of Yang Chen. In the future to come to this 3rd floor you have to take care of it. Impeachment said to the crowd. One Yen people are a little surprised, just entered the inner courtyard can enter the 3rd floor, but also want them to take care of it. This person seems to be a little different. But the next words of the dean really shocked them. Perhaps you will wonder if a cadet who has just entered the inner courtyard can come to the 3rd floor. I can only say that perhaps he can read the words of the ancient deities. What when they heard this, the 7 cadets all had shocked looks on their faces. They all knew about the ancient deity script. When they entered the 3rd floor, they were brought into the room by the dean to study that ancient deity script to go. Unfortunately they couldn't understand it at all, and in the end, they all had to give up. Okay, you guys cultivate Yang Chen, let's go, Han Impeachment said and led Yang Chen to go forward. How could he not know? But the dean had said so, so maybe, since he could be brought up by the dean himself, he must have some talent. A few people were discussing it. I've just detected a strong spiritual fluctuation on the 2nd floor, similar to that of Yang Chen's. I think he might succeed. Even if he doesn't succeed, he'll still have more comprehension than Ning Zhuyun. At this moment, a woman in red opened her mouth. Hearing this, the faces of the crowd were faint. On one side, Ning Zhuyun was the number 1 ranked being in the inner courtyard. He had comprehended a total of 10% of the words of the ancient gods in the inner courtyard, and it was this 10% that had allowed his strength to soar. At this time, all the people were curious to look towards the room with the ancient deity's words. At this time, Yang Chen had already followed the dean to this room, which was already there when the academy was established. You see the plaque downstairs? The words on that plaque belonged to the same period as the words in this room. So far, we have only been able to study the purpose of the plaque, but we can't reproduce the words on the plaque. If we can reproduce them, it might be more effective, Han he said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly, maybe, but the effect shouldn't be great. You can read it, heard Yang Chen. Han he 4 people's face slightly a piece of. Yes, but dean you believe me, the effect of those 4 words on the plaque is the same as repeating them out. The property is not concealed. The effect of the English word tranquility has been completely reflected in the entire library. Good, then you first look at this room of the ancient gods texted. At this time, the cold river slightly nodded his head. Then he led Yang Chen into the room. Only to see a wall carved with a lot of small segments. Yang Chen took a look and understood it. Without exception, all the words carved on it are all 4 words in English. The words are tranquility, concentration, energy, exhilaration, excitement, and inspiration. These 5 English words are all about spiritual power, while the 5 English words on the right are more in favor of tranquility. How Han he looked at Yang Chen and asked. Yang Chen knew that this was Han he's test, so he nodded his head slightly and explained that even one of them was the gathering elf god that he had just realized. Hearing this, Han and a few people are sucking in a breath of cold air, and hastily inquired about a sentence which one it is. The second from the left, Yang Chen said with certainty. At this moment, Han and the others were clear that Yang Chen could really understand the ancient deity texts, and could even reverse the language of the ancient deities from the existing derived feats. Then, Yang Chen showed all the English on the wall one by one, only to see that he slightly closed his eyes, and then read aloud the 4 books in extremely standard English, dramatizing the essence and concentrating his mind. A wind formed around Yang Chen. It seemed to have gotten a few more points stronger. Elder Lu had felt Yang Chen before, absorbing spiritual aura, and at this time he felt it again, and felt that Yang Chen had gotten a few more points stronger when he absorbed spiritual aura. But soon Yang Chen opened his eyes and looked at Han He and the others and asked, "Have you learned it?" Han He 4 people smiled slightly embarrassed. They only felt that this upper strand of deity language, very obscure and difficult to understand, simply could not understand the flavor of this, let alone use it. This way then I'll do it again. From day to night, Yang Chen was like a mentor teaching to dean them. In Yang Chen's view, the simple phrase concentration was difficult for Han He and the others. Concentrate. When Han He was the first to shout this phrase. When Han He was the first to shout these words, the spiritual energy in the surrounding sky and earth began to coalesce towards the center of his brow. Successfully, the dean succeeded. Feeling that unique aura, the vice dean was very excited. The 4 of them used less than a day to learn the language of an ancient deity. This is already very talented. Yang Chen was silent on the side. If this is to be considered a success, then it barely counts, just that the power is estimated to be much weaker. Compared to Yang Chen, it's still inferior, but it's good enough for him. Han He knows that his talent is only so good. The remaining 3 languages of the ancient gods, I am afraid it is very difficult to learn. Why don't you try the effectomy and others to see? Yan Cheng smiled and said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly and looked towards the 3rd English language to nurture his spirit. This time, it's not the same as the one shown by the elf god. But the method of warming the soul, when feeling the fluctuations that appeared in Yang Chen's body, Han and several people froze in place. They did not think of it. This 3rd language of the ancient gods was actually a method of warming the soul. To know, soul power and spiritual power are actually the same. The stronger the soul power, the stronger the spiritual power. Yang Chen was not too surprised, just continued to look to the next English, slowly spoke. Uplifting. At this moment, not only Han He and the others in the room, but also the several members of the inner court outside. Even the faces of the students outside the inner courtyard suddenly changed. Then they all looked at the door of the room. At this moment, Han He and the others' faces began to turn flushed, and they looked a little excited. This feeling is so strong. I feel like my body is full of power. Han He was very shocked at this moment. He had just cultivated the gathering elf god. In fact, he had already consumed a large amount of energy. But now his body started to become excited, and even became full of power. Not only Han He, even the vice dean and the trainees outside had the same feeling. I hadn't thought that these ancient gods' languages would have such a powerful effect. If it weren't for the fact that we are not gifted, if we could have comprehended it earlier, my academy wouldn't have been caught by that Heaven's Gate. Han He said with some emotion. Dean, what's going on between this Heaven's Gate Academy and our academy? Yang Chen has been listening a lot and is also a bit curious. He has been listening to Han He talk about this Heaven's Gate Academy, but he doesn't know what's going on there. Tianmen College and our college are 2 of the few colleges in the southern continent. Originally, it was fine for each academy to have its own side. But 100 years ago, the area where Tianmen Academy is located ran out of resources. So they took advantage of our academy. They proposed a competition to determine the amount of resources every 3 years. At first, they were evenly matched. But later on, our academy won more than we won, and we haven't won a single match in the last 10 years. Han He said somewhat helplessly. Yang Chen nodded slightly and didn't say much. After all, she was only a junior cadet. Then Yang Chen left the room. When they walked out of the room, the 7 people were all gathered in front of the room. How the dean, at this time, the crowd faced some excitement of death. Seeing Yang Chen, several people appeared, quickly asked. You should all feel it. Han He did not answer, just asked a rhetorical question. Hearing the words 7 people are slightly nodding, just now they have even been affected. All the languages of the ancient gods inside, Yang Chen can see them. Perhaps the opportunity for our academy to turn the tide is coming. Han Impeachment announced to the crowd too. Hearing this, the gas people all got excited and their gaze towards Yang Chen immediately became fiery. But at this moment, Yang Chen's mind wasn't on this support. He was thinking that since he could use English to enhance his spiritual power, was there any other English that he could use to enhance Linli as well? After coming out from the 3rd layer, Yang Chen also directly searched for a Gongfu in the 3rd layer. He wanted to search for a Cheng that would allow Linli to be able to raise up as well. Language, but most of the feats on this 3rd layer are arcane, and according to the dean, whether it's cultivation feats on this continent, or spiritual feats, or spiritual techniques, they were all derived from within the languages of the ancient gods, which meant that, in other words, everything is derived from the English language. However, Yang Chen is now looking at the Xuanjie Gongfu, but it is obscure and difficult to understand. Want to go back to the English language for fear, some unlikely, which cannot help but let Yang Chen suspect that these Gongfu are too low level at present. Perhaps the only way to deduce the corresponding English is to look for a higher level of cultivation techniques. Yang Chen, what you just used is the last language of the ancient gods. Just as Yang Chen was looking at the cultivation techniques with some curiosity, a woman in a red dress suddenly came to Yang Chen's side and asked if he understood them. Inquired that you read it. Yang Chen did not answer but just asked a curious rhetorical question. Sort of, can only act on my own, while yours is to affect the entire 3rd floor of the people. The red dress woman nodded slightly. Maybe I understand more than you, Yang Chen said with a slight smile. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress was a bit wrong. This guy is very arrogant, but on second thought, what she realized does seem to be stronger than her. Thinking of this, the woman in red dress was a bit curious. Her spiritual power surged out from her brain, rushing towards Yang Chen's brow center. Yang Chen, who noticed a hint of abnormality, immediately condensed his spiritual power in the center of his eyebrows. The woman in the red skirt's spiritual energy directly transformed into a wolf, roared towards Yang Chen, and then quickly swept away. But at that moment, a huge hand appeared in Yang Chen's mind, and a slap directly threw off the wolf. When the red-skirted woman's spiritual power was flung away, she finally saw the slap clearly. It was an incomparably huge bear, and just by extending a slap, it threw his wolf away. How strong the spiritual power must be. The woman in the red dress, whose spiritual power had suffered a backlash, retreated several steps before stabilizing her body, and at this moment, his face was a bit pale, but he still raised his head to look at Yang Chen. You're very strong. My spiritual power is already a mutated spiritual power. You can instantly knock me back. It's terrifyingly strong. It's the first time, I hope it's also the last time. Otherwise, no matter if you're from the academy or not, even if it's just a test, I'll still lay my hands on you. Yang Chen opened his mouth indifferently. I promise I won't do it again. My name is Lin Chuyao. I want to make a friend. Lin Chuyao didn't seem to care about Yang Chen's threat. Yang Chen looked at this somewhat strange woman and shook his head, not interested. Lin Chuyao nodded and turned away without saying anything else. Brother, you're so tough. Just after Lin Chuyao turned around and left, Meng Xiao came over and said in a low voice, I'm afraid that he would have been ruined if I hadn't been strong enough in my spiritual power. It's good enough that I didn't kill him, Yang Chen said while looking at the cultivation technique scroll in his hand. Yang Chen said, Lin Chuyao is not simple. He comprehended the language of the ancient gods on that wall, and his mental power mutated, causing the person to be a bit strange as well. Meng Xiao did not say. Crazy Yang Chen knows what this means. Are you looking for a more advanced cultivation technique? Meng Xiao suddenly changed the topic and asked. Yang Chen nodded, but most of the techniques here are articulated lower grade, not very useful to me. I have a volume of articulation of the upper grade of the work of our family I can show you, but you have to help me a little. I have recently been cultivating a new spiritual skills. I've just realized something, but I'm still a little short of it, and now I have a feeling that I can't get it up and down. That's why Meng Xiao didn't have the heart to say it. Yang Chen fell to understand. You want me to use the language of the ancient gods to help you? Nodded to Meng Xiao. He felt just short of the door. He has been comprehending for nearly a month. It is not easy to have a breakthrough. It's fine, but wait for me. Yang Chen nodded slightly, then looked at the crowd and slowly said, the language of the ancient gods just now. I think all of you can experience the effect. If you still want to experience that kind of comprehension opportunity, just need a volume of suspension of the upper grade cultivation. The Gong method lent to me to see can be experienced. Perhaps breaking through the bottleneck is an opportunity. Yang Chen can see, the people here are afraid of encountering a bottleneck, otherwise it should be with the first three general respective cultivation. Go where will stay here to study the Gongfa. When Meng Xiao beside him heard this, he was speechless for a while. But more people heard Yang Chen's words face awash, just now the comprehension of the sudden increase. They all feel that if they can experience once again, it is not possible to say that there will be a breakthrough. Thinking of this, the crowd went towards Yang Chen's direction. This is my family's cultivation technique. Even in the articulation of the upper grade is also considered good. Can it be the first to come over? Xiang Shuwan, ranked 4th in the inner courtyard, took out a yellowish-brown scroll and handed it to Yang Chen. This is an articulated upper-grade cultivation technique. Although it's not as powerful as Xiang Shuwan's, it's not weak either. Another person handed a scroll of cultivation techniques to Yang Chen. Then everyone handed Yang Chen their own articulation techniques. Then you guys get ready, Yang Chen said as he put the 7 cultivation scrolls aside. When everyone was ready, Yang Chen used an extremely standardized spectrum and spoke in an exhilarating manner. At that moment, a strange fluctuation enveloped the 7 people around them, and their faces began to redden. The fluctuation of spiritual power was also more obvious. This state was much stronger than the one just now. It seems that this effect should be able to last for a while. I'll take a look at these volumes of cultivation techniques first. Yang Chen saw everyone enter the cultivation state, so he picked up the cultivation scrolls next to him and read them. After reading all 7 scrolls of cultivation techniques, Yang Chen already had a rough answer in his mind. It seems that the source of these cultivation techniques is not to increase spiritual power. In these cultivation techniques, Yang Chen saw the shadows of English such as unlimited power, power can just top, etc., which made Yang Chen somewhat doubt his judgment. It seems to be necessary to go to find tutor Zhao Qi. Yang Chen thought about it and then directly left the bookstore, after leaving the inner courtyard. After leaving the inner courtyard, Yang Chen went straight to find Zhao Qi's tutor, Yang Chen. When he saw Yang Chen, Zhao Qi was a little surprised. Not into the inner courtyard, do not go to the library to do here. Yang Chen said directly to the point, what we cultivate spiritual power cultivation. Zhao Qi obviously froze for a moment before opening his mouth to say, this problem my teacher once told me. Cultivation intentions are very subtle. This is to cultivate the spirit of the actual practice of power. Yang Chen was stunned. This is not the same as the results he got out of it. Although what we absorb is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, in the end, it's to strengthen the limbs and bones of our body. Zhao Qi patiently explained. At this point, Yang Chen already understands why he saw the phrase boundless strength in the cultivation method. The reason why he saw the shadow of English like powerful top in the cultivation techniques is because they are not absorbing the spiritual power but refining the spiritual power itself. Rather, they were on the steps of refining the spiritual power itself, that is, refining the spiritual power. Thinking of this, Lonely Goose bid farewell to instructor Zhao Qi and returned to his residence. Back inside the house, Yang Chen followed the cultivation technique in his memory and set out his cultivation hand seals, and suddenly, in the darkness before his eyes, there were more starbursts in front of his eyes. This is the spiritual power, Yang Chen's first time to cultivate after crossing over, and the first time to see the spiritual power around him. When the first strand of spiritual power surged into Yang Chen's body, Yang Chen pulled it to circulate in his body, and then chanted infinite power in standard English. A muffled grunt came from Guyan's body, forcing him to abandon his craft. Spirit power is too little power, too strong. Guyan originally thought that using the most standard so-called ancient god's language to hammer the spirit should be able to make the spirit power to become pure and incomparable, but did not think that the gongfu he practiced is too low grade. The English language is too powerful, just a mere force of power. It directly drowned the spiritual energy he had just absorbed. Cultivation techniques, in addition to the point of infinite power, there should be another English in the auxiliary absorption, and absorption in quantization is the way of cultivation. At this time, Yang Chen gradually understood that even the worst cultivation techniques are not the same as spiritual techniques. At least, there must be two English effects derived. One effect is used to refine spiritual power, while the other effect is used to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, enhancing the speed of absorption. Moreover, from the cultivation techniques seen today in the book depository, it can be seen that the higher ranking techniques are, the closer they are to the meaning of the English language itself, but these techniques are too low ranking to be able to find the real English language from the traces. At this time, Yang Chen is somewhat helpless. If it is clear which English, its cultivation speed will naturally be able to increase up. If you want to know the absorption of spiritual energy with which English, it is necessary to look for a higher level of gongfu, earth connecting gongfu, or even the sky connecting gongfu, but a few moments later can only be helplessly shook his head inside, but unfortunately this level of gongfu. Even the academy doesn't have this kind of technique. Where can I find it? Forget about it, let's cultivate first, and ask the dean tomorrow, maybe he has a solution. The next morning, Yang Chen retreated from his cultivation state. He woke up quite early. At this time, Yang Chen saw that yesterday's students are here again today. They were still so arrogant and domineering. Yang Chen looked at a few people and did not pay attention, just said to himself, I seem to have no door today. Hearing this, several people's faces are a little unsightly. They are not sure what happened yesterday, only feel the brain consciousness is not awake, holding a door to run away. Today you wait for it is not afraid to tell you that we look for people. The leader of a person seems to be a little afraid of a step back. It seems that yesterday's events, to his psychological shadow, is still quite large. And at this time someone shouted out to come to. Meng Ji with his cousin came to. Yang Chen looked at an excited look. The mind has been thinking with what English power better. 10,000 arrows through the heart of this killing power will not be too strong a bit. The sky strikes thunder and lightning is not good to control. Yang Chen heart dark swings. At this time, two figures came to his door. Yang Chen looked over slightly stunned. One of the two figures at the door was also slightly stunned. Chen Meng directly froze when he saw Yang Chen. Early this morning his cousin Meng Ji is to find the door, said he was bullied, want to let him help out, in line with the same Meng people, and grew up together into this college. Meng thought to be able to help a little, but he didn't realize that the person Meng Ji was talking about was Yang Chen. Yesterday, he benefited greatly from Yang Chen's speech in the language of an ancient deity, and he realized a lot of his new spiritual skills, so he wanted to thank him again today. But then his cousin shouted at him to beat up Yang Chen. Meng Xiao, you are the leader of this gang. Yang Chen stared at Meng Xiao with a smile on his face. Meng Xiao hurriedly said to Yang Chen, brother, you are mistaken. He said, looking at Meng Ji, his face serious. Meng Ji, what are you doing? Hearing cousin just to mouth a Chen brother, Meng Ji and others feel that there is something wrong. And now in the face of the cousin's inquiry Meng Ji somewhat panicked. Didn't you say that you were bullied? It seems that I need to have a good talk with Elder Lu. Cousin you, listen to my explanation. Here Lu Elder, not only Meng Ji panicked. Everyone else panicked. Although there is a dean and vice dean in the inner courtyard, it is usually Elder Lu who handles things, and this kind of bullying of new students is not a lot of things. Elder Lu only turns a blind eye. But if any of the students in the inner courtyard, especially the top 5 students, mentioned this to Elder Lu, then they would definitely be punished. When they thought of Elder Lu's horrible methods, they couldn't help but shudder. If you want to explain, you can do it with Elder Lu. Meng Xiao said faintly if it was someone else, he wouldn't, but it's Yang Chen, Meng Xiao. He was counting on Yang Chen to give him another ancient artifact so that he could understand it again, but if he was really offended by his cousin, what the hell was he counting on? I heard that someone was bullying the new students here, but I didn't think it was true. Just when the crowd was about to plead for mercy, an old voice sounded behind the crowd, and at that moment, Meng Jia's face instantly changed, and it was no one else but Elder Lu from the bookstore. Elder Lu did not pay attention to them, then looked at Yang Chen, pale face, barely squeezed out a not ugly smile, asked Yang Chen last night how to rest. Hearing this question, Meng Ji and other people's faces immediately dissatisfied, shocked deaf. Elder Lu even asked this new into the inner courtyard of the people, sleep well, this is that we know the Lu Elder? But they don't know what Yang Chen did on the 3rd floor yesterday. Elder Lu heard about it. I slept well, but it's a bit windy without the door. Yang Chen replied with a smile. When Yan, Elder Lu and Meng Xiao realized that Yang Chen's door was gone, and the former quickly asked what was going on. Yang Chen didn't say a word and just looked at Meng Ji and the others. Why are you looking at us? Didn't you use the language of the ancient gods to get us to move out? You guys go to the valve room and wait for me first. Elder Lu looked at Meng Ji and the others and spoke coldly. Elder Lu went, Meng-ji. A few people still want to explain, but by the Elder Lu Daika sound, they know what is the fate of contradicting the Elder Lu, can only be great ago. Looking at the crowd left, Lu Elder took out a scroll and handed it to young Chen, said in a low voice, I also have a volume, Articulation of the Upper Grade Cultivation Techniques, you study. Lu Elder took out a volume of Articulation of the Upper Grade Cultivation Techniques, and handed it to young Chen. The meaning is clear. Next time when you use the ancient deity texts, bring me along. Meng Xiao on the side was dumbfounded. Although he was also a top 5 student in the inner courtyard, the most he could do was to make Elder Lu's face look good. I've never seen such an expression on Elder Lu's face. Elder Lu is polite. If there is a need to command Yang Chen is, anyway, the look Yang Chen also read. If this volume of work is the connection of work, Yang Chen naturally will not be polite. Unfortunately, it's just a top quality product. But since Elder Lu has opened his mouth, there's no reason for Yang Chen not to bring him one, so that he can sell his personal favor, and in the future, there will be a need for Elder Lu's help in the inner courtyard. This is a good way to sell a favor, and in the future, the inner courtyard will also need the help of Elder Lu. Oh, thank you. Elder Lu nodded slightly. Yang Chen's temperament makes him very happy. Since he does not look at the technique, he cannot be forced, as a favor owed to Yang Chen. If nothing else, I would like to go to the book depository to take a look at the spiritual techniques again. Yang Chen has decided to cultivate spiritual power first, after all. A lot of English triggers are needed to maintain the spiritual power. Now cultivate spiritual power does not have a faster absorption of spiritual power. English progress is very slow. It's better to cultivate spiritual power first. Okay, you go. Elder Lu nodded slightly. Afterwards, Yang Chen said goodbye to Meng Xiao, and Elder Lu went towards the bookstore. Chen brother, today this really has nothing to do with me, is my cousin said he was bullied, let me help out. Meng Leswell now quickly explained that if I know it is Chen brother you, I will certainly give that kid a beating. Yang Chen nodded slightly to indicate that it was fine. He did believe that Meng Xiao did not know about it, unless he did not want to comprehend it in the vibration, that is even Elder Lu's eyes reddened by the literary language. Meng Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Yang Chen was upset because of this matter, if this matter made Yang Chen feel bad, he would go back and scrap that boy Meng Ji. Soon the two of them arrived at the 3rd floor of the book pavilion, and just as he entered, Yang Chen saw a familiar figure. Su Zisan? Yang Chen didn't think that Su Zisan was even on the 3rd floor of this book pavilion, but thinking about her talent, she was able to learn it just by watching him use the 1/twice. It made sense that such a talent would be able to come to the 3rd floor. Another beauty. When he saw Su Zishan, Meng Xiao was a little surprised. Xiang Shuwan happened to walk over at this time and greeted young Chen, and when he heard Meng Xiao's words, he whispered to him, don't underestimate this beauty. Her talent is extremely strong, and she was able to learn the ancient deity texts after listening to them only once. What? Once? Upon hearing this, Meng Xiao was shocked. Are all the ones who entered the inner academy this year so perverted? Well, anyway, we just tried it, and she learned all the ancient deity languages that the few of us can use, and if not for the fact that her strength isn't as strong as ours, I'm afraid that she could have made it into the top 5 of the inner academy. Xiang Shuwan nodded and said, then wouldn't I fall out of the top 5? Meng Xiao, but it just so happens that he is the 5th in the inner courtyard. Not only you, I won't be able to keep it either. Xiang Shuwan said helplessly. Meng Xiao froze, then saw Xiang Shuwan look at Yang Chen, and instantly realized, this new Su Zishan's talent was terrifying. Could it still be as terrifying as Yang Chen? The language of the ancient gods in that room, Yang Chen could read and understand them all. And he had only displayed the aspect of spiritual power. He had heard that there were a total of 10 ancient deity languages in there, in addition to the 5 spiritual power aspects with the drawing of the knife. There were also the Western ancient deity languages, which could all be in the aspect of spiritual techniques. If Yang Chen's spiritual power was sufficient, I'm afraid that even those 3 in the top 3 would be no match for him, right? All of a sudden, I've been squeezed from 5th to 7th. It's hard to bear. Meng Xiao let out a helpless sigh. This feeling, it's not pleasant. Xiang Shuwan nodded rather emotionally as he was also squeezed to 6th. She went into that house? Yang Chen, at this moment, also asked with quite an interest. Su Zishan also went inside that house? Well, went in. The dean personally brought her in. But how much she comprehended in the end, the dean didn't say. Just looking at his face, he should have comprehended quite a bit as well. Xiang Shuwan saw Yang Chen inquiring and hurriedly replied. Yesterday, Yang Chen's language of the ancient deities could have made him comprehend quite a lot as well, and now everyone here, except for Su Zisan, was afraid that they would all very much wish to have another episode of yesterday's State of Epiphany. Yang Chen didn't say much, just nodded slightly. He then walked towards those spiritual feat scrolls. He didn't intend to use the English language of invigorating to bestow another enchantment on Xiang Shuwan and the others. Right now, he wanted to see if there were any spiritual scrolls that could allow him to boost his spiritual power a little bit first. After all, in Yang Chen's eyes, spiritual feat scrolls were much more detailed than cultivation feat scrolls, and most of them in there could be reversed to deduce the original English. This is gathering energy and concentration? This is nurturing essence? Isn't this tranquility? Yang Chen picked up one copy of the scrolls and then put it down. Because each of them, it looked as if they were describing a few English words in that house. In other words, these spiritual feat scrolls were probably all derived from within those 5 English languages. Yang Chen looked over as he did so, and soon, a moment later, a scent surged inside his nose. Looking up, it wasn't anyone else, it was Su Zishan. This morning, thank you. Yang Chen looked at Su Zishan and said, In the morning's matter, although Elder Lu didn't say much about it, only saying that someone had said to tell him that there was a disturbance in the inner courtyard. But Yang Chen could also guess that the person who had approached Elder Lu was Su Zisan, otherwise, no one else would have been so coincidental, even Meng Xiao didn't know until he arrived. It could only be Su Zisan then. Well, if you want to thank me, tell me about that ancient deity language that allows them to fully comprehend it. Su Zisan admitted as soon as she first picked up. Didn't you enter that room? Yang Chen asked a rhetorical question. Su Zisan looked at Yang Chen and did not say anything. Looking at the Su Zisan in front of him, Yang Chen didn't know why, but he had an inexplicably familiar feeling. It was as if in his mind, there had once been a person with the same character, but how could he not recall it? Alright, Yang Chen nodded helplessly. Then he looked towards Meng Xiao who was not far away and shouted, Meng Xiao, can you help me find Elder Lu to come here? HM? Meng Xiao froze, and then nodded as if he remembered something. Okay, I'll go find it right away, you must wait for me. Saying that, he took the lead and ran towards the downstairs, the speed of that speed, smacking one's lips. The surrounding people, all of them had an uncertain face. When did Meng Xiao become a licking dog? What are you looking for Elder Lu to come over for? Su Zishan was a bit puzzled. She only wanted to know how to read the language of the last ancient deity. Why did she even ask Elder Lu to come over? I owe you a favor. I owe Elder Lu a favor. Let's pay it back together. Yang Chen didn't explain too much, then only added, I'll only say it once. Can you memorize it? Aha! Su Zishan's expression didn't change much, and she only nodded her head slightly. Inside the book pavilion, Yang Chen looked at the scrolls in his hands by himself, while Su Zisan, who was on the side, did not say much. Inside that room, there were two groups of a total of 10 ancient deity languages, and Su Zisan comprehended 8 of them, which were Spiritual Techniques West and Spiritual Power Cultivation West. But those last two, she couldn't comprehend them in the end. It was too much of a push, resulting in a bit of a mental trance, and it was only after the dean's persuasion that she gave up. And she knew that Yang Chen had comprehended the language of all 10 ancient gods in there, which made her want to try and see if she could steal it from Yang Chen's side. Su Zishan was still very confident in her own talent, and as long as Yang Chen could let her listen to it once, she might be able to comprehend it. Yang Chen, I'm back. Phew, you haven't started yet, have you? Meng Xiao obviously knew that Yang Chen wanted to do something. At this moment, he ran back, a little out of breath. Where's Elder Lu? Yang Chen asked. Hee, I'm here too. Elder Lu's voice came out from the hallway. Ho, it's been a long time since I ran like this, and I'm still quite tired. When the crowd heard the voice and looked over, they saw a white-clothed Elder Lu, also panting, walking up from the hallway. This scene really confused the crowd. Elder Lu? None of them knew what had happened. Elder Lu, an existence that was usually quite majestic in their eyes, was actually running out of breath at this moment and seemed to be very excited. Wait a minute. Just now Yang Chen had asked Meng Xiao to find Elder Lu, and at this moment, Elder Lu was so out of breath and ran over with an excited look. Then it is very likely that there is only one point. Yang Chen is going to use the ancient deity script again. Thinking of this, Xiang Shuwan, Ling Chuyao, and the others, without the slightest hesitation, pulled out a volume of Xian rank upper grade merit techniques and headed in Yang Chen's direction. I've read everyone's merit laws yesterday, so I won't look at them today, so let's get ready. Yang Chen didn't take those several merit law scrolls again. For him, he had already read them all. There was no meaning in it. Moreover, almost all of the merit laws were vague, unless there were more advanced merit laws. Perhaps he could ask Elder Lu. Like this? Then thanks a lot. Xiang Shuwan's few people, at this moment, were incomparably excited. Comprehending spiritual skills and feats was not a simple matter. If one could enter the state of comprehension anytime, anywhere, then cultivation would be twice as effective with half the effort. And this, Yang Chen could provide them with such an effect, so the people here, even the trainees who had entered the inner courtyard long ago, were quite courteous to Yang Chen, and even respected him too. You're ready too? Yang Chen looked at Su Zishan beside him and said, Aha! Su Zishan nodded. She was also a little surprised that Yang Chen was able to make these people, willingly, take out all the Xian rank upper grade techniques. It seemed that last ancient deity language was very important to them, and the effect was perhaps quite a bit stronger than she had imagined. This also made Su Zishan feel even more curious. Seeing that the crowd was already ready, Yang Chen coughed and cleared his throat before slowly speaking, uplifting. Boom! Instantly, a scene like yesterday instantly appeared, and everyone's faces, somewhat flushed. They hurriedly entered the state of comprehension. And at this time, Su Zisan, that cool face, was also a bit flushed. Yang Chen looked at it, and was a bit stunned, this kind of appearance of Su Zisan, so that her appearance, and enhanced a few points, the already good-looking appearance, more and more outstanding. Su Zisan herself was also a bit stunned, just now Yang Chen's language of an ancient deity, so that her heartbeat accelerated a lot, which in her opinion, very incredible, since childhood, no matter whether it is dangerous, or other scenes, she has never been afraid, never nervous, let alone heartbeat acceleration. But under the enchantment of this ancient deity's language, her heartbeat was much faster than usual, and her entire being even felt a bit excited, but she could only endure and control herself, not showing it. It was only the fiery sensation coming from her cheeks that made it clear to Su Zishan that her face at this moment, she was afraid that it was just as red as everyone else's. Damn Yang Chen, but the language of the ancient gods that he spoke just now was very obscure and difficult to understand. I really don't know how this guy, how on earth did he do it? How could he comprehend such a profound ancient deity language in such a short period of time? Although Su Zixan was unconvinced, she still knew clearly in her heart that Yang Chen was able to comprehend the language of the ancient gods for the first time after seeing it on that wall for the first time, and was also able to emit such power when using it, proving that his comprehension of this ancient god's script had reached a certain level. As for Su Zixan, after studying it, she had just heard Yang Chen use it once, and in her heart, she was already able to use it, but the effect was definitely not as good as Yang Chen's, and the range wouldn't be much. It's a good thing that the effect of this ancient deity language allows one to focus on comprehending it. I'll try to see if it allows me to comprehend the ancient deity language. What Su Zixan wanted to comprehend was not a gongfu or spirit technique, but the language of the ancient gods. Yang Chen looked at Su Zixan, who was still dumbfounded at this point, and after thinking about it, he understood. She wants to comprehend English with the effect of English? What a great idea! If it was someone else, they might not be able to see it, but Yang Chen knew what Su Zixan was trying to do at this moment, so naturally, he guessed what he was thinking at once. If I give myself a vibranium and then comprehend the cultivation technique, isn't it possible to comprehend the English language that speeds up the absorption of spiritual energy? At this moment, Yang Chen was also inspired. If he could really comprehend other English within the effect of invigorating the heart, then Yang Chen would not need to care about the level of the cultivation technique. Try it! Yang Chen saw that everyone was practicing, so he pulled out a Xian rank middle grade cultivation technique from the scrolls of techniques on one side. Finding a corner where no one was, he said in a low voice, "Invigorate." At this time, Yang Chen's face was also slightly red, but he ignored it and opened the cultivation technique scroll in his hand. He slowly studied it. At this time, Yang Chen, as if he had entered a mysterious realm, within this realm, his spiritual power was very relaxed, and he completely forgot where he was. The whole body and mind, at this time, were immersed in the hands of this cultivation technique scroll. And at this time, Yang Chen, the words that he saw, with the previous, seemed to be a little different. These words became more spiritual. This is Qi. At this time, Yang Chen could see the word Qi from within these spiritual words. He wasn't sure if this word Qi referred to aura, or a certain English language, but when Yang Chen wanted to see it clearly, those words, again, changed back to their original appearance. Ha! Suddenly, Yang Chen felt that all around him had returned to normal. "You're awake?" Just then, a voice entered Yang Chen's ears. Yang Chen looked up. It was Meng Xiao. "What are you doing here if you don't go cultivate?" Yang Chen asked with some curiosity. "Cultivating? Your ancient deity language effect has disappeared for half an hour. Seeing as you're over here practicing, no one dares to disturb you but themselves." Meng Xiao froze, then explained. "Half an hour?" Yang Chen was slightly stunned. He was clear about how long the effect of the invigorating spirit would last, at least 1 hour, and he had only entered into an epiphany, and he had already gone for an hour? At this time, Yang Chen finally realized that in the comprehension, although it felt like only a small amount of time had passed, in reality, he had gone through an hour. It seems that if I want to truly comprehend the English of this cultivation technique, I still need some time. The attempt just now, in Yang Chen's opinion, had already been considered a success. Only this comprehension still need more cultivation techniques to be able to do. Just a volume of cultivation techniques is not enough. Thinking of this, Yang Chen first got up, picked up several copies of the scroll, and then returned to his original place. Uplifting. When the language of the ancient deity came out of his mouth, Yang Chen was the first to open one of the scrolls. He was going to take advantage of this 1 hour to comprehend as much as he could. After an hour, Yang Chen did not stop uplifting. Once again, the language of the ancient deities, once again, he entered into a state of epiphany. Xian Shuan and Meng Xiao, who were not far away, watched as Yang Chen had just come back from the state of epiphany and once again utilized the language of the ancient deities to enter into the state of epiphany. Their eyes reddened with envy. Uplifting. Just at this time, another voice came out. The crowd looked over in surprise. It was Su Zixan. At this time, she had finally tried this one ancient deity language as well, and although the pronunciation wasn't as standard as Yang Chen's, the effect wasn't bad either. Su Zixan's talent, it's too terrifying, isn't it? After only hearing it so many times, she was actually able to use it? Meng Xiao, at this moment, was very surprised. Even after listening to it so many times, they didn't even have a hint of realization, let alone repeat it. Well, her cultivation, she has also reached the peak of the refined essence realm, so I think she can step into the Qi transformation realm before the great competition of the two academies. Xiang Shuwan nodded slightly. To participate in the competition between the Purple Feather Academy and the Purple Flame Academy, one's strength should at least reach the Qi transformation realm. Perhaps there will be Su Zixan's name at that time as well. How envious! Meng Xiao looked enviously at Su Zixan, who had already entered a state of cultivation. If they were also able to cultivate every moment within the enchanted range of the language of the ancient deity, their strength would have increased many times faster than it was now. Unfortunately, there was no way for them to make Yang Chen provide them with such an enchantment every moment, unless they could come up with something that would interest Yang Chen. Uplifting. Just at this time, a voice came out from the side. Xian Shuhuan and Meng Xiao were filled with shock as they looked at Ling Shuyao beside them. How could she do it too? Meng Xiao was a bit incredulous. If Yang Chen and Su Zishan were able to do it, they still thought that it was because of their talent. But now that Ling Chuyao beside them was able to do it as well, this would be too unbelievable, wouldn't it? She herself comprehended the language of this one ancient deity, and now after Yang Chen used it these 2 times, allowing her to comprehend it in the midst of the enchantment, naturally, it was twice the effort with half the effort, and later on, Yang Chen used it a few more times for himself, as well as Su Zishan, which naturally made it quite profitable for her as well. Xiang Shuwan said helplessly. This Ling Chuyao herself could only add to her own spiritual power, but now it was different. Will this one, by the time Ling Chuyao runs ahead of us as well? Meng Xiao was helpless. Before, he was the 5th in the inner courtyard while Ling Chuyao was the 6th in the inner courtyard. If Ling Chuyao were to improve again, he would be in danger. I don't think I will, you may not. Xiang Shuwan said calmly. Meng Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling. Why? Because under these 2 enhancements from Yang Chen, the technique I need to cultivate has been comprehended to a much deeper level, so I think my strength should be able to increase quite a bit as well. Xiang Shuwan said with a smile on his face. That means that only I am in danger? Meng Xiao did not think that this Xiang Shuwan was hiding this hand. Originally, he thought that everyone was going to fall together, but it turned out that each and every one of them was hiding very deeply. No, I have to think of a way to get Brother Chen to boost me up a bit more. Meng Xiao made up his mind in his heart. No matter what, he had to try. I see. Yang Chen had already collected the several scrolls at this time. Under the invigorating effect, Yang Chen finally comprehended an English language that could increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption from these cultivation techniques. Try it. After storing away the several scrolls, Yang Chen closed his eyes and set out the hand seals for absorbing spiritual energy. He had already realized that this was just a seal that could guide the spiritual energy near and absorb it, and the speed of the absorption depended on the so-called Gongfu, that is, the language of the ancient deities. And now, Yang Chen had already extracted the true language of the ancient gods from within these cultivation gong methods. Qi, Yang Chen once again spoke in English, word by word, with a proper accent. Through the rainbow. That's right, after Yang Chen had studied the dozen or so cultivation technique scrolls here, he had finally summarized an English language from it, and that was Qi through the rainbow. The meaning of this English itself was to describe positive and majestic Qi, like a long rainbow that was going to penetrate the sky. However, when Yang Chen spoke this English in English, the spiritual energy around him began to rapidly rotate, and then like a whirlwind, it was instantly poured in from above Yang Chen's head. Hiss! When this huge spiritual energy was instantly infused into Yang Chen's body, that feeling made him unable to resist sucking in a mouthful of cool air. And at this moment, the huge spiritual energy had already surged into Yang Chen's western limbs and bones. Infinite strength. This time, Yang Chen was finally able to speak out the English of boundless strength in standard English within his body. And as the effect of this English appeared, the spiritual energy that had just surged into Yang Chen's body was as if it had suffered a blockage, and even its movements became incredibly slow. However, at this time, Yang Chen had no difficulty in realizing that those sluggishly running spiritual energy became a little more pure after every week and day of running in his body. The spiritual energy that was like a baby's arm at the beginning was as thick as a finger after one quenching, and after a second quenching, the first connection was like a hairline. If other people found out, they would definitely be shocked. The spiritual energy they absorbed, even if they ran 10 circumference days in their body, they would not be able to become as pure as Yang Chen. But no one found out now, because just as Yang Chen started cultivating, a layer of dark clouds shrouded the entire sky outside. In the rest of the Purple Feather Academy, the sun was still shining brightly, but only on top of the book pavilion, it was pitch black, and at a closer look, there was a streak of golden lightning lingering and flickering in that dark cloud. Just as the dark clouds appeared, the dean of the Purple Feather Academy, Han He, the vice dean Yang Bin, Fan Xiu, as well as many elders and tutors of the inner courtyard, all quickly swept out from the house. Unbelievably, they looked at the dark cloud above their heads. Dark clouds containing golden thunder, Dean, could this be? Vice Dean Yang Bin looked at the dark clouds in the sky with a face of disbelief. In his mind, there were only a few situations where such a vision would appear. One was the refining of extremely high-quality pills. This kind of thing could basically be ignored in the academy. After all, the alchemists within the academy could only refine Western-grade pills at most. It was simply impossible to induce a vision. Another kind is to cultivate to a certain realm. That is even more impossible. The strongest dean within the academy, the strength is only to return to the realm of emptiness and their own. The last kind is when someone creates a technique or spirit skill that is above the heavenly rank. If it was before, they would have thought it was impossible, but now, a figure emerged in their minds together. Let's go to the book depository. After the dean finished speaking, the first one swept towards the direction of the book collection pavilion, and within his heart, he was incomparably nervous and excited. Create his own heavenly ranked technique? Could he do that? In the book pavilion, Yang Chen is immersed in the state of cultivation. Everything in the outside world, he turned a deaf ear, here, or very safe. Yang Chen does not need to worry, as long as peace of mind cultivation is. Just he is at ease cultivation, others cannot do. The surrounding several students, when they saw the sky suddenly dark, the dark clouds in the sky, the dark clouds of golden lightning, they are all shocked, and then remembered what, brush towards Yang Chen look. Just now they have felt the strange fluctuation of spiritual power, and then look at Yang Chen, the spiritual power on the top of his head, the first to pour down, from the top of the heavenly spirit into, this kind of strange movement, since it has attracted their attention. And at this time, the dark clouds in the sky contained golden thunder. It was even more so that everyone was clear that what Yang Chen was doing, was such a terrible thing. The students who were able to enter the inner academy were not fools, and this kind of situation, at least a little bit of analysis, would yield results. Self-created heaven stage technique? A voice spread out, not loud, but it was deafening. A student at the body-tempering realm had created his own heavenly rank technique? Was this possible? Even if they had seen it with their own eyes, they all felt it was impossible. Ning Zhuyun? When they heard the voice, the crowd looked over. It was a face that was so beautiful that it was somewhat demonic, and this person, they all recognized, the number one existence in the inner courtyard, Ning Zhuyun. Beside her, there were two other people, the second-ranked Ning Forge and the third-ranked Yuze. Surprisingly, all three of you have been attracted out, Xiang Shuwan said helplessly. These three people, who only focused on cultivation and general things, would not come out. Their goal was only the Purple Flame Academy's competition. It did not occur to them that this time, they would actually appear. Creating your own heaven rank technique, how can you not come out to take a look at such a spectacle? The one who answered his words was Ning Forge, who said with a slight smile. The other two, on the other hand, didn't have much of a reaction. Self-created heavenly ranked feats? This sort of thing, they had only heard about it in legends. Just at this time, a burst of footsteps came. Several figures then walked to the roof of the building. Dean, Vice Dean, Elder. Upon seeing the visitors, even Ning Zhuyun hurriedly saluted. He waved his hand and didn't pay too much attention as he looked towards Yang Chen, who was in the middle of his cultivation state. It really is a self-created heavenly rank technique. A moment later, he said with an exclamation. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yang Chen with surprise, just now, although they had some guesses, but when this matter was confirmed by Dean Hanhe, it was the time when they really felt shocked. It really was a self-creating heaven rank technique, a only body-quenching realm. No, at this time, Yang Chen has already stepped into the essence refining realm. How long has this only been cultivated? Less than a quarter of an hour. The first from the body-quenching realm stepped into the essence refining realm. This to say is not a heaven order technique. They do not believe. They were all very curious as to how Yang Chen had created the heavenly order technique, but now that Yang Chen was still in the state of cultivation, no one dared to disturb him. They could only wait quietly on the side. Even the Dean, Hanhe, and the Vice Dean hadn't left. The visions in the sky had long since disappeared, but they were still planning to wait here for Yang Chen to wake up. Heavenly rank technique, not to mention the students of the inner courtyard, even they had never seen it in their lives. An hour later, when Yang Chen exited from the cultivation state, he immediately felt a sense of relief. Bones erupted with crackling and crunching sounds, and his strength had increased quite a bit. Is this a strength boost? I wonder what realm I'm at now. Yang Chen wasn't sure. His current realm seemed to have grown quite a bit in strength, and the spiritual energy in his body had become much more abundant. You are now at the third level of strength of the essence refining realm. Just at this time, a voice came from behind him. Yang Chen froze and turned his head. He saw Dean Hanhe behind him, smilingly looking at him. Dean, Vice Dean, Elder. Behind him was not just Dean Hanhe, there were several others, and even a few, whom Yang Chen did not recognize. Congratulations, Yang Chen. Hanhe looked at Yang Chen and said with a smile. Yang Chen was stunned. This had only been raised to the third level of the essence refining realm. What was there to congratulate? Whoever was here was stronger than him, right? Even Su Zisan, who entered the inner academy from the same outer academy, was at the peak of the essence refining realm, and he had only been raised to the third level of the essence refining realm. So what was there to congratulate him for? Creating a heavenly ranked technique. Even on this continent, there aren't many people who can do it, let alone you being able to create a heavenly ranked technique at the body tempering realm. This kind of talent is truly unrivaled. He didn't spare any compliments at this time. Yang Chen's talent was too much beyond his expectations. Even a heavenly ranked feat technique could be created. What else was impossible? Although Yang Chen's strength was still a bit weak now, after having a heavenly ranked feat technique, the gap would only be drawn closer and closer, and it wasn't such an insurmountable chasm. Celestial order technique? Yang Chen suddenly froze. Aren't you congratulating me for raising my strength? What creation of heavenly rank merit technique? Wait, could it be that the two English just now, superimposed together, are heavenly ranked feats? That heavenly order technique is also too good to create, right? Yang Chen couldn't help but blurt out. Then realizing that something was wrong, he looked at Hanhe and the others, and sure enough, he saw that their faces were wearing a strange look. Just now, did I really create a heavenly ranked technique? Yang Chen hurriedly changed the topic. Besides, he really wanted to know if that was really a heaven ranked gongfu. If it really was, perhaps he could study it some more afterward. Well, I can be certain that that is a heavenly ranked technique. After all, when it was created, in the sky, the appearance of the vision of dark clouds containing golden thunder was the best indication. Hanhe nodded his head slightly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have thought that Yang Chen had actually created a heavenly ranked technique? But the fact that it was so, Hanhe and the others had no choice but to admit that Yang Chen's talent was so high that it was beyond their imagination. Dark cloud containing golden thunder? Another thing that Yang Chen was not clear about, but he did not ask more questions. He just had an answer in his heart. The original heavenly ranked technique was to mix two types of English together. Of course, this kind of thing, if you wanted to verify it, you would have to obtain a real volume of heaven rank feats. Can you tell us how you created this heavenly rank gongfu? At this time, Yang Bin, who was on the side, asked with some curiosity. Creating a heaven-ranked gongfu, it was all about timing and location as well as people. It was impossible for them to create it if they wanted to, but if they could listen to the experience and create other levels of gongfu later, earth rank? But if they can listen to the experience, and later create other levels of techniques, the earth level, or the metaphysical level, that would be a beautiful thing. After all, the feats they created were the most suitable for them to cultivate. This is very simple. Yang Chen nodded slightly. If it was something else, he really didn't know how to say it, but this creation of a merit law, it was very simple. Simple? Hearing Yang Chen say this, not only Yang Bin, everyone else was also looking at Yang Chen with a curious expression at this moment. Could it be that there really was some secret? If that was the case, perhaps they also had a chance? The first point is to recognize two ancient deity languages. Yang Chen said very seriously. The crowd also nodded with excitement. Everyone here knew at least two ancient deity languages. It wasn't a difficult task for them. Then they heard Yang Chen continue. And then as long as these two ancient deity languages can complement each other, quiet. Everyone was quiet. Well, it's simple, isn't it? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Yang Chen weakly asked. Could it be that there were not even two English that one of them had learned? Were the trainees of the inner academy so weak? How come the dean and vice dean had such ugly faces? This was a condition that even Su Zishan could achieve. Simple? The first condition is simple. Meng Xiao said somewhat helplessly. Right. Yang Chen nodded slightly in agreement. After all, in Yang Chen's opinion, the first condition was indeed very simple. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Meng Xiao was speechless in his heart. It's a hell of a thing, isn't it? Although the first condition is not difficult, but the second condition is difficult. Two ancient gods' language, we are having a hard time figuring out what attributes it belongs to, and now you want to fuse them together. How is this possible to do? Meng Xiao took over the crowd's argument. The several people beside him, Xiang Shuwan, all nodded slightly. This was too difficult. However, Ning Zhuyun, along with Ning Forge and the three of them, Yu Zhe, were caught up in their thoughts, even though they were unable to figure out the attributes of the language of the ancient gods even now, and had not comprehended how it was possible to create a gong method. However, Yang Chen had succeeded, and he had shared his success, and although they were unable to comprehend it now, they weren't people who gave up that easily. Perhaps in the near future, they would have this opportunity as well? It seems that this creating a merit law is really very difficult. Not only does it require luck, but it also requires a comprehension of the language of the ancient gods that is thorough enough to be able to do so. I think that there won't be a second existence that can create a merit law in this inner courtyard. Dean Han he also thought about it carefully, and realized that although the languages of the ancient gods he knew were not small, most of them were used for spirit techniques, and there was simply no such thing as Yang Chen had said, an existence that could complement each other. It must be that a genius like Yang Chen, in the entire Purple Feather Academy, could not find another one, right? Conduit see hard. Just at this time, a voice came out from the side. The language emitted was the language of an ancient deity, and everyone looked over in curiosity. They were instantly frozen. Not far away from them, that one song that didn't speak, Su Zishan, at this time, around her, there were quite a few swords and knives encircling her, surprisingly shielding Su Zishan around her body. This is self-created spirit skill? Although there were no phenomena appearing, at this time, Han He was shocked to open his mouth. From these swords and knives surrounding Su Zishan's body, he felt an unstable aura. This was a characteristic that was only unique to a created spirit skill. What? Meng Xiao and the others beside him were first confused. Just now, on Yang Chen's side, he had only created a set of heavenly ranked techniques, and on this side, Su Zishan, she had created a spirit skill? Even if it wasn't heavenly rank, it was still self-created, which was already very impressive. Yang Chen also looked at Su Zishan with some surprise. This guy's talent really wasn't generally high. Look, it's very simple, Yang Chen said. At this moment, Meng Xiao and the others were all a bit skeptical. Could it really be that their talent wasn't strong enough? Otherwise, how could Yang Chen or Su Zishan be able to create feats and spirit techniques, but not them? Could it be that they were retarded? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, in Meng Xiao's and other people's hearts, they had already planted a seed. They would work hard all their lives, just to be able to create a set of techniques, or spirit techniques. Even Han He and the others on the side were a bit skeptical. Are Gongfa and spirit techniques really that good? Su Zishan should have been inspired by what Yang Chen had just said, right? So many people were here listening to Yang Chen's shared experience, and only Su Zishan had succeeded. So didn't that mean that the talent of these people was much worse than Su Zishan's? But thinking about it, they were also relieved. However, thinking about it, they were also relieved. Fortunately, this year's Yang Chen and Su Zishan were both from the Purple Feather Academy. They didn't believe that the Purple Flame Cadets could still come out with two cadets who were able to create feats and spirit skills. Thinking of this, Hani's face was also a bit serious, and then he instructed, no one can say anything about today's matter, no matter if it's the talent of Yang Chen or Su Zishan. Whoever dares to divulge half of it, I'll punish them with my own hands. Yes. Hearing the dean's words, the crowd hurriedly nodded their heads. They knew that the dean was protecting Yang Chen and Su Zishan, and although their talents were powerful, their strength was not enough. If these things were to be told out at this time, I was afraid that Yang Chen and the others would be in fear of their lives. Dean, I would like to ask, this spirit skill of mine, what level has it reached? Right at this time, Su Zishan looked at Han He with some curiosity and opened her mouth to ask a question. This spirit skill, which she had comprehended from the fusion of two ancient gods' languages, could not see the level. This spirit skill of yours, it didn't induce a vision, at most, it's only considered a middle grade Shin rank spirit skill, but to be able to create one's own spirit skill at your age is simply a phoenix-like existence, and those who can create a middle grade Shin rank spirit skill are almost non-existent. Hani explained, and by the way, he also comforted Suzy-san, lest she felt that the created spirit skill was inferior to young Chen, or even the gap was quite large, and her heart would be unbalanced, leading to the cultivation path in the future, which would go astray. Thus, a genius would become mediocre. Dean, I know, many thanks. Suzy-san nodded slightly, although there was not much change on the surface, but in her eyes, there was still a flash of disappointment, only very quickly, it was again well hidden by her. Sure enough, this fellow's talent was still as excellent as before. Suzy-san secretly said in her heart, only perhaps even she didn't feel that at this time, there was a trace of joy within her heart. Dean, I feel that this ancient deity language created by Suzy-san can also reach the heavenly rank, or at least the earth rank spiritual skill, only that there are two factors that have limited it, resulting in what appears to be, right now, a middle grade Shin rank spiritual skill instead. Although the disappointment in Suzy-san's eyes was quickly hidden, Yang Chen still caught it. Just now, he didn't say more because he had some doubts in his heart. This English that Suzy-san said, he had thought that it had already existed, but he didn't think that it was Suzy-san's truly original spirit skill. That meant that on this continent, although English as the language of the ancient gods possessed incredible power, it did not mean that all English could be found on this continent. What factor? Han-hee was not believing that Suzy-san had created a spirit skill that reached the earth rank, or even the heaven rank, and the people around him, too, were not believing it, not to look down on Suzy-san, but if within this academy, two demons came out, one creating his own heaven rank technique, and the other creating his own heaven rank spirit skill, how horrifying would that be? Everyone here, I'm afraid, would be struck to death. The first factor, naturally, is that Suzy-san's spirit power isn't enough. This, although not the most important factor, is still one of them. Yang Chen patiently explained. Han-hee, who was on the side, nodded his head. Spiritual skills were different from feats. If the spiritual power was not enough, naturally, one would not be able to bring out the power of the spiritual skills. This was a well-known thing. What about the second point? Suzy-san, at this moment, couldn't help but inquire as well. She always felt that this spirit skill she had created was definitely more powerful than simply a middle grade Shin rank. Hearing Suzy-san's inquiry, Yang Chen only smiled faintly, then spoke. The second point, naturally, is that your pronunciation of the language of the ancient gods is not very standardized. If you can pronounce the language of the ancient gods correctly, the power will naturally be different, for example, like this. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the crowd was slightly stunned, and then immediately realized that Yang Chen was planning to correct the spirit skill that Suzy-san had created, to bring out the so-called heavenly rank potential contained in it. Hearing Yang Chen's words, everyone was immediately looking over with curiosity, because they knew that Yang Chen was probably going to perfect the ancient deity languages that Suzy-san had created. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so concerned, but the Yang Chen in front of them was someone who had comprehended all 10 ancient deity languages within the Purple Feather Academy, and just now, right here, he had created a set of heavenly rank techniques, which was something that those mighty powerhouses were unable to do with their existence. At this moment, let alone Yang Chen wanting to perfect the ancient deity language spiritual skills created by Suzy-san, even if Yang Chen still wanted to create new spiritual skills to come, they all believed it. At this moment, Suzy-san, a pair of clear eyes, also stared curiously at Yang Chen. Just now Yang Chen said, she still very much recognized, not enough spiritual power, is one of the factors, but not the most important factor. Unable to send out the standard language of the ancient deities, is the most important. But the Yang Chen in front of him could, no matter what ancient deity language it was, in his mouth, he was able to emit a true tone. This was something that these people, were unable to do, even if they heard it in their ears. They were unable to truly emit this ancient deity language out. I don't know how this guy did it. Although Suzy-san had never heard the real ancient deity language, every time she heard the ancient deity language emitted by Yang Chen, she would feel in her heart that this was the sound, that the ancient deity language should sound like this. But even so, she couldn't repeat it. This was a limitation, an innate limitation. But Yang Chen acted as if he didn't have this limitation. If I'm not mistaken, the language of the ancient gods that you created should be. Yang Chen paused and opened his mouth once more, still in very clear English, blade light and sword shadow. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy erupted out with Yang Chen at the center. At this moment, everyone was shocked, because in the moment just now, they felt a suffocating aura. It was a feeling of danger, true life and death danger. Along with this aura that erupted out, there was also a blade and sword light and shadow condensed with spiritual energy, although it was only a light and shadow, but the people present did not dare to have the slightest underestimation. They all felt the palpitating fluctuations from those light shadows, and they knew clearly that if Yang Chen controlled these sword and light shadows and attacked them, none of the students in the inner courtyard would be able to withstand it. Even Dean Han-hee and the others, at this time, they all felt very tricky. This spirit skill was too strong, at least the earth class, although it did not reach the power of the heaven class, but this was because Yang Chen's strength was not strong either, although his language of the ancient gods was very accurate, but it was not enough strength itself. Otherwise, the power would definitely be able to reach the heavenly rank, and at that time, even they would not be able to receive the attack of a heavenly rank spiritual skill. Phew! Yang Chen exhaled a breath, and those sword lights and shadows disappeared. It had all just lasted less than a few breaths, and it had consumed all of his spiritual energy. If it was the body-tempering realm, he was afraid that it would be gone in a single breath. The power of this spirit skill, if Dean you guys used it, it would at least reach the heavenly rank, but it can't be helped. My realm is too low. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly. If he was a bit stronger, he should be able to fully utilize the power of Blade Light and Sword Shadow. Well, sure enough, the power of this spirit skill should be able to reach the heavenly rank. I didn't think that my Purple Feather Academy would be able to produce the two of you. Han He nodded slightly, then took out 2 white jade bottles, and said to Yang Chen and Su Zishan, I have 2 chi-embracing pills here, which belongs to the second grade pills, and is just suitable for the essence refining realm, so you guys take them. Afterwards, in the competition with the Purple Flame Academy, perhaps you guys will have a chance to get on, but before that, you must reach the chi transformation realm. Many thanks, Dean. Yang Chen and Su Zishan were not polite. This was an elixir, in this continent, apart from spiritual treasures, it was elixirs that were the most expensive, of course, it also depended on the level, a second-grade elixir, it also cost quite a few spirit stones. Han He could take it out, it must be because he saw their talent. Yang Chen and the others were naturally not polite. Alright, everyone go and cultivate, if we can win the competition with Purple Flame Academy, there will be rewards at that time. Han He said to the surrounding crowd at this time, he had never given anyone else pills, so in order to avoid internal problems, he naturally had to hang on to the rewards. Yes, Dean. The crowd naturally felt much more comfortable in their hearts when they heard that there was a reward. Yang Chen had created a heavenly rank technique, Su Zishan had created a heavenly rank spirit skill, these two had an unlimited future, they couldn't even wait to flatter them, so naturally, they would not be jealous. After the dean and the others left, the 3 of them, Ning Zhuyun, also followed them. Their talents were not weak, although they could not create heavenly rank techniques or spiritual skills. But if they were asked to flatter Yang Chen and Su Zishan, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do it either, so naturally they wouldn't stay here, only hoping that their strength could break through and improve once again. As for the others, at this time, the first one took over and surrounded both Yang Chen and Su Zishan. Your talents are too strong, aren't they? Heavenly ranked techniques, heavenly ranked spirit techniques, all of them can be created? At this time, Xiang Shuwan was still shocked in his heart. Heavenly rank, that's heavenly rank. In the entire continent, one does not know how many heavenly rank techniques there are. As a result, it was created by these 2 people who are even younger than him? If this were to spread out, it would be a sensation in the entire continent? Of course, if it was spread out, there would only be 2 results, either it would be pulled in by a great power, or it would be killed by a great power. Things like destroying it if you can't get it are not uncommon in this continent. I only create Qian rank spirit techniques. Su Zishan said in a calm tone, the spirit skill she had created was nothing more than the middle grade of the Qian rank, and the latter had only been raised to the heaven rank because Yang Chen had used the correct language of the ancient deities. I count it as perfect at most. Yang Chen said in a calm tone. Although this English language was indeed in his mind, it was the first to be spoken by Su Zishan on this continent. Then it was also considered a spirit skill created by Su Zishan. No matter what, the talent of you two can be much stronger than me. In the future, you can bring me along. At this moment, Meng Xiao, the first to say, his talent, in the inner courtyard, could be ranked in the top 5, meaning that among the entire Purple Feather Academy students, it was also the 5th existence. But now, he thought that his talent was not enough and wanted to hug his thigh. Yeah, bring me along too. Xiang Shuwan, who was on the side, also hurriedly said at this time. And me too. Bring me along too. The others, too, wanted to hug their thighs. At this age, at this realm, they have created a heavenly ranked technique. In the future, as long as there are no surprises, they will definitely be able to stand at the top of the continent. So let's make a good relationship first. Uplifting. Right at this time, Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth with a sentence in the language of the ancient gods. The crowd who were still waiting to hold their thighs in excitement, at this moment, their faces instantly flushed, their heartbeats accelerated, and their minds were empty. I'm not ready. Someone exclaimed and hurriedly entered the cultivation state. The crowd hurriedly entered the cultivation state, knowing that the language of the ancient gods used by Yang Chen could last for at least half an hour. And during this period of time, they would be able to comprehend their techniques and spirit skills, and all of them would be upgraded by a notch. Looking at the crowd that had entered a state of cultivation, Yang Chen first walked towards the downstairs. Su Zishan was not affected, and after giving Yang Chen a somewhat curious look, she withdrew her gaze and entered the cultivation state. After Yang Chen left the book collection pavilion, he headed towards the place where the dean lived. Although he could create a heavenly rank Gongfu, but if he wanted to be more perfect, he still needed other Gongfu for reference. Yang Chen himself knew English. He didn't want to have so much English in his mind, and in the end, just like the people in this continent, the Gongfu he created was only of the heavenly rank. This was for Yang Chen, at least he would not allow himself to only achieve the heavenly rank. He wanted to study more Gongfu, more advanced Gongfu, find the English contained in them, and then combine it with the English in his own mind to reach a higher level. If he, who possessed so much English, could only create heavenly ranked feats that people on this continent who were not familiar with the English language could create, then for Yang Chen, it would be tantamount to wasting such a good innate condition. Soon, Yang Chen caught up with Han He and the others. After all, they hadn't traveled very far after just leaving the book collection pavilion. Dean! Yang Chen shouted, then quickly followed. Yang Chen? Is there something wrong? When Han He saw that it was Yang Chen coming over, he asked with a smile. Is there any place where I can get my hands on an earth-ranked technique? Yang Chen asked first. Upon hearing this, Han He was slightly stunned, and then frowned before shaking his head. This I don't know. Earth rank techniques can be encountered but not sought. I haven't come across any for so many years, perhaps only in those powerful clans, or families, there are them. This South Cliff Prefecture was only a small place and nothing more. For so many years, I had never heard of an Earth rank technique appearing. There isn't? Yang Chen was a little disappointed. If he could obtain a volume of Earth-ranked Gongfu, perhaps he could still comprehend more. Perhaps his so-called created heaven-ranked Gongfu could still be enhanced even more. This was something that Yang Chen was still confident in. He had a lot more English in his mind than anyone else in this world, and there was still a way to do just a little enhancement. You've already created a heaven-ranked technique to come. What do you need an Earth-ranked technique for? Han He asked with some curiosity. The heavenly ranked Gongfu that Yang Chen had created now was red in the eyes of even them. It was just a pity that this heavenly ranked Gongfu was made up of the languages of two ancient gods that they had never learned. Even if Yang Chen was willing to teach them, there was simply no way to learn it up. But Yang Chen, who had created the heavenly ranked Gongfu, actually wanted the earth ranked Gongfu. They were really a bit puzzled. I want to perfect the heavenly ranked Gongfu. I need at least earth ranked Gongfu to be able to inspire me. Yang Chen said casually. He was quite dissatisfied with the current Gongfu. At most it belonged to the lower grade of the heavenly rank. For Yang Chen, it was much worse than what he had imagined. If there was an earth rank Gongfu, he could study it and meld it, but if there wasn't, he would have to try it one English at a time. I see. Han He nodded slightly at this time. If Yang Chen could perfect the Gongfu even more, it would definitely be better, but unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to help out. I've heard that there will be an auction 2 months after the Xin Guangjai, and this time, there will be a volume of earth rank techniques up for auction. Right at this moment, the Vice Dean Fan Xiu on the site suddenly said, Xin Guangjai? This name, Yang Chen was unfamiliar, and in his mind, there was no memory of this place. It looked like the original owner had never been there or heard of it either. Xin Guangjai is a chamber of commerce that is quite influential in the entire continent, specializing in all kinds of auctions, and there is no shortage of exotic treasures, but those who want to enter it and participate in the auctions need to have a certain amount of assets, or else, they don't even have the qualifications to go in. Fan Xiu explained to Yang Chen. Well, but the Xin Guangjai's requirement for assets is quite high. Even the Purple Feather Academy is not qualified to go in. At this moment, Dean Han He, his old face suddenly flushed. This Purple Feather Academy, in South Cliff State, was considered a very powerful academy, and the surrounding dynasties, families, and even clans would send their disciples to come and study. It could be said that in the South Cliff State, only the Purple Flame Academy could compete with the Purple Feather Academy, these two major forces, which had divided the entire South Cliff State into two, with each of them entrenched in a corner. And even such a powerful existence didn't have the means to enter a Xin Guangjai's auction? Don't be surprised, Xin Guangjai is a very powerful existence in the entire southern wasteland. It's normal to have high requirements. Seeing that Yang Chen was a bit strange, Yang Bin explained a sentence. Then, what is the requirement for assets? Yang Chen asked with some curiosity. There were still 2 months to go, so perhaps there was still a chance? You must have at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones to enter. Fan Xiu said. On this continent, spirit stones were divided into low, middle and high orders, and 1 high-order spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 middle-order spirit stones, which could be exchanged for 1,000 low-order spirit stones. In other words, in order to enter, one had to have at least 1 billion low-rank spirit stones. Yang Chen only had 35 low-rank spirit stones on him right now, or he had saved them with frugality. No wonder the Purple Feather Academy was not qualified to enter the Xin Guangjai's auction, not to mention 1 million high-level spirit stones. Even if it was 100,000 high-level spirit stones, the Purple Feather Academy couldn't take it out of. Yang Chen, cultivate well, with your talent, and now have the heavenly grade technique. South Cliff State can't limit you. Outside there is a wider world waiting for you to break through. Maybe now can't enter that Xin Guangjai's auction. Someday you will definitely be able to do it. Han He could see Yang Chen's thoughts and exhorted. Yang Chen nodded slightly. I know, thank you Dean. Yang Chen did not go back to the book collection pavilion, but instead, he went back to his room. The door here had been replaced with a new one. I think it must have been arranged by Elder Lu. Brother Chen, you're back. Just as Yang Chen had just walked to the door, a voice came over. He looked over and saw the few people who had come to pick a fight in the morning. What? You guys still want to continue picking a fight? Yang Chen looked at the few people and asked indifferently. If they still wanted to continue, Yang Chen didn't mind first taking a heavy hand on them. Things don't happen in threes. No, misunderstanding. Brother Chen, it was all a misunderstanding before. How could we pick a fight? We came over to take a look. What does Brother Chen need? Cleaning, cooking and washing clothes and whatnot. You can order us to do it. The man at the head hurriedly nodded his head and replied. In his eyes, he was filled with scorn. After being punished by Elder Lu today, he warned them that if they really angered Yang Chen, even if he wanted to kill someone, the academy would not intervene. This sentence shocked them. The Academy Capital One was acting with fairness and justice. When would it side with a student? And what they found unbelievable was that it wasn't just the Academy that did this. Meng Jie's older brother, Meng Xiao, also warned them that if Yang Chen wanted to make a move, he wouldn't hesitate to take Yang Chen's side, or even help Yang Chen kill them. This also included cousin Meng Jie. Although they didn't know what Yang Chen's identity was, but the top 5 students of the inner courtyard, and even the Academy's elders, said so even if they were stupid, they knew that Yang Chen couldn't be messed with. So after receiving their punishment, they didn't run or go back, but ran to the door of Yang Chen's room and waited for Yang Chen to command. Do something? Yang Chen slightly froze, then smiled and said, "Just in time, I have something that I want to ask you guys." Inside Yang Chen's house, he was sitting on a chair, while Meng Ji and a few others were standing in front of him, looking not like the seniors of the inner academy, but rather like trainees waiting to be trained. "Brother Chen, if you have any commands, just go ahead and say it. As long as we can do it, we definitely won't refuse." The person in the lead, now Yang Chen knew, called Tang Liangjun, was the strongest amongst this group of people, with the strength of the 9th level of the refined essence realm, but after 2.5 years of cultivation in the inner academy, he had not been able to break through the Qi transformation realm. Naturally, there is no qualification to participate in the competition between the two colleges, every day in addition to cultivation, in addition to bullying newcomers, since the inner courtyard is also turn a blind eye, as a student who just entered the inner courtyard, attest. The more so, this Tang Liangjun is more arrogant, this time wanted to bully Yang Chen. The result is now being Lu Elder and Meng Xiao warned. Moreover, the first time to bully Yang Chen inexplicably demolished people's doors. A few people also scrambled up. Now they all knew that under Yang Chen's ancient deity language, they were all weaklings, so naturally they didn't dare to have any other thoughts, and it would be good if they only begged Yang Chen not to bully them. "Do you guys know how to earn spirit stones in the academy?" Yang Chen needed a large amount of spirit stones now, but he only had a handful of low-grade spirit stones on him, and that was far from enough. "Spirit stones? Does Brother Chen lack spirit stones? My family is a business family, there are quite a few spirit stones, if you need them, I'll go to my home first and get some for you." Tang Liangjun was stunned. Yang Chen needed spirit stones? This was a good opportunity to flatter Ah. Regardless of what strength Yang Chen was now, and regardless of Yang Chen's background status, even Meng Xiao, who was the 5th in the inner courtyard, and Elder Lu, had to flatter Yang Chen. Only a fool would not see that. "Yeah, my family also has spirit stones. That's right, our family also has quite a bit of inventory. If Brother Chen needs it, I'll go home and get it. Even though my family isn't a business family, it has a certain amount of reserves now, I'll go home and get them as well." There were no fools, everyone could see that Yang Chen's identity must be extraordinary, otherwise, it wouldn't make Elder Lu so polite. Could their family's heritage be compared to the Purple Feather Academy? Could the patriarch of the family have a higher status than Elder Lu? Was the strength as strong as Elder Lu? Then it was obvious that it wasn't. Since the Purple Feather Academy, which was stronger than even their family, and Elder Lu, all had to flatter Yang Chen, their family naturally needed to as well. "The amount of spirit stones I need is a bit much. I don't know if your family's savings are enough. Don't worry, I'll return what I borrow." Yang Chen thought about it. If it was really possible to get it together from these families of theirs, what if it was enough? At that time, it would be good to borrow it first, and at most write an IOU. There's no need to return it. "I don't know how much Brother Chen needs," Tang Liangjun quickly said with a smile. This was the best time to flatter Yang Chen. 1 million. Yang Chen first said, "Ah, $1 million? That much?" Tang Liangjun was slightly stunned, even if their family was very wealthy, but taking out 1 million low-level spirit stones, it was still a bit difficult. "It's fine, let's get a few families together, 100,000 or so each, and we'll have 1 million low-grade spirit stones," the person on the side first proposed. These few of them, their families were also relatively wealthy, although 1 million low-level spirit stones was a lot, but if a few families got together, it would still be no problem. "That's right, Brother Chen, don't worry about it, isn't it just 1 million low-level spirit stones? We'll put it together for you," Tang Liangjun said very atmospherically. "There's no need to return it." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen helplessly reminded, "What I said is high-rank spirit stones. It's not just 100 high-grade spirit stones? Brother Chen, are you kidding?" Originally, he was still thinking that if he asked for it back home, he would definitely be able to ask for more than 100,000 low-rank spirit stones, and as long as he told his family about the Academy's attitude with Elder Lu, there was absolutely no problem with that. But now, Yang Chen was asking for 1 million high-rank spirit stones. Even if they sold all of their Tang family's assets, they wouldn't be able to come up with 100,000 high-level spirit stones. "Ahem, Brother Chen, it's not that I don't want to help you, my family is only a small family, not to mention 1 million high-level spirit stones, even 100,000 high-level spirit stones can't come out," Tang Liangjun explained with some embarrassment. If he had known before that Yang Chen was asking for 1 million high-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have even opened his mouth. "Well, it's fine." Yang Chen nodded slightly. He also knew that this matter was unlikely. Even with so many clans, it was impossible to come up with 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Besides, why would people lend it to him? Then Yang Chen thought again and asked, "How much is the value of the gold?" "Gold? What is gold?" Tang Liangjun and the others were all confused. "What is gold again?" "It's a softer, shiny metal." Yang Chen thought for a moment and said. Upon hearing this, Tang Liangjun and the others froze for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about the gold shining ore?" With that, he also took out a piece of something, and Yang Chen took a look and nodded. "This is the right thing. The value of this golden light mine is not very high, after all. There are many of them. My family dug up a vein of golden light mine before, but it's not much use. After all, it's just an ordinary metal ore. It's not as good as spirit stones, and the family hasn't dug it up yet," Tang Liangjun explained. Yang Chen nodded helplessly, because just now he thought of an English, pointing a stone into gold. If it had value, he would first point a mountain, sell it for high-grade spirit stones, and then go and buy an earth-grade technique. Unfortunately, this path is also not feasible. The value of the gold, not as high as the spirit stone, and even found the vein, are too lazy to dig. But think about it, this gold is just a kind of ore, maybe used for refining weapons, or other roles, but because the quantity is too much, it is not rare, not even compared to the spirit stones that can be firstly used for cultivation and absorbing spiritual energy. Brother Chen, want to earn so many spirit stones, it is not easy, but I do have some ways to make money. The students of this academy, they all need cultivation resources, but also need all kinds of heavenly treasures that can increase the speed of cultivation. If you can find these words, it is worth a lot. The other thing is to hunt and kill the demonic beasts, that is covered in treasure. Although the strength of the demonic beasts here is not high, but it can make money as well. Tang Liangjun knew that Yang Chen wanted to earn spirit stones, but earning that much in a short period of time was impossible. It could only be done slowly and step by step. Demonic beasts? Heavenly treasures that enhance the speed of cultivation? Yang Chen was slightly stunned, then nodded. I see. Then what else does Brother Chen need to order? Tang Liangjun hurriedly asked. Yang Chen shook his head. Nothing for now, you guys go out. Good, then if you have anything, first call me. Tang Liangjun nodded his head in a hurry, and then led the few people beside him, and exited together, closing the door in the process. Watching a few people leave, Yang Chen's heart also already had a plan. Since the academy's people all want to improve their cultivation speed, then he can give up. Using this to earn spirit stones, there should be people who would like it. But before that, let's try this elixir first. Yang Chen looked at the elixir in his hand. It was the second grade elixir Yin Shi Dan that Han He had given him. After taking it, it could boost his own spiritual energy. However, Yang Chen didn't intend to take it for the first time. He planned to use English, which was the language of the ancient gods, to enhance the effects of this elixir. According to the information in my memory, the completeness of the elixir determines the effect of the elixir, so let me enhance the completeness of this elixir. Yang Chen thought about it, and then he made a decision. Let's use this English. The quality of pills was categorized into 1st grade to 9th grade, with 1st grade being the worst and 9th grade being the best, and at this moment, this Yin Shi Dan in Yang Chen's hand was only a 2nd grade pill. Although the effect was considered good for someone with the strength of the refined essence realm like him, the alchemist who made this 2nd grade elixir should not have a high strength, and this elixir was not the most perfect. According to the ancient records, the most perfect state of an elixir was the appearance of the Dan lines, and this was the most perfect effect that this elixir could bring out. Yang Chen took out the white jade bottle given by Hanhe, and exported one of the pills inside. At once a Dan fragrance entered Yang Chen's nose. Inhaling a mouthful, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was running a few points faster because of this mouthful of Dan fragrance. Sure enough, without the Dan lines, it's still not the most perfect state. Yang Chen looked at this chi embracing Dan in his hand. The quality could still be improved a little more. If it was anyone else, even a 5th grade alchemist would not be able to raise the quality of a fixed 2nd grade Dan Yun Shi Dan. But that didn't mean that there was no way out. Yang Chen's mind was almost entirely filled with the language of ancient deities, which meant that as long as he found an English language that could enhance the quality, he could firstly make this Yun Shi Dan perfect. Perfection by the day. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Chen firstly put the one English that popped up in his mind to use. Immediately, a mysterious power coalesced around Yang Chen, and gradually, there was spiritual energy converging inside the Yun Shi Dan in Yang Chen's hand. With the influx of spiritual energy, the surface of the aura Chidan also changed. Originally there were some relatively small holes on it, almost invisible, but now, those holes completely disappeared. The surface of the aura Chidan became smooth and incomparable. And most importantly, on top of this Dan, a circle of lines appeared. This is the Dan pattern, right? Yang Chen looked at the lines on the Dan pill in his hand. Needless to say, it was definitely a Dan pattern. But just when Yang Chen thought that the appearance of this Dan pattern was the moment when this pill had become perfect, a second circle of Dan patterns appeared. There is even a second circle? This was something that Yang Chen did not have such knowledge in his mind. Immediately after that, it was the 3rd circle of Dan lines that appeared, and it was only after the first to this circle of Dan lines appeared that the Dan lines did not continue to appear. The special fluctuations in the surroundings also disappeared, and the spiritual energy also returned to normal once again. It seems that the 3-stripe elixir is the best. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the 3-stripe impregnated chi pill in his hand. Try it. Without much hesitation, Yang Chen first threw the pill into his mouth, and just as this Yun Shi Dan entered his mouth, he felt that the Yin Shi Dan had disappeared, and in its place was a stream of spiritual energy. This spiritual power, towards Yang Chen's western limbs and bones flow, and then surged into the Dantian. This spiritual power, with the usual absorption is not quite the same. There is no need to refine. This spiritual power will be gathered into the Dantian in the first place. This feeling was very marvelous, but the speed of this absorption was not very fast. Yang Chen set out the seal of cultivation. Chi through the rainbow. Yang Chen first used the language of the ancient gods to help with the absorption, and in just an instant, the speed of that absorption first doubled several times. The spiritual energy contained in a chi containment pill would take an average essence refining realm strength at least 3 hours of absorption before it could be absorbed. But Yang Chen, with the help of the language of the ancient deity, hardened himself and only took half an hour to finish absorbing it. Boom! Right at this moment, an aura erupted from within Yang Chen's body. Strength has risen some more. Yang Chen felt the spiritual energy flowing in his body, and it was a few points more majestic than before. According to the calculations now, my strength should be at the 5th level of the essence refining realm. A second-ranked Yunqi pill has actually raised my strength by 2 levels. Yang Chen felt a little unbelievable. A second-grade elixir that could raise his strength by 1 weight was already considered good. It was probably because he was able to have so much spiritual power after raising the elixir to the 3rd stripe. However, the increase in strength was also a good thing for Yang Chen. Beauty, you can't go in. Just at this time, a voice came in from outside. It was Meng Ji's voice. I want to see Yang Chen. When another voice sounded, Yang Chen knew who it was. The person who came was Su Zishan. What is she doing here? Yang Chen was a bit puzzled in his heart, but he still got up and walked towards the door. The first connection opened the door just in time to see Su Zishan walking towards this side. What's wrong? Yang Chen asked. Seeing Yang Chen come out, Meng Ji hurriedly said, Is Brother Chen done practicing? Just now, I sensed that you were practicing, so I didn't let the beauty disturb you. It's fine. Yang Chen shook his head and looked towards Su Zishan, who was not far away, and asked, Is there something wrong? Today, you helped me perfect the language of the ancient deities. This is an elixir, for you. Su Zishan took out a white jade bottle, the same as the one Yang Chen had just had, both of which were also given by Han He today. When he saw this white jade bottle, Yang Chen shook his head. Since it was given by the dean, it's naturally yours. I'm already at the peak of the essence refining realm. This second-grade impregnating chi pill, it's useless to me. Su Zishan said, throwing the white jade bottle to Yang Chen. Meng Ji and the others beside him listened in awe. Perfecting the language of an ancient deity? Yang Chen? How was this possible? But on second thought, they immediately realized that no wonder Elder Lu would think so highly of Yang Chen, and even said that even if they were killed in the academy wouldn't care about such words. It turned out that Yang Chen's terrifying talent was actually the language of the ancient gods? At this time, a few people had already made up their minds that they must hold on to Yang Chen's ancient deity language. How can this be perfected? All 3 views were shattered. Su Zishan didn't care about their shocked expressions. After giving the second-grade pill to Yang Chen, she first turned around and left. What if it's a 3rd stripe impregnated chi pill? At this time, Yang Chen suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Su Zishan stopped her steps and looked towards Yang Chen. She was not surprised by what Yang Chen said about the 3rd stripe impregnated chi dan, nor was she as confused as Meng Ji and the rest of them. It seemed that Su Zishan had long known that in this world, there were still 3 stripe pills in existence. It was only after a few moments that she spoke once more. After every pill is refined, its quality is already fixed. Even the most powerful alchemists are unable to raise the quality of the pills, and this one is just an ordinary second-grade aura chi pill. After saying that, Su Zishan once again turned around and walked away. Perfecting by the day. Yang Chen gave a low shout in the language of the ancient gods. At that instant, that marvelous fluctuation swept over once more, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce towards that one pill in Yang Chen's hand. Just as this marvelous fluctuation appeared, Su Zishan instantly turned around and looked towards Yang Chen, and in her eyes, a shocking color appeared. Su Zishan sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy was continuously pouring into that one second-grade impregnating chi pill in Yang Chen's hand. Only this wonderful fluctuation didn't last for too long. Before it first disappeared, Yang Chen put the dan in his hand back into the white jade bottle in his hand, and once again threw it to Su Zishan. After the result of the white jade bottle, Su Zishan did not have the slightest stay, firstly opened the white jade bottle in her hand, and poured out the inner chi dan inside. Then she was shocked to realize that it was a 3-stripe impregnated chi pill. The 3rd stripe impregnated chi pill. Now on this continent, there was simply no alchemist who was able to make a perfect 3-stripe elixir, but no one had ever thought of using the language of the ancient gods to enhance the quality of the elixir. Perhaps someone had thought of it, but there was simply no such language of the ancient gods, or if there was, no one could repeat it, which led to this continent, there was no 3-stripe agglomeration elixir. Perhaps this was also the reason why the 3-stripe pills had disappeared, but now, Yang Chen had done it. He had really taken an ordinary aura chi pill and elevated its quality, turning it into a 3-stripe aura chi pill. You can raise the quality of a pill? At this moment, Su Zishan finally opened her mouth to inquire. There should be no problem. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly. His English was able to enhance the quality of a second-grade elixir, and it should be no problem to enhance other elixirs as well, but correspondingly, the higher the quality of the elixir, the more spiritual energy it would require, and if it exceeded the range that Yang Chen's spiritual energy was able to withstand, there would be no way out. Although these 3 lines of impregnating chi dan are good, but for me, the second-grade pills are still too bad. I have a few 3rd-grade conceiving spirit pills here. Can you help me to improve the quality a little bit, and also not let you work for nothing? I can give you 2 of them as a reward. Su Zishan first took out a white jade bottle to look at Yang Chen. Her eyes were still as cold as ever, even with a hint of hostility. But inside, there was some surprise. How did this guy do it? In the beginning, no matter how strong his talent was, it was impossible for him to do all this. In these few years, in his body, what exactly had happened? I don't want the elixir. You convert it into spirit stones and give it to me. Yang Chen shook his head. He possessed a heavenly ranked technique. If he just cultivated, it was actually no slower than taking pills. If that was the case, why would he waste the pills? It would be better to exchange the pills for spirit stones, and at that time, he could go and try to auction off that earth order technique. Perhaps if he studied it a little bit, his heaven order technique could be upgraded once again. Okay. Su Zishan barely gave it a second thought before she initialed her agreement. A 3rd-grade conception spirit pill was worth around 5,000 spirit stones. If it was a 3rd stripe conception spirit pill, then it should be worth 20,000 spirit stones. 2 of them would be 70,000 spirit stones. After all, it's just an ordinary third-grade elixir conception spirit pill. It can only enhance strength, and how much it absorbs depends on the individual's talent. If it absorbs less, it might not be as good as 20,000 spirit stones. However, a 3-stripe conception spirit pill should be able to absorb more spiritual energy, and it wasn't a loss. At least in Su Zishan's opinion, she was able to absorb all the spiritual energy in the 3-stripe conception spirit pill, and this 3-stripe conception spirit pill could be absorbed even at the Qi transformation realm. This is the Shiwan Spirit Stone, and inside this are 5 conception spirit pills. Su Zishan firstly handed over the spirit stones and pills, all to Yang Chen. This made Yang Chen a little surprised. There were only 5 conception spirit pills, and she even took out 2 of them as payment? However, Meng Ji and the others around him were not surprised. What Su Zishan took out was just 2 ordinary third-grade pills, and it was still a conception spirit pill. The price should be around 10,000 spirit stones. Even if Yang Chen took it, he would need to raise himself to the 3rd grade. According to the value of the 3 pregnancy spirit pills, if they are all raised to the 3rd stripe, the value can be raised by 15,000 spirit stones. 3 is to raise the price of 75,000 spirit stones, to give 10,000 spirit stones to Yang Chen. In fact, it is not much. And now it's even more 5 first picks to raise. Give Yang Chen Shiwan Lingshire would not be too much, just they also did not expect Yang Chen make money so fast. West 10,000 spirit stones are their family's income for a month, perfecting day by day. Yang Chen first poured out the 5 conceiving spirit pills, and then used English to enhance it. This time, the enhancement was also very fast, and the moment Yang Chen's words had just fallen, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards those 5 conception spirit pills in Yang Chen's hands. And at this time, Yang Chen also felt that his own spiritual energy was drained of about 80%, and almost fainted first. It seems that the spiritual power still needs to be improved before it can be utilized. Just 5 third-grade pills almost drained my spiritual power. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly and said in his heart. A few moments later, above those 5 third-grade conceiving spirit pills, it was raised to the 3rd stripe amidst the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd. It's really become a 3rd stripe. 3rd-grade conception spirit pill. This power of absorption, spiritual power should be able to raise quite a bit. This 3rd stripe conception spirit pill is also extremely beneficial for those in the essence refining realm, and even raising to the Qi transformation realm, it's all effective. The surrounding people, you said one thing and I said another. Su Zishan, who was not far away, also looked deeply at Yang Chen, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest, making people somewhat unable to guess what was in her heart. Here you go, next time you want to upgrade, you can also look for me, but you need spirit stones. Yang Chen put those 5 3-stripe conception spirit pills into the white jade bottle before handing them back to Su Zishan. This way of earning spirit stones was still not bad. With a single boost, there was an income of Shiwan spirit stones. But thinking about it, this method of upgrading the quality of the pills, only Yang Chen could use it. Even if other people wanted to steal it, they couldn't learn it. The language of the ancient gods, it was difficult for people in this world. Even the Su Zishan in front of her, who had such a high talent in the language of the ancient deities, did not have the ability to learn away this one of Yang Chen's language of the ancient deities after listening to it twice, so one could imagine how difficult it was. Moreover, even if they did learn it away, the pronunciation was inaccurate. The effect must not be as good as when Yang Chen used it, and the quality of the elixir enhancement would not be very high. In other words, Yang Chen's talent was only one of a kind, and no one else could steal it or replicate it, which also gave Yang Chen a new way of thinking about earning spirit stones. Thank you. Su Zishan nodded slightly, and she turned towards her own house. Can you guys do me a favor? Yang Chen looked towards the Meng Ji few people on the side and asked, only that there was an undeniable tone in his voice. Of course, what are Chen's orders? Meng Ji and the others hastily nodded their heads. Now they could know why Elder Lu and Meng Xiao would help Yang Chen so much. Being able to enhance the quality of the pills, this point, was enough for countless people to flatter. Ordinary pills might not be able to see the power of this ability, but if they were to be replaced with other pills, such as pills that could elevate realms, an ordinary pill could only increase the chances of elevating to the next realm by 30%, whereas a 3-stripe perfect quality pill could increase the chances of elevation by more than 60%. How to choose was clear to everyone. Distribute the news throughout the entire academy, especially the inner courtyard. Tell them that I can enhance the quality of the elixir, and also, I have a way to briefly enhance enlightenment. Yang Chen said in a calm tone. However, Meng Ji and the others on the side were all stunned at this moment. Briefly raising enlightenment? This was something that human power could do? Suddenly, they reacted violently to the language of the ancient gods. If there was human power that could change talent, even for a short period of time, it was only the language of the ancient gods. Just how many ancient deity languages did Yang Chen know? And by the looks of it, none of them seemed quite the same. Well, remember to collect the spirit stones and have them bring enough of them. Yang Chen reminded. Okay, got it, Brother Chen. Meng Ji, a few people, hurriedly left, each scattering to go amongst the academy, spreading the news. Watching a few people leave, Yang Chen at this time, only then did he walk back to his room without any panic, now that he had an extra 11 million spirit stones. In Yang Chen's opinion, this was hope, although he couldn't turn a stone into gold, but letting the pills improve their quality, that was also making money in the language of the ancient gods, which was also considered a good thing. And not long after Meng Ji and the others left, Yang Chen ushered in his first customer, only this customer made Gu Yan a little surprised. After waiting for no more than a moment, Yang Chen waited for the first guest that belonged to him, and it was still an acquaintance. Tutor Xiao Yu. The one who came was not someone else, it was the teacher Xiaoyu who had taught Yang Chen in the outer courtyard before, and as far as he could remember, this Xiaoyu's character was quite good, and she had been arrested for sleeping during class that time as well. Yang Chen, I heard that you can improve the quality of pills here? As soon as Xiaoyu came in, she opened the door and said. Yang Chen nodded slightly, yes, but the quality can't exceed the 5th grade, otherwise, my spiritual energy won't be enough. There was no way around it, just lifting 5 third-grade pills of conception spirit pills had almost made Yang Chen faint, making it clear to him that his current spiritual power could only lift the quality of 5th-grade pills at most, and if it exceeded the 5th grade, his spiritual power would be emptied out. Yang Chen wasn't sure if this would affect his future cultivation and didn't want to try, besides, even if he emptied his spiritual energy, it was unlikely that he would succeed. I also have to be able to afford 5th-grade pills before I can do that. Hearing this, Xiaoyu also smiled helplessly. A 5th-grade elixir was worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and it was still the most common type of healing. If it had a better effect, or a rarer elixir, even millions of spirit stones would be possible. It was simply not something she could qualify to purchase. This is a 3rd-grade elixir. I purchased it at the beginning and was going to save it for when I impacted the void returning realm, but the quality is too low, and I don't feel like I have a high success rate. If you can help me improve the quality, I'll give you 50,000 spirit stones as a reward. This 3rd-grade pill, named Qi Transformation Pill, although it was Qi Transformation, it could increase the chances of a Qi Transformation realm powerhouse stepping into the void returning realm. When it was first purchased, Xiaoyu had only spent 50,000 spirit stones. After all, the chances of it raising was only 20%. And now Xiaoyu, if she wanted to elevate to the void returning realm, the success rate was no more than 30%, adding up to only 50%. She really didn't have the guts to try it. After all, if she failed, then she didn't know when and how long it would be before she would have such a chance. If one was not careful and fell in the middle of the impact, then there would be nothing left. So if she could spend another 50,000 to improve the quality and raise the chances of impacting the return to void realm, Xiaoyu felt that it was very worth it. Qi Transformation Pill? Receiving the pill in Xiaoyu's hand, Yang Chen looked at it for a moment and recognized that it was a Qi Transformation Pill, which belonged to the more common pills. However, the function was a bit special, and the price was just as different from the Conceiving Spirit Pill, which was a lot more expensive. How is it? Can it be elevated? Xiaoyu hurriedly asked. This was very important to her. It can be elevated, but how much it can be elevated, I'm not sure. Yang Chen thought about it and said he hadn't elevated it either. He couldn't say that it was 100% elevated to the 3rd stripe, but it could definitely be elevated. This, he was still sure of. Then he was preparing to raise it, but he saw that tutor Xiaoyu nodded, and then exited Yang Chen's room, and even closed the door of the room with his hand. Actually, Yang Chen wasn't worried about being seen by others, but Xiaoyu's approach made him feel somewhat at ease. That's how you'll be elevated in the future. Yang Chen smiled and sat down. Then he looked at the 3rd-grade Qi Transformation Pill in his hand. After all, the uses of the pills were different, and so was the difficulty when upgrading. Perfection by the day. Yang Chen used English with a proper diction and uttered these Western words. Immediately, strands of spiritual energy poured into the Qi Transformation Pill within his hand from all directions in the west. This time, the spiritual energy that consumed Yang Chen first consumed half of it, before giving Su Zisun a boost. 5 only consumed 80%, now a single one first consumed half of the spiritual energy, which was also able to illustrate that the effect of this Qi Transformation Dan was far higher than the Conception Spirit Dan. Fortunately, teacher Xiaoyu only needed one. If I wanted more, I really wouldn't be able to raise it. Yang Chen looked helplessly at the Qi Transformation Pill in his hand. Strands of spiritual energy, from the west, kept pouring in. Obviously, the spiritual energy required for this one pill was very much in abundance. Now it's just a matter of waiting for this one elixir to absorb enough spiritual energy and see to what extent it can be raised. After staring at the elixir for a few moments, a pattern finally appeared on top of the elixir. This was the Dan pattern, but at this moment, this elixir was still absorbing spiritual energy, proving that it hadn't reached a saturated state yet. Soon, the second Dan pattern appeared again. 3 lines? When the last Dan pattern appeared, Yang Chen also finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to look at the effects of this current Qi Transformation Dan, as long as it was a 3rd grade Dan, he would be able to raise it to the 3rd stripe. It's a pity that there is no Western grade pill, otherwise, it would be possible to try it. Yang Chen put away the Qi Transformation Pill in his hand that had reached the 3rd stripe and had stopped absorbing spiritual energy, and put it into a white jade bottle. Getting up, he opened the door and looked at Xiaoyu, who was anxiously waiting outside. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Xiaoyu hurriedly inquired, "How is it?" Yang Chen smiled faintly, handed the white jade bottle in his hand to Xiaoyu, and spoke, "Luckily, I didn't dishonor you." "Good, good." Xiaoyu excitedly received the white jade bottle, opened it and first froze in place. 3 lines of Qi Transformation Dan. Xiaoyu uttered in shock. She had originally thought that Yang Chen would only be able to improve the quality of this Dan, and that it would be very good for the Dan lines to appear in the end. This was only what she had hoped for. After all, to raise the quality and also have the Dan lines appear, a high-grade alchemist might not even be able to do it. But now, Yang Chen had done it, and had hardened it to 3 lines. This one pill was worth at least $300,000, and it was still priced without a market. If Xiaoyu took this Qi transformation pill, her chances of raising to the void returning realm would increase to at least 50%, and with her own talent, she should be able to reach 80%. This was almost a steady ability to step into the void returning realm. Yang Chen, this is 100,000 spirit stones. Don't say the teacher is stingy, this is my savings for a few years. Count me as owing you a favor. If you need it in the future, just look for me. Xiaoyu first handed over 100,000 spirit stones to Yang Chen. This was a 3-stripe Qi transformation pill, even if the pill was provided by her, but this enhancement, it was worth the price. Good. Yang Chen just nodded. 100,000 spirit stones. Xiao received it. He was in great need of spirit stones right now. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite with Xiaoyu, otherwise, how long would it take to gather 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones? Xiaoyu chatted with Yang Chen for a few moments before turning around and leaving. From the beginning to the end, her face, all of them carried a hint of a smile. That was a joy that could not be concealed. Of course, so did Yang Chen. This was 100,000 spirit stones, together with the ones given by Su Zishan before. There was a total of 100 million spirit stones. I just hope that more people will come. Yang Chen returned to the house and muttered. This time, he didn't slack off either, closing his eyes and starting to cultivate his spiritual power. Concentrate and concentrate. When Yang Chen's English came out, the spiritual energy within the surrounding space detached itself and surged into his brow, converging within the Mudball Palace. He needed to recover his own spiritual energy within this time. Next, there should be a steady stream of trainees coming to his door. After all, Instructor Xiaoyu didn't even resist the temptation. As expected, it was not what Yang Chen expected. Soon after he had recovered all of his spiritual energy, there were other trainees who came, but on their faces, they all had some skepticism. Yang Chen was also clear that these people were afraid that Meng Ji and the others had forced their way here, wanting high-level pills very much, but with some skepticism. If it wasn't for Meng Ji and the others, he was afraid that no one would believe that he could enhance the quality of the pills. Brother Chen. When he saw Yang Chen come out, Tang Lianjun hurriedly greeted him. If it was because of Elder Lu's relationship with Meng Xiao before, now it was completely voluntary. Yang Chen's talent and strength, they had all seen it several times already. If they still didn't know what should be done, then they could go home. As for those people around them, looking at Tang Lianjun and treating Yang Chen like this, they were all dumbfounded. They all knew clearly what kind of person Tang Lianjun was in the inner courtyard. Cultivation was not too good, making things difficult for newcomers was very strong, but they had never seen him treat a newcomer like this. At this time, the crowd also had some curiosity about Yang Chen, carefully sizing him up, and there were a few female trainees who couldn't take their eyes off him after one look. When did such a handsome teenager come to the inner courtyard? They were able to enter the inner courtyard. Naturally, they had good talent, and the mundane ones couldn't look at them. But Yang Chen also entered the inner courtyard, proving that the talent must be good, plus good looking. Jane first was a plus. At this time, they have some curiosity about Yang Chen's talent. Maybe. Brother Chen, these people, they all want to upgrade the quality of the pills. I wonder what the price is? Tang Lianjun inquired. They hadn't said the price before, and it was only after the people had been pulled over that they remembered. The price of a first stripe elixir is 1/10 of the original price of the elixir. The price of a second stripe elixir is 1/3 of the original price, and the price of a third stripe elixir is half of the original price. Yang Chen first took over and said. Hearing this price, the crowd didn't have much of a feeling. If they were able to improve the quality of the elixir, not to mention half of the original price, even if it was the original price, they could accept it. The main thing was that it could be done. I have a second-grade elixir here worth 10,000 spirit stones. If it's upgraded to a third stripe, I can give you 5,000 spirit stones. Just when the crowd was a bit hesitant and curious, a young girl came over and first took a white jade bottle out and handed it to Yang Chen. In her eyes, there was more or less a bit of a strange sentiment. Good. Yang Chen nodded slightly, and after receiving the bottle of elixir, he turned around and entered the room. Watching Yang Chen close the door of the room behind him, someone on the side curiously asked that young girl, "In Min, you just handed the elixir over to him like that? Aren't you afraid that he'll first take it and give it to you to use? It's just a 10,000 spirit stone elixir. I think he can still be trusted." Yin smiled faintly and didn't say much, only looking at the door of the room. In fact, in her heart, she was also a bit distrustful, but it couldn't be helped. That teenager was too good looking, and just now she couldn't help but give him the elixir. Now cannot say do not believe, but also pretend to be indifferent. Look, that is 10,000 spirit stone, her family every month to her living expenses, but also 30,000 spirit stone and only. But then again, if this elixir can really be raised to 3 lines, then her strength can be refined a lot, the future back to the family, to see who else dares to look down on her. Just like this, Yin Long was flustered in her heart, but on the surface, she still pretended to be very relaxed, staring at the door of that room. Luckily, she wasn't made to wait long, and the door to that room opened. Here you go, a 3-stripe elixir, check it out. Yang Chen returned the white jade bottle to Yin Mizui. She hurriedly poured it out and examined it, while the people around her all looked over curiously. They were curious to know, could someone really improve the quality of an elixir? Hiss! When they saw that the pill in Yin Su's hand was really a 3-stripe pill, they immediately sucked in a breath of cool air without being calm. 3-stripe pills were only in legend, but now, they had actually seen it, and it wasn't an alchemist who had refined a 3-stripe pill, but rather, the quality had been upgraded to 3-stripe. This was much more difficult than refining. One must know that on this continent, there were a small number of alchemy masters that were able to refine a 1-stripe elixir, but they had never heard of any alchemist that could elevate an ordinary elixir into a 1-stripe elixir. But now, Yang Chen had done it, truly done it. My elixir is worth 30,000 spirit stones. If it really becomes a 3rd stripe, I'll give you 20,000 spirit stones. Mine is worth 50,000 spirit stones, and for the 3rd stripe, I'll give 50,000. My value is only 10,000 spirit stones, but to become a 3-stripe, I can give 12,000. The crowd spoke one by one, lest if they gave less, Yang Chen would not be willing to help in general. And at this time, the several people beside Tang Liangjun all looked dumbfounded. This inner courtyard people are all so rich? But they weren't surprised. That was a 3-stripe elixir? Brother Chen, I also have pills I want to upgrade. Right at this time, one person finally shouted, unable to hold back their elixir, also wanting to turn it into a 3rd stripe. You guys go and pull people for me. Pull 5 people to come and spend money, and I can give you a free upgrade to a 3rd stripe elixir. Yang Chen looked at Tang Liangjun and the others and said. Hearing this, Tang Liangjun and the others were excited. Free upgrade, or a 3-stripe? Without even saying much, they turned around and headed first towards the door. This time, the speed was not much faster than the last time. Brother Chen, I pull 5 people to consume. Is it also free to upgrade once? Just now Yang Chen's words did not whisper. The surrounding people heard clearly. At this time there was a person, hesitantly asked. He did not have much spirit stone to buy a potion. All spent all his savings, although Yang Chen did not charge a high fee, but for him, it was also a burden. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen nodded slightly. Of course you can. As long as anyone can pull in 5 people for consumption, they can get a free chance to improve. What he had just said was not just for Tang Liangjun to hear, but for the people around him. There were also poor students in the inner courtyard. If they wanted to enhance the quality of their pills, they would have to pull in people to consume them. In this way, Yang Chen would be able to obtain spirit stones, and would not need to go to so much trouble to publicize it on his own. It was a 2-for-1 thing. Hearing Yang Chen's words, a few people also left. They should not have enough spirit stones, while more people were waiting here for Yang Chen to give them a boost. Throughout the day, here at Yang Chen's place, quite a few people came. Most of them were dragged here, but when they saw that Yang Chen had really upgraded the elixir to the 3rd stripe, their expressions were exactly the same as Yin Zui and their Jane head. And Yang Chen had also earned more than 900,000 spirit stones in this day's time. This was something that Yang Chen had not expected at all before, and although this 900,000 or so was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket compared to 1 billion, at least Yang Chen saw hope. The students of the inner courtyard could really have money. It was just that the ones who came today were all here to enhance the quality of their pills, and none of them came here to enhance their enlightenment. It seemed that this enhancement of enlightenment still needed a wave of publicity. Who to find to publicize it? After Yang Chen hesitated for a while, he already had an idea in his mind. The next morning, Yang Chen first came to the book pavilion and went up to the 3rd floor. Brother Chen is here. When he saw Yang Chen, Meng Xiao hurriedly gave a greeting. That appearance, more doggy than Tang Liangjun, the doggy. Do you want to experience the feeling of comprehension again? Yang Chen asked as he opened the door. Meng Xiao froze, and then his eyebrows rose with joy. The inner courtyard, where Yang Chen lived. At this time there have been many people waiting at the door. Yang Chen can improve the quality of the pill thing. Yesterday was already in the entire inner courtyard spread. It is estimated that only those on the 3rd floor of the book pavilion don't know. The others, those with money, have already come here. Those who don't have money are pulling people to make up the numbers to earn a free order. Ha! What do these people do? Meng Xiao followed Yang Chen's side and asked with some curiosity. Behind him, Xiang Shuwan and the others also looked curious. They first followed Yang Chen when they heard him say that there was another opportunity to enter the epiphany. All of them are waiting to enhance the quality of their pills. Yang Chen said casually. What? Meng Xiao's few first receivers were confused. Enhancing the quality of the elixir? This thing, it can still be upgraded? Well, upgrading to the 3rd stripe only charges 50% of the original price of the elixir. You guys want to upgrade, you can also look for me. But today you guys have an even more important thing to do, which is to help me publicize upgrading enlightenment. Yang Chen first said. He looked for Meng Xiao several people to come, naturally because of their influence in the inner courtyard. The top 10 in the inner courtyard came 7, this influence, definitely big enough. What do you mean? Could it be that you want to charge to improve your enlightenment? At this time, Xiang Shuwan himself reacted. If this is really the case, then in the future, you won't know about half an hour, and you can add money. Well, 10,000 spirit stones for half an hour. Yang Chen nodded slightly. This price was a little expensive, but after all, this was a long period of time to comprehend. Half an hour, if one suddenly had an epiphany, and comprehended the cultivation technique, spirit skill, or something like that, successfully, then this 10,000 spirit stones was definitely not a loss. That's good. I'll apply with the dean later. I'll move here. Xiang Shuwan first wanted to move. In this way, there would be no need to run over every day. You can renew your fees for one song'a. Yang Chen didn't say much and returned to the courtyard in the first place, and when the crowd saw that Yang Chen had returned, they planned to look for Yang Chen to ask about the matter of the enhancement pill. But at this time, they found that, beside Yang Chen, followed by Xiang Shuwan, Meng Xiao and others, were stunned. This is the inner courtyard is very famous. A few people, all with Yang Chen know? They all came to look for Yang Chen to improve the quality of the pills? Xiang Shuwan, Meng Xiao, And Ling Chuyao? Even the top 10 in the inner academy are here? I'll go. It can't be that they're all here to enhance the quality of the pills, right? I was skeptical before when I heard that the quality of pills could be improved, but now that I've seen Meng Xiao and the others, I believe it. That's right, these few people are here, so it should be true. This was the reason why Yang Chen had asked Meng Xiao several people to come over. Their fame was much greater than that of Tang Liangjun's several people. Tang Liangjun's several people's fame was not a good one, while this Shuwan's several people was different, a true inner courtyard powerhouse. I believe that everyone on my side of these several are recognized. I will not introduce more. Today they are mainly here to experience another kind of thing, half an hour of comprehension time, able to let your enlightenment, then the usual increase in a lot of people, perhaps usually comprehend not out of the Gongfu, spirit techniques. In this half an hour of enhancement time, you can have an epiphany. Yang Chen first took over the introduction. Then he looked at Xiang Shuwan and the others. Alright, several people, 10,000 spirit stones for one person, half an hour of epiphany time. Aren't we here to help publicize? Can't you just give it away for free once? Xiang Shuwan and the others were somewhat helpless. Obviously they came to help Yang Chen publicize, but as a result, they still have to collect money, and the most damnable thing is that they still can't refuse. No way. Yang Chen shook his head. What about the 7 people here? All of a sudden it was 70,000 spirit stones. He was so poor, he only wanted spirit stones. The helpless few people could only take out 10,000 spirit stones each and give them to Yang Chen. Afterwards, they found a place, and first sat down. The crowd was curious, before they also heard about the matter of enhancing enlightenment, but they were all unwilling to believe it. More than that, they believed in the matter of enhancing the quality of the elixir. After all, there are a lot of people who have succeeded in improving their enlightenment, and now in the inner courtyard, if you don't have a 3-stripe elixir, you're too embarrassed to take it out and show it off. And now that they saw Xiang Shuwan several people, they all came to Yang Chen to enhance their enlightenment. Yang Chen ignored the surprised eyes of the crowd and looked at Xiang Shuwan and the others who had already prepared themselves, and spoke in a calm tone, using very standard English to utter the Western word, uplifting. Just as Yang Chen's words fell, Meng Xiao and the others immediately entered the cultivation state. The people around them looked on in awe, and did not know exactly what was happening, because they were not within the range enveloped by the language of the ancient gods, so naturally they could not feel the wonders of it. However, now that someone had already tried it, causing them to be dumbfounded as well, curiosity killed the cat, and once they had curiosity, they would want to go and find out. After Yang Chen brought out the effects of Xiang Shuwan's English for them, he stopped talking and did not introduce too much. Alright, those who need to improve the quality of their pills, come on. Yang Chen only said this. Then there was an endless stream of people, taking pills with spirit stones, looking for Yang Chen to enhance their quality. However, not long after, someone asked curiously, that one that enhances enlightenment, what's the price? 10,000 spirit stones for one person. You need to gather enough 5 people to be able to open it once, for half an hour at a time. There was no way around it. If one person had an ancient deity language, Yang Chen would not have the extra spiritual energy to enhance the quality of the elixir. Like this? The man hesitated for a moment, then discussed with the few people around him, and the 5 decided to give it a try. After all, Xiang Shuwan, a few people, shouldn't be able to cheat people. One person then paid 10,000. Yang Chen slowly spoke, invigorating. He could now control the effect on a few people's bodies, and would not cover a wide area. Doing so could reduce the loss of spiritual energy, and the lengthened effect would not weaken. This was the experience he had groped out yesterday when he was enhancing the quality of the elixir. And at this moment, those few people suddenly blushed, but they could detect that their minds were clear. If they cultivated in such a state, they might really be able to comprehend. Quickly enter the state of cultivation. Don't waste this good opportunity. Just at this time, a voice came over, and the crowd looked over, suddenly startled. Elder Lu. Yang Chen also didn't expect that Elder Lu would come over. It couldn't be because he was making money in the inner courtyard, right? The surrounding crowd, seeing Elder Lu coming over, hurriedly saluted respectfully, Elder Lu. The latter just waved his hand, then pulled out a pill with a small bag, handed it over to Yang Chen, and said, inside here is 200,000 spirit stones, this 3rd grade pill, worth 320,000, to help me raise to the 3rd stripe, and the other Western 10,000 spirit stones. The first one will take 2 hours of epiphany time. Yang Chen looked at the small bag in his hand with some curiosity. Could this hold that many spirit stones? No need to look, this is the Qiankuan bag. It has its own space inside. You can view it with your spiritual power. Seeing that you are in spirit stones, you shouldn't have a place to store that much. This is for you. Elder Lu seemed to understand Yang Chen's thoughts and explained. Qiankuan bag? Yang Chen had never really seen this before, but after checking with his spiritual power, it was true, a total of 200,000 spirit stones. Elder Lu, come inside the house. Yang Chen naturally couldn't let Elder Lu stay outside, and brought him inside the house, using day perfection to enhance the quality of the elixir, and vibrancy to grant a comprehension boost. And at this time, what Yang Chen didn't know was that the outside had exploded. Inner courtyard Elder Lu, almost the students of the inner courtyard, all know his name. This is a very serious, but also very strict elder, in charge of the book depository. This inner courtyard, offend no one, don't offend Elder Lu, or else, you don't want to borrow a technique or spirit skill in the book depository. But now this Elder Lu even came to find Yang Chen to buy epiphany time, which made them feel incredible, but the people with sharp minds already smelled a different atmosphere. Even Elder Lu had come, proving that what Yang Chen had said must be true. When Yang Chen appeared in front of the crowd once again, their gazes, all of them, became blazing. I want a chance to ascend as well. Is there a group? I'll do it, isn't it just 10,000 spirit stones? Count me in, I want one too. Crowd you a word, there are a lot of people group, some of them are friends, some of them simply don't know each other, but now there is no way to combine enough people to be able to buy it, so there is no choice but to form a team. The good thing was that many of the inner courtyard students here, their families were quite rich, 10,000 spirit stones, they could afford to spend. Alright, get ready. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly. Elder Lu's arrival had also surprised him a little. It had brought him a considerable amount of publicity. Uplifting. Improving by the day. Improving day by day. Uplifting. For a whole day, Yang Chen almost exchanged the use of these two ancient deity languages. Luckily, there was time in the middle of the day, so Yang Chen recovered his spiritual power, and this day's time, his spiritual power wasn't consumed. Instead, it was because it was often consumed and replenished back, allowing Yang Chen's spiritual power to improve a bit. Almost earned 3 million spirit stones. This inner courtyard students, they are really rich. Yang Chen calculated that he had first earned 3 million low-level spirit stones today alone, and with the more than 900,000 spirit stones he earned yesterday, he could have a total of Western million spirit stones. Although the distance from 1 billion low-level spirit stones was still far away, but after all, it only took 2 days, and there was still a long period of time behind that could be used to earn spirit stones. Let's raise my own strength first. Yang Chen didn't rest. His own strength was only the 5th level of the essence refining realm and nothing more, but fortunately, he possessed the language of the ancient deities at the heavenly ranking technique level. Even if the cultivation time was shorter, it was still enough. Chi through the rainbow. Infinite strength. As soon as the two English words appeared, the spiritual energy around Yang Chen began to madly pour into his body, and inside his body, with the support of the infinite power, the spiritual energy only became more cohesive and more pure under the enormous pressure. In the following days, Yang Chen was repeating the life of these 2 days day after day, although boring, but rich. Even midway through the day, the dean and the vice dean came, making Yang Chen's popularity in the inner courtyard increase to an unprecedented height, completely no less than the fame of the top 3 in the inner courtyard. Every day there were 2 to 3 million spirit stones coming in, but unfortunately, such days didn't last long. After all, the students of the inner courtyard, even if they had money, they didn't have so many pills that needed to be upgraded. And a month of living expenses, although quite a lot, but also not so squandered. Although the elixir is good, but to enhance 1 or 2, a short period of time will be enough, and then more enhancement, you have to wait for the money to say again in the future. This also led to later, Yang Chen can only collect the enhancement of enlightenment. The elixir is only occasionally a few times. It seems like we still have to think of other ways to make money. Yang Chen was somewhat helpless at this time. His current income, which totaled more than 30 million low-grade spirit stones, was far from enough. Brother Chen, open a room for half an hour. Meng Xiao. Several people walked over and said to Yang Chen. Because the dean and the others had come to Yang Chen to experience the enlightenment enhancement, later on, the first receiver had given all the rooms that were not inhabited by anyone around him to Yang Chen, so that he could have more venues. After all, this opportunity to improve enlightenment, for the disciples of the Purple Feather Academy, is a kind of chance. Recently there are a lot of previous cultivation encountered bottlenecks, a capital cannot be passed. The result is on Yang Chen's side, comprehension in the midst of the breakthrough smoothly. Doing so can also make the overall strength of the Purple Feather Academy are improved, and even the dean with the vice president of their discussion, but also want to talk to Yang Chen package an hour, free of charge to let the whole inner courtyard of the disciples are to experience it, but not yet discussed with Yang Chen for the time being. And these rooms, Yang Chen will change into a private room, once 100,000 spirit stones, half an hour, at most 10 people, at least 1 person can also. There were some rich ones who didn't want to work with others, so 2 or 3 people packaged a room, too. This did allow Yang Chen to earn some more, but it was far less than before. A few of you, and you don't lack spirit stones, you only need half an hour each time. Can you pack a day? Yang Chen was now familiar with Meng Xiao and the few of them. Every time they came, they only packaged half an hour, although the need will be added time. But Yang Chen felt troublesome, a one-time collection, how could It's not for fear that during the time of comprehension, suddenly have an epiphany. How much of a waste of time is that? Xiang Shuwan said with a smile. Besides, we've been a bit short-handed lately, and are preparing to go hunting demonic beasts. Hunting demonic beasts? Yang Chen was a little curious. He had heard Tang Liangjun and the others say before that making money could also involve hunting demonic beasts, but Yang Chen hadn't paid too much attention to it and wasn't clear on how this would specifically make money. Yes, are you interested? Xiang Shuwan asked. Well, how many spirit stones can I earn from hunting demonic beasts? Yang Chen nodded slightly and asked. A normal first-order demonic beast that is successfully hunted, the materials on its body can be sold for millions. Second-order ones are even more impressive. 3 to 5 million is not a problem. Third-order can be sold for tens of millions if they are lucky. And the Western-order demonic beasts are not something we can mess with. Xiang Shuwan explained. After all, the third order of demonic beasts has been equivalent to human Qi realm strong, although they are all Qi realm strong, but single combat is not dare to mess with the third order of demonic beasts, can only team hunting. As for the Western order of demonic beasts, that is the existence of the realm of returning to the void, even the dean does not dare to easily mess with, they go, will only be a takeaway. A third order demonic beast can be sold for tens of millions of spirit stones? Yang Chen was a bit moved. He was only earning more than 1 million spirit stones a day now. If he hunted a third-ranked demonic beast, wouldn't that be earning 10 days worth of income? Third-order demonic beasts are not that easy to encounter. The last time we went out to hunt demonic beasts, we only managed to hunt a first-order demonic beast in 5 days. After all, there are not many demonic beasts around here, and the third-order ones are even fewer and farther between. Xiang Shuwan looked at Yang Chen's foolish appearance and could not help but remind him. Hunting demonic beasts also depends on luck. If you are lucky, you will earn millions and millions in a day. If you are not lucky, you may not be able to encounter a first-order demonic beast for a few days. Well, I should be lucky, hunt the demonic beasts and go. Yang Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Hunting demonic beasts could actually earn so much. It was something Yang Chen had not thought of. If he had known earlier, he would not have been here to enhance the quality of any pills. Let there be an increase in enlightenment. The first thing to do was to go hunting demonic beasts to avoid wasting time here. Ah, you're going this way? We still have to open a room to comprehend. Although they weren't very clear on what opening a room meant, it was something Yang Chen brought up, so they followed. It's time to hunt demonic beasts. Why are you still dawdling? Let's go. Yang Chen said to Xiang Shuwan. Ha! They had come to comprehend, hunting demonic beasts was just a preliminary plan. What? You guys don't go, I don't know the way, come back and give each of you a free half hour. Yang Chen first said. Hearing this, Xiang Shuwan several people were instantly energized. Go, hunt the demonic beasts. Fierce Tiger Forest. This is a forest located not far from the Ziyu sect, and according to what Xiang Shuwan and the others said, the area of this forest is even larger than the entire Ziyu Academy. The reason why the Purple Feather Academy chose to establish here in the first place was also because of this fierce tiger forest, which not only prevents outsiders from sneaking up on the Purple Feather Academy from the side, but also allows the trainees to practice and hunt demonic beasts here during the week. Inside this forest, most of the first-order demonic beasts are in the periphery, but there can be more than just people from our academy here. There are also disciples from other sects, or some hunters who specialize in hunting demonic beasts for a living, which leads to the fact that even though there are a large number of first-order demonic beasts, it's hard to come across them when they've been hunted down more than once. Xiang Shuwan walked while introducing Yang Chen. The closer to the center of the forest, the higher the level of the demonic beasts. With so many of us at the Chi transformation realm, we are able to successfully hunt even the third-ranked demonic beasts. Go inside and take a look? Now that they were mainly bringing Yang Chen to familiarize themselves with this fierce tiger forest, the strength of several people were not weak, so they planned to head to a deeper part of the forest to check it out. Along the way, Yang Chen also saw quite a few people, their dress, more like hunters, and their breath was very calm. Passing by the Westerners, all of them were at least at the peak of the refined essence realm. Although they were not as talented as Xiang Shuwan and the others, the aura on their bodies was not comparable to Xiang Shuwan and the others who came out from the middle of the academy. Roar! Just after they walked away a short distance, a beast roar came out. They are so lucky, they can even encounter a demonic beast here? Meng Xiao, who had just heard the sound, spoke with some envy. The direction that this sound came from was not somewhere else, it was the direction that the Western hunters had just gone, which meant that they had encountered at least one first-order demonic beast, which was definitely a not so low amount of income for them. A first-ranked demonic beast and all. If we are lucky, we might be able to encounter a Western-ranked demonic beast. Yang Chen casually said. This Western-ranked demon beast was something that could not be encountered. Western-ranked demonic beast? Is that called good luck? Ling Chuyao, who was on the side, said somewhat helplessly. For a third-order demonic beast, the few of them could still be resolved by joining forces, but if it was a Western-order demonic beast, even if they were all together, they would still be in bad luck, so it wasn't a matter of good luck. Yang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. The few people went deeper all the way towards the forest, but on the way, not a single demonic beast was encountered. If we can't find any demonic beasts later, we'll have to find a place to rest for the time being today, otherwise, the demonic beasts that come out at night are all more dangerous. Xiang Shuwan explained. Yang Chen nodded slightly. He was not in a hurry. If he could encounter third or Western-ranked demonic beasts, he would like to try the killing power of English on them. There seems to be something on the left. Just at this time, Ling Chuyao suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's spiritual power was also released, and soon, he discovered that in the direction of the left, a huge demonic beast had appeared, and that height, it had reached at least 5 meters, and he didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was. The demonic beast is 5 meters tall and stands on both feet. I don't know what kind of demonic beast it is. Yang Chen first said. Hearing this, the crowd was a little surprised. Ling Chuyao's spiritual power, because it was mutated, the range of perception, and the degree of acuity, was much stronger than theirs, but it could only perceive movement. It didn't occur to him that Yang Chen could even sense what kind of demonic beast the other party was. If it's what Brother Chen said, then it should be a dragon-scale scarlet. Xiang Shuwan's understanding of demonic beasts was very clear, and at this moment, he could quickly judge it based only on Yang Chen's analysis. Dragon-scaled scarlet? If it's 5 meters, it should be at the level of a third-stage demonic beast. We should be able to settle it with a quick battle. Meng Xiao heard that it was a dragon-scale scarlet, and based on its height, he could tell the exact strength. Well, do it. Xiang Shuwan nodded slightly, then looked at Yang Chen. Brother Chen, your strength is only at the 7th level of the essence refining realm. Wait, pay attention to protecting yourself. If you can, use the ancient deity script to help us recover our spiritual energy. Don't worry, you'll have a share of the income after a successful hunt. Xiang Shuwan knew that Yang Chen was not very strong. Although we might surpass them in the future, and not necessarily by a long shot, but now that they were facing a third-ranked demonic beast, they didn't dare to take it lightly, so they reminded Yang Chen. Good. Yang Chen nodded slightly. He also did not say much, the matter of hunting demonic beasts, although he could not guarantee that he would definitely help, but his English vocabulary was still very sufficient. Roar! When a few people appeared, that demonic beast also noticed, and immediately roared. At this moment, the crowd saw that demonic beast, more than 5 meters tall, covered in long black hair, but in the position of the chest, there were some scales that protected its heart. This was the dragon scale scarlet, possessing a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline. The scales at its heart were just like the scales of the dragon clan. The attack was simple, but the defense and killing power were not weak. Let's go together, fight quickly so as not to attract other demonic beasts, Xiang Shuwan said, and his spirit power burst out. The strength of the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Is this the strength of the westernmost member of the inner academy? Yang Chen felt the powerful aura that erupted from Xiang Shuwan's body and nodded slightly. The auras of the others also erupted out. Meng Xiao was at the 5th level of the Huanqi realm, and Ling Chuya was at the 3rd level of the Huanqi realm. They this time, apart from the existence of the top 3 in the inner courtyard, the rest of the western to 10th place, could all have come. After the breath of the 7 people erupted out, they fought with that dragon scale scarlet. Yang Chen didn't participate, he didn't have enough combat experience, nor did he have any actual combat experience. At this time, he was on the side, watching the crowd fight. The cooperation of the 7 people was very tacit. It looked like they had often teamed up to hunt demonic beasts. Although the dragon scaled scarlet was powerful, under the joint attack of the 7 people, it was also somewhat unable to resist. Roar! The dragon scaled scarlet roared in anger and blasted out with a fist, firstly shocking Xiang Shuwan back, then breaking away from the battle circle and running towards the distance. This guy wants to run, go after him. Xiang Shuwan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The punch he had just thrown had caused him to suffer some injuries, but he still immediately chased after the dragon scaled scarlet, and the others all sped up as well. Yang Chen followed behind him, feeling that his speed was a bit slow. If this continued, the dragon scaled scarlet was afraid to run away, then all their previous efforts would be wasted. Multiply the path and advance. Yang Chen used standard English and gave a low gulp. The crowd immediately felt that their bodies became much lighter, and their speed instantly increased at this time. It's the language of an ancient deity that increases speed. The crowd looked at Yang Chen with some surprise. This was an ancient deity language of acceleration, which could usually only be seen in formations, and it had not occurred to them that this kind of speed could even be added to a person's body. Hurry up! Yang Chen urged a sentence. At this time, they were already close to the dragon scale scarlet. Only after Yang Chen shouted, Xiang Shuwan reacted, and with a few dashes, he surrounded the dragon scale scarlet. This dragon scale scarlet was injured himself, and at this time, his speed was even less than the crowd that had been empowered by the language of the ancient deities, and no matter whether it was attacking or dodging, it would not work. Roar! At this moment, the dragon-scaled scarlet roared angrily, and before he had time to make a move, a long sword, from the back of the dragon-scaled scarlet, pierced through its heart. The dragon-scale scarlet fell to the ground, revealing the person behind it. Behind it was a white-clothed young girl, who was also in existence in the top 10 of the inner courtyard, with her strength in the 7th place, named Fu Yuan. After that dragon-scale scarlet was pierced through by her sword, he let out one last roar to the sky, roar. Finally won. Meng Xiao was sitting on the ground. Although his strength was at the Qi transformation realm, he was still much worse than the dragon-scaled scarlet. When he was fighting just now, he obviously felt that his spiritual energy was depleting very fast, and he almost exhausted it, even though the dragon-scaled scarlet was only a third-order demonic beast. Damn, that slap just now almost dried me out. Xiang Shuwan, at this moment, also said helplessly. Just now it was flung by the dragon-scaled scarlet, the head slapped away. Good thing that in the end, it still won, otherwise, this slap, it would have been in vain. Be careful. At this time, Yang Chen and Ling Chuyao said almost in unison. Just now, they sensed a powerful aura that appeared not far away. It was an aura that was even more powerful than the dragon-scale scarlet just now. And as soon as their words fell, a dragon-scale scarlet that was over 8 meters tall appeared behind Fu Yuan, and with a slap, it slapped towards Fu Yuan. An 8-meter dragon-scaled scarlet, a western stage demon beast. When they saw this huge dragon-scaled scarlet, Xiang Shuwan and the others had an answer in their hearts. Although this is a dragon-scaled scarlet just like the demonic beast just now, this one is a dragon-scaled scarlet that has grown up, and its strength has reached the western stage, that is, the equivalent of the void returning realm. At this moment, although everyone had the intention to save each other, the speed of that dragon-scaled scarlet was very fast, and almost in an instant, it appeared behind Fu Yuan. The crowd could only watch as that dragon-scaled scarlet slapped down towards Fu Yuan, climbing kudzu and vine. Right at this critical moment, an extremely clearly pronounced language of an ancient deity came out from Yang Chen's mouth. The moment the dragon-scale scarlet appeared, Yang Chen's mind was constantly sifting through the English language, and it was a good thing that Yang Chen knew the English language, and all of a sudden, there was an English language that appeared in his mind, and then he shouted it out, in standard English. Climbing kudzu and attaching vines, the meaning of this English itself, was a metaphor for pulling strings and tending to power. When Yang Chen knew that an English language, in this continent, will return to the basics, climbing is the meaning of grasping something to climb upwards, but if it is now, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As expected, Yang Chen, countless vines, from the west, swept towards the direction of Fu Yuan, only in an instant, grabbed her, and Yang Chen firstly pulled the vines with spiritual power, firstly pulled Fu Yuan back. Bang! The moment Fu Yuan flew away, the dragon-scaled scarlet firstly slapped on the place where she originally stood. Immediately, the ground was slapped with a huge crater by the Western-ranked dragon-scaled Scarlet. When the crowd reacted and looked at the huge crater, their hearts were incomparably shocked. Just now, if this slap had landed on their bodies, then they were afraid that they would have died. Thanks. Seeing Yang Chen, who saved himself from the hands of the dragon-scale Scarlet, Fu Yuan said in a low voice. Her voice, just like the person, was very quiet and gentle, with a hint of coyness. But when she moved, she was incomparably stern. Just like when he had just killed the dragon-scale Scarlet, he found the right moment to strike and kill with a single blow of his sword. It's fine. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly, his eyes somewhat gloomy as he looked at the dragon-scale Scarlet in front of him. He also did not expect that another demonic beast would appear, and it was still of the Western rank. Right at this moment, that dragon-scaled Scarlet looked at the corpse of that dragon-scaled Scarlet on the ground, pounded his chest and roared, roar. That voice, which was much louder than the previous third-ranked dragon-scale Scarlet, was filled with hostility and a hint of sadness. We killed that little one, and the old one ran out. Xiang Shuwan said with some helplessness. This is a Western-ranked dragon-scale Scarlet in front of them. They can't handle it. What now? Meng Xiao asked. Of course we run. Can you handle this Western Order dragon-scaled Scarlet? Xiang Shuwan looked at Meng Xiao with the eyes of a fool. Is this something that still needs to be asked? What about the dragon-scale Scarlet corpse? That's a third rank. Meng Xiao looked at the corpse of that third-ranked dragon-scale Scarlet with some reluctance. It was so hard to hunt and kill, to give up just like that? If we don't run it this time, not only that third-ranked dragon-scaled Scarlet, there will be a few more corpses here. Xiang Shuwan was also unwilling, but there was no way out. A Western-ranked demonic beast could kill all of them here. Let's go. Meng Xiao gritted his teeth and could only give up. You guys go first. I'll try to see if I can deal with this guy. Yang Chen said in a calm tone as he looked at the Western-ranked dragon-scale Scarlet in front of him, who was furious to the extreme. Are you crazy? Ling Chuyao almost blurted out. This was a Western Order dragon-scale Scarlet that was equivalent to a return to Void Realm powerhouse. Not to mention Yang Chen, an existence of the essence refining realm. Even if the Dean came, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill it. This behavior of Yang Chen was undoubtedly looking for death in the eyes of Ling Chuyao and the others. Don't worry, even if I can't fight, running I'm still faster than you guys. Yang Chen slowly opened his mouth. This Western Order dragon-scale Scarlet was very strong, but he was the man who possessed the entire English dictionary. With his ordinary strength, even the return to Void Realm would be hard to deal with. But what if he possessed the language of the ancient deity? Yang Chen wanted to try it. After all, he didn't put up much of a fight with the dragon-scale Scarlet just now, and now this one, he wanted to try to deal with it. Xiang Shuwan and the others were stunned. They were clear that Yang Chen's ancient deity language was gifted, but this demonic beast in front of him was 2 realms higher than him, if not more. Could Yang Chen win based on the ancient deity language? This should be very difficult, right? Roar! Just at this time, the roar of the dragon-scaled Scarlet interrupted the words of the crowd. Looks like you guys won't be able to leave either. Looking at the dragon-scaled Scarlet that darted over, Yang Chen smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuwan and the others also smiled helplessly. Now, are they going to be accounted for here? If we catch it alive, will it be a little higher than the price? Right at this time, Yang Chen suddenly asked with some curiosity. Hearing this, Xiang Shuwan froze. Caught alive? Now were they being captured alive, or were they going to capture the dragon-scaled Scarlet alive? Draw the ground as a prison. Right at this moment, Yang Chen took over and spoke an English language in the language of the ancient gods. At that moment, the ground began to shake. Just before the crowd could react, a cage condensed from the earth first trapped the dragon-scaled Scarlet in the center. Before the crowd could react, they all froze in place. Yang Chen had used the language of an ancient deity as a spirit skill, but it was so powerful. A cage appeared on the ground, trapping that Western-ranked demonic beast within it. Was this something that could be done by human power? Bang! Right at this moment, that dragon-scaled Scarlet head received a punch that blasted onto the clay cage in front of him. However, because it was condensed from clay, even if it was condensed from the language of an ancient deity, clay was still clay after all, although it carried the dragon-scaled Scarlet's first punch. But the second punch that followed, the first one caused cracks to appear in the cage. The third punch went down, and the cage broke. Bang! The dragon-scale Scarlet's 3 punches had broken through Yang Chen's, drawing the ground for firmament. However, this dragon-scale Scarlet's strength was 2 realms higher than Yang Chen's, so to be able to trap 3 punches was not bad. Yang Chen frowned slightly, looking at the dragon-scaled Scarlet that flew over. He once again faintly spoke, drawing the ground as a prison. The moment the dragon-scaled Scarlet was trapped, Yang Chen spoke once more, drawing the earth as a prison. This simple English, the first connection used the earth as a cage, trapping the dragon-scaled Scarlet once again. But this time, just when this dragon-scaled Scarlet was about to make a move, Yang Chen once again opened his mouth and uttered a sentence with the right words, solid as a golden soup. Bang! The dragon-scaled Scarlet's fist blasted onto it, instantly shaking it back a step. And that cage made of clay, at this moment, did not have the slightest damage. Upon seeing that, this cage made of clay was able to withstand the dragon-scale Scarlet's punch, Xiang Shuwan and the others first froze in place. Just now, they did not understand what Yang Chen had said, what he meant. After all, what he used was the language of the ancient gods. However, they were still able to feel a subtle fluctuation appear, and it was because of this fluctuation that the clay cage became impenetrable. So strong. The crowd's understanding of Yang Chen in their hearts rose another degree. How could they not expect that Yang Chen could take the language of the ancient gods and utilize it to such an extreme? If before, they had only learned that Yang Chen could use the language of the ancient deities, then now they were knowing that Yang Chen could use the language of the ancient deities to the extreme. They were completely certain that the Yang Chen who had just used the language of the ancient deities was definitely using it for the first time. That was why he had been broken by Dragon Scale Scarlet. However, right at this moment, Yang Chen could once again think of another ancient deity language to remedy the situation, and this kind of comprehension of ancient deity languages firstly put them to shame. Powerful, too powerful. Yang Chen's mastery of the language of the ancient deities seemed to be far beyond their imagination. This was a truly terrifying talent. Give me the sword. Right at this moment, Yang Chen looked at a man beside him and said. Upon hearing this, the man froze, but still handed Yang Chen the knife in his hand. Now they were all clear about how powerful Yang Chen was, and if he wanted the knife, he must have a use for it. And just at this time, they saw Yang Chen slowly raise the knife and let out a low gulp under his breath. The earth falls apart. That clay cage instantly disappeared. Once again, he spoke, a knife that breaks in two. This English, which Yang Chen had used before, was so powerful that the first catch made the entire academy's knife, in an instant, break in two. However, at that time, Yang Chen did not have a knife in his hand, and at this time, with a knife in his hand, the effect of this English once again changed. Yang Chen slashed out with a knife, a huge blade descended from the sky, and then precisely slashed at that Dragon Scale Scarlet. And at this moment, a sharp aura erupted from within Yang Chen's body. If there was a strong person who practiced blade techniques here, they could feel that it was blade intent. That was not a spiritual skill, but a thing that was even more ethereal than a spiritual skill. In this continent, there were not many people who could comprehend blade intent. Those who had realized the meaning of the blade were basically not young, and all of them were powerful people who had been famous for a long time. But now, within Yang Chen's body, there was blade intent, this kind of ethereal thing, this kind of thing that was unattainable for those who practiced the blade technique and walked the way of the blade. Plop! That blade aura swept past the Dragon Scale Scarab without the slightest obstruction, extremely smoothly slicing the Dragon Scale Scarab in half. What a terrifying blade technique! The man who had borrowed the blade, at this moment, let out a sigh of amazement. This blade had already comprehended the meaning of the blade. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to have such a terrifying power. Although he couldn't feel the blade intent, but from the power alone, he could already tell that if he hadn't comprehended the blade intent, it was absolutely impossible to have such a powerful blade. Ho 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 ho. Right at this time, Yang Chen inserted the knife in his hand, into the soil, supporting his body and panting heavily. This knife had almost drained all the spiritual energy from his body. Yang Chen, are you alright? Fu Yuan, who was beside him, hurriedly supported Yang Chen, as she had just been saved by Yang Chen and was closer to him. It's fine, I'm just a little off my feet. Yang Chen shook his head, and spoke once more. She threw the rainbow. Immediately, a whirlwind of spiritual energy centered on Yang Chen, all of it was poured into his body, and with this infusion of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in Yang Chen's body was also filled up. Powerful. This time, it was to quench the spiritual energy. When all the spiritual energy turned into pure spiritual energy, filling Yang Chen's western limbs and bones, and finally converging into Yang Chen's dantian, his state, too, returned to normal. It took less than a quarter of an hour before and after. Looking around, the people were dumbfounded. Yang Chen, didn't you want to capture this Dragon Scale Scarlet alive? At this moment, Meng Xiao asked with some curiosity. Just now, Yang Chen was going to capture this Dragon Scale Scarlet alive, but how come in the next second, he reversed himself and first received the kill? Hearing this, the crowd was also a bit curious, although the Earth prison at the beginning was broken by the Dragon Scale Scarlet, but the Earth prison at the back was not broken. Then capturing the Dragon Scale Scarlet alive can still be done, then the price will also rise a lot. After all, live demonic beasts, the value is higher. You think I want to? Yang Chen laughed helplessly. The first Earth prison was fine, my spiritual power could barely maintain it, but the Earth prison after it was strengthened, my spiritual power couldn't maintain it for long, so I could only kill this Dragon Scale Scarlet. Just after adding the solid gold soup, Yang Chen's spiritual energy was drained of half of it in an instant, and if it was maintained any longer, it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few breaths of time for his spiritual energy to be emptied out. Yang Chen also had no choice but to kill this Dragon Scale Scarlet. So that's how it is. It was only then that the surrounding crowd understood why Yang Chen had broken the cage with his own hands and then beheaded this Dragon-Scaled Scarlet of the Western stage. This Dragon-Scale Scarlet's strength is 2 realms stronger than me, so it's a bit troublesome to trap it. If it's only the second order, or the third order, I can at least trap it for a couple of hours, and at that time, I'll be able to capture it alive. Yang Chen said with a faint smile. His words were deliberately said to Xiang Shuwan and the others, to let them know that even if he couldn't trap the Dragon-Scale Scarlet, it was still very simple to trap him. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of him. Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuwan and the others, they all knew that they were not fools, and they understood Yang Chen's intention in saying this. However, they did not dare to have the slightest other thoughts, after all, to improve their strength, but also Yang Chen. And as long as that last blade spirit skill, they simply couldn't catch it, okay? Dragon Scale Scarlet's strength was 2 realms higher than Yang Chen's, and his defense was also very powerful. Even such an existence was cut in half by Yang Chen's knife. Even if they were more confident, Could their defense be compared to the dragon scale scarlets? Wouldn't it be as simple as cutting vegetables for Yang Chen to cut them? By the way, Yang Chen, that spirit skill you used in the end, it was the language of the ancient gods, right? Right at this time, the man who had just lent his sword to Yang Chen asked with some curiosity. In fact, he already had an answer to this question in his mind, but he still wanted to ask. Sort of? Yang Chen nodded slightly. Sort of? The man was a little puzzled, wasn't this? Because this ancient deity language, you should have experienced it. Yang Chen said in a calm tone. Experienced it? The man still didn't understand, and was even more puzzled. When I was in the middle of the academy, I used this ancient deity language to make the entire academy's swords split in two, and your sword shouldn't have dodged it either. Yang Chen was not embarrassed, and first said, "Ha!" The man froze. This matter, he was naturally clear, his knife, also split in two. This new knife was still issued by the academy, but that ancient deity language, isn't it splitting the knife in two, and nullifying other people's knives? Hearing this, Yang Chen gave him a deep look and spoke fatally. When I have no sword in my hand, it is the ancient deity language that destroys the sword. If I have a sword in my hand, it is the strongest sword technique, the strongest killing weapon. Without a sword in his hand, he could destroy it, and with a sword in his hand, it was the strongest spirit skill. A knife cuts in two, instantly splitting the Western rank dragon scale scarlet into two. This is what Yang Chen realized after experiencing the boundless power that he used in his body before. This English, when used in the body, can make the spiritual power be suppressed and become more pure in an instant, and if it is first used outside the body, it is truly boundless power. Only then did Yang Chen realize that even the same English, when used in different places, was able to have different effects. Although Yang Chen had never used this 1/2 breaks in battle, but he knew for sure that it would not be wrong. Now, it seemed that not only was it right, but the effect was also good. So the language of the ancient gods can still be used like this? At this moment, not only Yang Chen himself, but the few people around him, were also enlightened. They had all learned a few ancient deity languages as well, but what their predecessors used them for, they used them for. For example, drawing knife, which was a spiritual skill type of ancient deity language, they used it for the first time as a spiritual skill. Perhaps this drawing knife had other effects as well. The smell of blood here is too heavy, let's pack up and leave first, otherwise it will be troublesome if other demonic beasts are attracted over later. Xian Shuhuan also spoke up at this time. There are still quite a few demonic beasts here, and after going deeper into the forest, the demonic beasts here are usually around the 3rd rank. If all the 3rd rank demonic beasts in the surroundings were gathered together because of this bloody smell, even if Yang Chen's ancient deity language was powerful, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, to use it, it needed to consume spiritual energy or mental energy. No matter how strong a person was, he would not be able to withstand that many demonic beasts. Xiang Shuhuan didn't know that Yang Chen was practicing a heavenly stage level technique, and it only took a quarter of an hour to recover his spiritual energy, so the consumption of spiritual skills wasn't the biggest problem for Yang Chen. On the contrary, Xiang Shuhuan is afraid that he can't resist too many demonic beasts for a quarter of an hour, otherwise, the corpse of this dragon-scaled scarlet can be used as bait. There was no other way but to leave for the time being. Afterwards, when dismembering the dragon-scale scarlet, it was all done by Xiang Shuhuan's few people, and Yang Chen simply didn't know what could be sold. The price of the demonic pills is the most valuable amongst the corpses of these demonic beasts. The value of a 3rd-order demonic beast's demonic pills is worth more than $3 million, and this dragon-scaled scarlet is considered to be stronger amongst the 3rd-order demonic beasts, so it can be worth at least 5 million spirit stones. Xiang Shuhuan said while dismembering the demonic beast. Basically all the prices were in his mind. What about the demonic pills of the Western-ranked demonic beast? Yang Chen looked at the Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet not far away. A 3rd Order one could be worth $5 million. Wouldn't a Western Order one be even stronger? Well, the Western rank ones are at least $20 million apiece. Xiang Shuhuan nodded slightly. This price is already very high. There is no way this demonic Dan, not only can it be used to refine pills and become one of the main materials, it can also be used to refine weapons, and even rich people first buy it to absorb it. Although tens of millions of low-ranking spirit stones for them, very much. But for those who really have the strength of the family, but only one hair of a 9 ox. Other materials, such as fur, major bones, and teeth and such, are all good for refining weapons, but the value of these is not as high. Xiang Shuhuan knew that Yang Chen wasn't clear about this yet, and said while dismembering that dragon scale scarab. Saying this, he also took out a few scales and waved them at Yang Chen. The fur of this dragon-scaled scarlet is not worth much. These scales are the real valuable things. They are indestructible. Generally even a return to Void Realm powerhouse cannot hurt them. If these scales are covered all over the dragon-scaled scarlet's body, then if you want to hunt them, it's almost impossible. This Western Order dragon-scaled scarlet scales have been cut by Brother Chen. This is a big discount. Just at this time, Meng Xiao's voice came from not far away. He was responsible for dismembering that Western Order dragon-scale scarlet. Hearing this, Xiang Shuhuan was a bit embarrassed. He was just touting that this thing could withstand the attacks of the Void Returning Realm, and that it would be invincible if it was covered all over his body. As a result, it came from over there that this dragon scale had been sliced open by Yang Chen. This face slapped really fast. A few people were all regular hunters of demonic beasts now, and dealing with the corpses of demonic beasts was incomparably fast, and soon, the 2 dragon scale scarabs were dealt with. Roar! Just at this time, the cries of demonic beasts rang out all around. It's all been dealt with, let's go then. Xiang Shuhuan said to the people around him. The crowd nodded slightly, and after a few flashes, they disappeared. And just as Yang Chen's few people left, there were constantly third-ranked demonic beasts running from all over the place, competing for the blood and flesh of the dragon scale scarlet on the ground. After all, this kind of demonic beast's blood and flesh contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, and after the demonic beasts ate it, they would be able to absorb this spiritual energy and grow their own spiritual energy. Roar! The demonic beasts started to attack each other in order to compete for the blood and flesh of that western stage dragon scaled scarlet. It was just that at this time, Yang Chen and the others had already arrived in the middle of the forest. Where are we going now? Yang Chen asked. He wasn't clear about the process either, and now he could only follow Xiang Shuwan and the others. Go to Songlei City, find a buyer over there and just buy the stuff, Xiang Shuwan explained. This Songlei City was the largest city in this southern cliff state, and Yang Chen had memories of this city in his memories. It was not very far from the Purple Feather Academy. Soon, the light of people first came to Songlei City, but there was no restriction, free to enter. It is said that the city lord of this Songlei City is a strength in the peak of the return to void realm of the strong. If someone is not longing to make trouble within the city, it is difficult to escape the pursuit of the city lord's office. At this moment, inside Songlei City, it was bustling with activity. It was the first time for Yang Chen to come to the city, and the scenery around him made him a little interested in the various stores of elixirs, herbs, forging, and so on, and there were also some street stalls that walked the streets and yelled. This was something that Yang Chen hadn't thought of. This world actually had this kind of scenery. Brother Chen is coming to Songlei City for the first time, right? Later on, I'll take you to a place. The food over there is very good. Meng Xiao looked at Yang Chen's expression and it was clear that it was Yang Chen's first time here. Well, the food in that place does taste good. Every time we come, we will eat a meal before going back. Xiang Shuwan on the side also spoke. Yang Chen nodded slightly. In the middle of the academy, what he ate every day was pretty much the same. Although it tasted good, he was tired of it. It was rare to come out, and it was good to have a change of taste. In front is Xianguanzhai, that's the biggest auction house in this neighborhood. Things can be first sold to them. Xiang Shuwan spoke while walking. Xianguanzhai is in the middle of Songlei City? Yang Chen asked curiously. Previously, Vice Dean Fanxiu was the one who said that Xianguanzhai would be auctioning earth rank techniques. Could it be here? Xianguanzhai has almost every city. This Songlei City is the second largest auction house in South Cliff State. As for the first largest, that is the entire South Cliff State's auction house. It is said that to enter that auction house, you still need proof of assets. Xiang Shuwan explained. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly. That biggest auction house should be the one that Vice Dean Fanxiu said would auction off earth rank techniques. Afterward, Yang Chen learned from Xiang Shuwan that one auction house was only open once a year, and the things that were auctioned every year were not cheap, but extremely precious. Soon, the few people arrived at a huge pavilion. Yang Chen raised his head and looked at the plaque on it, which had 3 words written on it, Xianguanzhai. And these 3 words were actually in English, the language of the ancient gods of this world. Yang Chen stared at the plaque in front of him. I should say, it was those 3 words Xianguanzhai on the plaque. There was no mistake, these 3 characters, they were in small seal script. It was the same as the writing on that wall of the Academy's book collection pavilion. It was all in small seal script. This made Yang Chen even more curious. Could it be that before this Xianguanzhai, there was someone who was able to replicate the language of the ancient gods? Otherwise, if there was only one piece, then it definitely wouldn't have appeared in the middle of Songlei City. This plaque, the words on each piece, are they all the same? Yang Chen opened his mouth to inquire. Well, for every city, it's the same plaque. These words, I don't recognize them. But it should be the 3 words Xianguanzhai. Xiang Shuwan nodded slightly, although he couldn't read the words on it. What did it mean? But this was Xianguanzhai, the words on it. Naturally it was the 3 words Xianguanzhai. Could it still be the 3 words Xiang Shuwan? Yang Chen nodded slightly. At this time, he was even more curious. Where exactly was this Xianguanzhai? It could even replicate English. One must know that English, in this world, was known as the language of the ancient gods, not to mention replicating it, or even repeating it. There were not many people who could do it, and most of them had bad bites and couldn't pronounce the words properly. But it was this kind of text that was used by an auction house, on a plaque, and still every Xianguanzhai in every city would have such a plaque. What's wrong? Fu Yuan looked at Yang Chen, who seemed to be thinking about something and couldn't help but inquire. Yang Chen did not answer and asked a rhetorical question. Can you take the words on this and draw them? He didn't say write, but rather draw, even if he didn't know English and couldn't write English. But if he followed the strokes on this and drew it down as if it was a painting, one stroke at a time, maybe he could do it? Draw it? Fu Yuan was a bit curious. Was this really a word? In fact, she was a little skeptical. After all, how does this look? It doesn't look like a word. Yang Chen just nodded slightly. I'll try. Fu Yuan said, was from within the Chinkuan bag, took out the pen, ink, and paper, this kind of thing. Although it was not essential, but within the Chinkuan bag, it did not take up space. On her body, she was also carrying it. After making preparations, she began to follow the plaque on the Xianguanzhai 3 words, began to draw up. First a cross, then a point, then still a point, followed by 2 crosses. Yang Chen did not know Fu Yuan's strokes will fall in what place. At this time, the distance from the Xian word was written out, only 2 sketches away. At this point, there were only 2 sketches left before the word Xian was written. Yang Chen was staring at Fu Yuan's pen, and at this moment, Fu Yuan also once again put down his pen. It was an apostrophe, connecting the long horizontal stroke from the top to the short horizontal stroke from the bottom. Now there was only 1 stroke left. Although Fu Yuan's strokes, let a person cannot guess where it will fall, but now as long as the last stroke falls, that is a Chen character. But at this very moment, Fu Yuan's last stroke, how could it not fall, holding the pen's hand, trembling constantly? What's wrong? Xiang Shuwan hurriedly inquired. I feel that my spiritual energy is being sucked away by what's on here. If I fall with this stroke, my spiritual energy may be first sucked away to nothing, and even my dantian can't be preserved, and the consumption of spiritual energy is also exceptionally huge. A moment later, Fu Yuan put down the brush in his hand before explaining helplessly. Originally, just following the drawing of a word, Fu Yuan felt that it was still quite simple. After all, she wasn't sure what kind of word it was, but following the drawing, couldn't she do it? Now think about it, really. Can't do it. Absorbing spiritual energy? And spiritual energy? Meng Xiao said with some surprise. He hadn't thought that the 3 words on it, following the imitation, would require the consumption of spiritual energy along with spiritual energy? What was this thing? This couldn't be the language of the ancient gods, could it? At this moment, Ling Chuyao suddenly reacted. According to Fu Yuan's description, this is most likely the language of the ancient gods, the kind of language that requires a lot of mental energy and spiritual energy even to repeat it, not to mention reproducing it. Hearing Ling Chuyao's words, everyone was startled, then looked at Yang Chen. The meaning was simple, it was to ask Yang Chen if Ling Chuyao was right. Was this really the language of the ancient gods? After all, here, only Yang Chen might be able to accurately read the language of the ancient deities. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Just now, I wasn't sure if it was, so I had Fu Yuan try it out, and by the looks of it, it really is the language of the ancient deities. He did not say with great certainty that it was the language of the ancient deities. After all, the first to say it would easily be suspected, and there might also be unnecessary trouble. It really is the language of the ancient deities. At this moment, the crowd, seeing Yang Chen nodding his head, looked towards the Xin Guangjai plaque with some excitement. Brother Chen, then on this, what is the word? Xin Guangjai. I know it's Xin Guangjai, I mean, the language of the ancient gods. How do you pronounce it? I don't know. Since it wasn't English, and Yang Chen didn't know what consequences it would bring after speaking it, he naturally didn't want to try. However, the current Yang Chen was becoming more and more curious about this Xin Guangjai. What kind of existence was this? Surprisingly, it hid an existence that could replicate the English language? Or was there something else hidden? The people walked into the Xin Guangjai. Yang Chen also did not run up stupidly, the first to ask people, you are not someone who can reproduce the language of the ancient gods? He didn't know if they cared about him, but he would definitely attract some attention. Following Xiang Shuwan to a large hall, this is the place where items are appraised and recovered, and there are quite a lot of people. They are all here to sell items. There is the sale of spiritual grass, there is also the sale of demonic beasts, there are also pills, techniques, spiritual skills, and so on. Within this hall, there are several positions, according to the classification of recycling. Yang Chen, a few people, came in front of a white-haired old man, Elder Su. Xiang Shuwan obviously, recognized with this old man, came up and immediately greeted respectfully. Oh, Xiang kid is here? What did you bring this time? Su Lao nodded slightly and inquired. Xiang Shuwan, at this moment, also gave a very pretentious smile before taking out 2 demon pills. This is. When Elder Su saw the demonic pills, his old face was shocked after feeling the spiritual energy on it, then he picked up one of the spirit beads and carefully examined it for a moment. Western rank demonic beast, demonic pills. Elder Su has good eyesight. This is a Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet demonic pills. The other one is a 3rd Order Dragon Scale Scarlet. Xiang Shuwan first picked up and said, a few of you can hunt the Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet now? Elder Su looked at Yang Chen's few people with some skepticism, and paused at Yang Chen's body before he averted his eyes. He, it's not us, it's him. Xiang Shuwan pointed at Yang Chen and said. Upon hearing this, Elder Su once again looked at Yang Chen, his brows slightly furrowed. 7th level of the essence refining realm? Hunting a Western stage demon beast? Elder Su misunderstood. What Xiang Shuwan meant was that it was because I was lucky and got it by chance. Yang Chen smiled and explained a sentence. His strength was not strong, and the matter of being proficient in the language of the ancient gods was fine in the academy. But when he was outside, it was better to be cautious. Hearing this, Xiang Shuwan also reacted immediately and said with a smile, yes, he got lucky and encountered 2 dragon scale scarabs that were fighting amongst themselves. One of them died and one was seriously injured. We combined our efforts to kill the seriously injured one, and only then did we have these materials, and I'm still troubling Elder Su to give an estimate of the price. So that's it? That's really good luck. Elder Su nodded slightly, not doubting. After all, he is quite familiar with Xiang Shuwan, having been in contact quite a few times, and knows how many kilograms he has. Then without saying much, he carefully estimated the price. At this time, Yang Chen and the others did not know that in a certain place in the main hall, a few burly men were locking onto them with fierce glints in their eyes after they took out the dragon scale Scarlet's demonic pills. Yang Chen was curiously on the side, watching Elder Su estimate the prices of all the materials. In the end, the price was determined. The final estimated price of this 3rd Order Dragon Scale Scarlet is 15 million low-rank spirit stones, while this Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet can give you 85 million low-rank spirit stones. The price could have been higher, but this dragon scale is all broken open. But this dragon scale, how does it look like it was cut by a knife? At this time, Su Lao held the scales of the Western rank Dragon Scale Scarlet. The cut surface was very neat. It still seemed like it was cut in half by a sharp blade. It's not quite clear. When we encountered it, it was already like this. Xiang Shuwan didn't dare to say more at this time. He was afraid of exposing Yang Chen's talent and bringing some unnecessary trouble to Yang Chen and the Purple Feather Academy. Well, anyway, with your strength, it's impossible to cut this scale open. It's probably because this Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet was unlucky and encountered a strong person. Elder Su nodded slightly, not doubting it. After all, in his opinion, the strength of this Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet, even a return to Void Realm powerhouse would not be able to hunt it down, let alone these few students who were only at the Chi Transformation realm. The Spirit Stones are all in here, you guys take a look. Saying this, Elder Su threw a Qiankuan bag to Xiang Shuwan, and as soon as the latter's spiritual power was swept, he nodded slightly, many thanks, Elder Su. Subsequently, he led Yang Chen's few people and first left this Shen Guangjai. Not long after they left, several people first followed them. I didn't expect that this time, there's a big harvest, that third-ranked Dragon Scale Scarlet can be sold for 15 million low-rank Spirit Stones? Yes, these two demonic beasts combined, that's 100 million low-grade Spirit Stones. At this moment, the crowd was incomparably excited. They had never hunted such a strong demonic beast before, and at this price, naturally, they had never gotten it before. This Western Order Dragon Scale Scarab, which was hunted by Yang Chen, has nothing to do with us. At this moment, Xiang Shuwan suddenly said. Upon hearing this, all of them did not refute and nodded slightly. We know this, that 85 million low-rank Spirit Stones goes to Yang Chen. We all went to hunt demonic beasts together, so naturally it should be shared equally. Yang Chen shook his head. He had originally agreed to form a team to hunt demonic beasts together, but now he was saying that all of it should be given to him? Although Yang Chen did lack Spirit Stones. That's what we said before, hunting demonic beasts, if you contribute together, then it's shared equally. If you hunt alone, then it goes to the person who hunted it, and this Western Stage Dragon Scale Scarlet, which you hunted alone, naturally goes to you. Xiang Shuwan explained a sentence. The others nodded in agreement. Well then, the Third Order Dragon Scale Scarlet was hunted by you guys, and I didn't contribute, so you guys can just split that one. Yang Chen had no choice, since it was something that everyone agreed on, it would be arranged as such. When that Third Order Dragon Scale Scarlet escaped, if it wasn't for you using the language of the ancient deity, we wouldn't have been able to catch up. There's a share for you in this. This time, the one who opened his mouth was Fu Yuan. When they heard this, everyone else nodded slightly. If it wasn't for Yang Chen using the language of the ancient deity at the critical moment, they wouldn't have been able to catch up with that Third Order Dragon Scale Scarlet, not to mention selling 15 million low-grade Spirit Stones. Each of them would have gained 1,875,000 low-rank Spirit Stones. This was a considerable amount of income for all of them. And most of all, they all knew that Yang Chen, alone, was able to kill it single-handedly, and even without them, when they encountered these two demonic beasts, Yang Chen alone took care of it. They were actually just leading the way for Yang Chen, so when they did the math, they were the ones who profited. All of them had agreed to distribute it evenly, and Yang Chen didn't know what to say. In the end, he obtained 8,687,550,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Together with what he had earned himself, it was almost 90 million low-grade Spirit Stones. Brother Chen has earned quite a lot this time. You must treat us to dinner today. Meng Xiao, at this moment, also said with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded. Let's go. Good, yeah, last time several things, too expensive. I didn't bother to eat. This time I must order. Meng Xiao picked up and said. I think so too. Xiang Shuwan nodded and said. I'll just treat myself to a meal, you guys take care of the dishes yourselves. Yang Chen smiled and said. No way, Brother Chen, so stingy? That's right, this earned almost $90 million, how can we have a meal? Then add another dish. There are 8 of us, how can one dish be enough? I can't help it. Along the way, the crowd casually chatted, and soon arrived at the restaurant that Meng Xiao had mentioned. There were quite a few guests here, but not a lot, after all, I heard that everything here was quite expensive. Even Meng Xiao's few people only dared to come over for a meal when they had something to gain. Hey! Just as they were about to walk into that restaurant, a few figures blocked them. Looking at the several strong men in front of him, Yang Chen's did not gently wrinkle. He knew that these few people seemed to have followed them all the way. Who are you guys? Xiang Shuwan looked at the few people in front of him vigilantly. He vaguely felt that these few people had some ill intentions. Just now I saw you guys over at Shen Guangjai, selling 2 dragon scale scarabs, that we chased after, and finally ran away and lost, and was picked up by you guys. I think, you guys should give it back to us, and at most, I will give you a little bit of compensation. What do you guys think? The one in the lead, tall and strong as well, looked at Yang Chen and the others in front of him with a haughty face. The words they had just said in the Shen Guangjai, they had all heard. Western Order Dragon Scale Scarlet, said picking up, such a good thing, they unexpectedly did not encounter, but it did not matter. Now that they encountered these people, it was the same. You guys can kill a Western-ranked demonic beast? Hearing this, Yang Chen laughed disdainfully. The strength of these few people was only at the Chi Transformation Realm, and they were only at the Chi Transformation Realm, so they were surprisingly loud and proud. Our strength, naturally, you few brats, how dare you question it? Otherwise, let's go out of the city and spar? The big man in the lead, at this time, said disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's few people looked at each other, and then nodded. Then let's go outside the city to spar. Saying that, he walked towards the outside of the city gates, and the several big men behind him all revealed smiles of triumph. They wanted to forcefully rob. Naturally, it couldn't happen in the city. After all, there were guards from the city lord's mansion patrolling here. And the city lord's mansion, they couldn't afford to offend. It could only use the method of provocation. Yang Chen's several people, the heart is also a secret smile. The strength of these several big men, the highest is only the 5th cultivation of the Qi transformation realm, then Xiang Shu won them, but also a few points weaker. I don't know where they got their confidence. Soon, the two groups of people first arrived outside the city. Just stay here, we still have to eat. Meng Xiao took the lead and said impatiently. Hearing this, the few big men looked around and said, "That's good, let's give you guys a good lesson here. There are people from the city lord's mansion in the city. We don't dare to make a move, and you guys aren't in any danger. But now that we're outside of the city, you guys will lose your protection." Said, looked at the others around, said with a smile, "Male all waist and arm, spirit stone all collected, female stay, TSK, these several little sister, looks really watery, bring back, enjoy. Okay. A few big men beside him, sniffed and laughed, and then a spiritual energy breath, erupted out from their bodies. Boom! All of them had the strength of Qi transformation realm. The highest was the big man in the middle, the 5th level of Qi transformation realm. Looking at the several big men that surrounded them, Yang Chen's few people also smiled faintly and glanced at each other. Surrounded by several big men, Yang Chen's few people did not panic. These 5 people in front of them, the highest strength was at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, while the weakest was at the 2nd level of the Qi transformation realm. Such strength was undoubtedly much weaker compared to Xiang Shuwan's several people. "Brothers, make your move and protect our watery little sister," Yang Chen said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the aura of Xiang Shuwan and the others first exploded out. Xiang Shuwan was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, Meng Xiao was at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, and everyone else was at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, on Yang Chen's side, other than the 7 people other than him, there just happened to be Westerners who were male. In other words, together with Yang Chen, there were just 5. When they felt the aura of Yang Chen's and their side, the faces of those 5 big men changed. How is it possible? How could they not have imagined that these teenagers, who didn't look very old, were all at the Qi transformation realm in terms of strength, and that they were even a line ahead of them? These should be young masters trained by rich people. Although their strength looks strong, they don't have the ability to fight in real combat. We don't need to be afraid of them. The strong man at the head at this time spoke out to pacify them. Their strength was sharpened from hunting demonic beasts among the same realm. Not many wanted to beat them. "Who wants your protection?" Ling Chuyao retorted. 3 not-so-weak auras then erupted from the 3 remaining girls. The 3 of them, all of them are also at the 3rd stage of the Qi transformation realm. Feeling the aura from Ling Chuyao and the 3 of them, the faces of those big men were also gloomy. Counting like this, there were actually 7 opposite parties whose strength had reached the Qi transformation realm. "Go on, fight quickly." The leading big man was also determined at this time. The first took over and charged towards Xiang Shuhuan. Xiang Shuhuan also did not dare to be careless. After all, the big man on the opposite side should have been honed on the edge of life and death countless times, although his strength was already at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm, which was 1 level higher than that big man. He did not dare to slack off. Soon, the battle began. Xiang Shuwan's 7 people fought with the opposite 5 people, while Yang Chen just stayed on the side. Looking at the people in the middle of the battle, he didn't make a move for the time being. His strength was only at the 7th level of the essence refining realm, so such a battle, for him, he couldn't intervene. Of course, just a face-to-face battle cannot intervene. If you give him a knife, and English, can solve these 5 people. The battle is still going on. Although Xiang Shuwan and their strength is strong, the opposite side is not weak either, and they are still often fighting on the edge of life and death. Every attack was a first strike to the vitals, without the slightest excess movement. On the contrary, although Xiang Shuwan and the others were strong, there were too many superfluous movements in the middle of the battle, and their hands were not ruthless enough. If the battle continues like this, Xiang Shuwan and the others will definitely lose. Yang Chen was somewhat helpless in his heart. Stronger, but being suppressed. Is this what comes out of the Purple Feather Academy? Can you do it, fine dog? Yang Chen shouted. Xiang Shuwan just happened to clash with the big man and took several steps back. Brother Chen, solve it quickly, this is dragging on, we can't take it well. Xiang Shuwan was also somewhat helpless. His own strength, which was 1 weight stronger than the strong man, could have pressed on, but it turned out that the richness of the other party's combat experience was simply not something they could compare with. Now he was even vaguely occupying a bit of a disadvantage. You're looking for that refined essence realm kid to help you? Is it because you want to die faster? That big man heard Xiang Shuwan's words and let out a sardonic laugh. Then his body moved and slammed his fist towards Xiang Shuwan. Seeing the big man coming in strong, Xiang Shuwan hurriedly resisted. Like a tiger with wings. Right at this time, Yang Chen suddenly used extremely standard English and uttered in English. When the effect of this English appeared, only a light suddenly appeared on Xiang Shuwan's several people's bodies, while their aura, surprisingly, raised once again. This body is filled with power. At this moment, Meng Xiao's few people were feeling this power. It just so happened that the person on the opposite side, a punch came over, and he also blasted out with a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and the big man's head connected and flew out backwards. What a terrifying power! Meng Xiao did not think that this power was so powerful to such an extent, obviously his strength, or the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, but this power has far exceeded the Qi transformation realm. Even Meng Xiao felt that his current power has been the return to void realm. Similarly, the other several battlefields, everyone felt this sudden force. When they fought again, Jianzhou was crushed. Xiang Shuwan and that big man had another slap against each other. This time, that big man first flew out backwards, while Xiang Shuwan didn't even take a step back. His foot stomped on the ground, his body swept out, and his fist blasted towards the big man's head. How is it possible? How did their strength suddenly skyrocket so much? At this moment, the big man's pupils shrunk slightly. In the battle just now, it was clear that he was in the upper hand and was still being pressed, but now it was even reversed in a flash, and he was being counter-pressed. It's that teenager? The big man felt something was wrong, and then looked at young Chen. Just now, his opponent, letting the teenager make a move, he still thought, what could a refined essence realm do? It had not occurred to him that it was capable of such a thing? He had to be dealt with first. You're dead. Right at this moment, Xiang Shuwan once again appeared in front of the big man and blasted his fist down towards his head. The big man didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly resisted. As expected, when fighting, if I use the language of the ancient gods, the effect will only work on the friend. Yang Chen had thought of this English language at the very beginning, and also wanted to try to see if the effect of this English language was an indiscriminate effect, or if it could be controlled to only act on Xiang Shuwan and the others. Now that the results were out, the language of the ancient gods could be changed at will with the intention of the releaser. Right at this moment, Yang Chen suddenly noticed that although that big man was fighting with Xiang Shuwan, he was constantly converging towards his side. Xiang Shuwan didn't pay attention and just kept attacking, while that big man's retreat was well organized. Want to make a move against me? Yang Chen smiled faintly. There was no panic. He could kill a demonic beast of the Western rank, let alone a person of the 5th rank of the Qi transformation realm. Bang! At this time, Xiang Shuwan threw another punch, sending that big man flying. And that big man was less than 2 meters away from Yang Chen. Their strength suddenly increased. It was you who messed up, right? Right at this time, that big man suddenly let out a sardonic laugh, then gave up fighting with Xiang Shuwan, turned around and first charged towards Yang Chen. Damn! Xiang Shuwan did not expect that the big man's target was actually Yang Chen. The big man should be able to see, enhance the strength of the crowd is Yang Chen. He just focused on the fight, did not realize that the target of the big man is Yang Chen. At this time to react, has been too late. But, Yang Chen cannot be something. Thinking of this, that Xiang Shuwan rushed towards Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen, be careful. The others at this moment, who had also realized the big man's purpose, hurriedly opened their mouths to warn. They wanted to get away to help, but the opponents in front of them, who also saw the big man's purpose, gritted their teeth, and surprisingly wrapped the crowd around them. At this moment, only Yang Chen looked at the big man rushing over in front of him without changing his face. Just when the big man was about half a meter away from Yang Chen finally slowly opened his mouth and said the word "she" in standard English. When the big man was only less than half a meter away from Yang Chen finally spoke slowly. Not an inch. The language of the ancient gods was at Yang Chen's fingertips. When Yang Chen's English came out of his mouth, an arcane power lingered around the big man, and instantly his movements were restricted. How? What's going on? Feeling the difference in his body, the big man's face immediately had a panicked expression, and he moved his body with force, but he couldn't move the slightest bit. Hey, just you also want to make a move against my brother Chen? Xiang Shuwan, who was still a little worried, was relieved at this moment, looking at the big man in front of him who couldn't move, and let out a cold smile. Finish him off, waste an arm, Yang Chen said indifferently. He had heard all of the big man's words just now, and it was obvious that it wasn't the first time they had done so, and since that was the case, Yang Chen naturally didn't need to be polite. Humph. Xiang Shuwan nodded slightly. Although he came out from the academy, he wasn't the type of person who was indecisive. Since they wanted to harm themselves and the others, then Xiang Shuwan wouldn't be polite either. With a flip of his hand, a dagger appeared in his hand. Wait, we have something to talk about. The big man really panicked at this moment, because there was no way for him to move at all. He had wanted to consume time to break free, but that invisible force that bound him to death, he couldn't break free at all. This situation was too bizarre, and now he was a bit flustered. These few people in front of him, what exactly were they? He seemed to have kicked the iron plate. Want to talk properly at this time? Wait until the arm is removed to talk properly, Yang Chen said indifferently. He then glanced at Xiang Shuwan who, without the slightest hesitation, raised his hand and a dagger instantly removed one of the big man's arms. Ah! A miserable scream emanated from the big man's mouth. Big brother! The other few people, at this moment, all panicked. Their big brother, but among them, the strongest existence. But now it was unexpectedly unloaded an arm, and it was also the first one to be defeated. At this moment, they felt a kind of panic spreading in their hearts. This time, they seemed to have incurred someone they shouldn't have. Save big brother. Right at this moment, a junior brother suddenly reacted and shouted. But at this time, Yang Chen had already taken the dagger in Xiang Shuwan's hand and set it on the big man's neck, speaking faintly, if any of you dares to move a little more, I'll take his life. Those few people, simply did not expect that they would be threatened by a little brat. The most important thing was that the threat was quite effective. What do you want to do? The one who opened his mouth was still the big man with the broken arm. Hand over all your spirit stones, Yang Chen said indifferently. Xiang Shuwan and the others, all of them also stopped talking and just stood beside Yang Chen, preventing the others from striking out at Yang Chen. We give. Those few strong men hurriedly said. They then took out their respective Qinkuan bags and threw them to Yang Chen. Pretty fast action? Yang Chen smiled faintly, and took the broken-armed big man's Qinkuan bag down as well, and with a sweep of his spiritual power, there were a total of about 10 million low-grade spirit stones in the 5 Qinkuan bags. Now you can release our big brother, right? A man said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen smiled faintly, yes, but, after a pause, Yang Chen once again looked at those people and spoke, please each of you sever an arm. What? When they heard this, the face of that Westerner instantly sank. They could hand over the spirit stones, but if they severed an arm, how could they hunt demonic beasts in the future? Big Brother had already had an arm wasted, and if they wasted it again, then they would really say goodbye to hunting demonic beasts in the future. Just now you guys said that the male wasted an arm. If you guys don't want to do it, I can also do it on your behalf, only that I have to charge for it. Yang Chen looked at the few people in front of him and said with a faint smile, since the other party was so skillful in their business, they must be people who did this often, then Yang Chen did not have the slightest psychological pressure when he made his move. Those few strong men, did not expect that Yang Chen would ask them to waste their own arms, which was actually no different from taking their lives. Brothers, don't listen to him, go, all of you. The big man with the broken arm roared angrily at this moment, then turned his head to look at Yang Chen and said angrily, kill me if you have the ability. Fulfill you. Yang Chen smiled faintly, and without the slightest hesitation, the dagger in his hand first cut the broken-armed man's throat. The broken-armed man's eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy, was his hand so decisive? He wanted to speak, but opened his mouth, only the blood kept pouring out, engulfing his voice. Big brother. The other Westerners also did not expect Yang Chen to strike so decisively. But just as they froze, Yang Chen first pulled out the knife of the man beside him, then held it with both hands and cut across. One cut, two cuts. Without the slightest hesitation, the first to use the language of the ancient gods. As Yang Chen's blade swept past, the body of the Shining man lurched forward for a moment before it firstly fell to the ground. Behind the body, there was a round head that had already fallen to the ground. West head are wide-eyed, dead. Hiss! A sound of sucking in cool air came from beside them. That was from Xiang Shuwan and the others. They were also all not expecting that Yang Chen would be so decisive in his actions. He killed them when he said he would, without the slightest hesitation at all. These people, keeping them will only harm others. Besides, Yang Chen wiped his knife on the clothes of the big man with a broken arm beside him and said, cut off the roots, otherwise, in the future, any one of you who encounters a few of them will not be able to escape. If you don't cut off the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Yang Chen didn't want to leave himself with some future worries. Brother Chen has a point. If we don't get rid of them, none of us will be able to beat them if we encounter them in the future. At this time, Meng Xiao also nodded in agreement. The others nodded similarly. What Yang Chen said was not wrong. Although they were all trainees of the Purple Feather Academy, it was impossible for them to be together in one song. On the contrary, these people were a team that hunted and killed demonic beasts, and they were inseparable on weekdays, so if they encountered them alone, they would surely die. Yang Chen was doing this for their sake. Let's go, let's eat. Yang Chen is spoken differently, and after saying that, he was the first to walk in the direction of Sonlei City. That Xiang Shuwan several people, after looking at each other, also followed behind Yang Chen and walked towards Sonlei City. At this time, they suddenly realized in their hearts, perhaps their hearts are not ruthless enough. If these 5 people will be released, what will be the consequences in the future? They dare not imagine, in the ivory tower of growing up in them, although the hands of a lot of decisive and fierce than ordinary cadets, but far from being enough, good treatment of the enemy, is to seek their own death. In this world where strength is honored, once you become an enemy, it's either you die or I die, and if you don't do it decisively, you'll suffer endlessly. Just at this moment, all of their hearts changed, which also allowed them to walk farther in the future. And at this time, they looked at that Yang Chen who was walking in front, walking idly. Suddenly there was a trace of admiration in their hearts, from the beginning of only thinking that Yang Chen was gifted and wanted to hug his thighs, to now they suddenly realized that this teenager, who was younger than them, seemed to be a lot more powerful than them in his heart. The young Chen at this moment, where did he look like a person who had just killed 5 people? In the middle of the Purple Feather Academy. Yang Chen and the others had returned at this time. According to the previous agreement, Xiang Shuwan and the others took Yang Chen out to hunt demonic beasts, while Yang Chen sent them half an hour of epiphany time. At this time, the other 7 people were all having epiphanies within the room, while Yang Chen also began to give the other students to improve the quality of the pills, as well as the epiphany time. Although the spirit stones obtained from the hands of those 5 people in the end, Xiang Shu won several people, none of them wanted them, all of them gave them to Yang Chen. Now he was also a rich man with 110 million low-grade spirit stones, but from the small goal of 1 billion, is still a little far away. Good from the auction, there are still 2 months of time, then go to hunt demonic beasts, perhaps should be able to earn a lot. The reason why Yang Chen didn't continue to hunt demonic beasts at this time was because he wanted to improve his own strength. For one thing, the competition between the 2 academies seemed to be about to start. Secondly, it was that hunting demonic beasts also needed to improve one's strength, and if one didn't have enough strength, even if one possessed the language of the ancient deity, one wouldn't be able to bring its true power into play. It seems like I still need a sword. Yang Chen had used a knife twice these 2 times, and used it very smoothly. Now he felt that a sword was needed. Forget it, I'm fine with a sword. Yang Chen thought about it, and it seemed that English with a sword was very much the same. A gun seems to work as well. Thinking about it again, a long gun seems to be a bit more handsome. The English with guns seems to be quite a lot too forget it, just use whatever you get in the future. Yang Chen shook his head and didn't think much more. Looking at the disciples around him, all of them started to cultivate in the midst of revitalization, and the ones who had elevated the elixir, there was none of them now, so Yang Chen entered the state of cultivation as well. I also don't know if there is any other English besides this uplifting that can make the epiphany even more powerful. At this moment, Yang Chen closed his eyes and began to ponder. Only after a few moments, the search was fruitless and he could only give up. However, he knew in his heart that there must be another English that was more powerful than this uplifting and could make the epiphany last longer. After all, this English was burned in the third floor of the book depository, and when Yang Chen was using it, there was no abnormalities, which proved that the power of this English was not enough, otherwise, it must not have been reproduced. At least in Yang Chen's opinion, the English reproduced on the walls of the third floor did not reach the peak of English, so this uplifting is one of them. Naturally, the effect is not the best. Forget it, since I can't think of anything, I'll just cultivate first. Yang Chen closed his eyes and entered the cultivation state. She through the rainbow. Infinite strength. Once again, under the support of the two English languages, Yang Chen's heaven stage technique synthesized and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy crazily. Only these two English words did not satisfy Yang Chen completely. In his mind, these two English words were just something he had worked out, and although their power was comparable to a heavenly grade technique, they were not really heavenly grade. Even if it reached the heavenly rank, it would only be the weakest, and the heavenly rank that Yang Chen thought of in his heart was still far away. This was also the reason why Yang Chen was obsessed with auctioning off the Earth Order techniques. He wanted to see from what English language, derived from the Earth Order, such a high-end existence. Cultivation days passed day by day, and with Yang Chen's invigorating effect, the cultivation speed of the disciples in the inner courtyard increased quite a bit. Only the later, the fewer people came to Yang Chen for epiphany. It is not that the effect of the invigorating is not good, but the consumption is too high, they cannot afford it. At this time, there are quite a few students of the inner courtyard, are teaming up, going to the ferocious tiger forest to hunt demonic beasts. And the distance from the Purple Feather Academy, with the Purple Flame Academy between the competition, is also getting closer and closer. Originally, all of this was proceeding in an orderly manner. One day, Tang Liangjun and the others went out to hunt a demonic beast and came back with swollen noses. When they appeared at the academy, they drew the attention of quite a few trainees, and some rushed to inform their mentor, as well as Meng Xiao and the others. What's going on? Seeing Tang Liangjun beaten into a pig's head, Meng Xiao's face was also gloomy. This was not the most serious. Behind them, there was another person, at this time lying on a stretcher, only outgoing air, no incoming air, seemed to be dying. That person was no one else, it was Meng Xiao's cousin Meng Ji. What's going on here? Just as Meng Xiao's words had just fallen, a cool voice, too, came over. When the crowd heard the voice and looked over, they saw a woman with a fiery figure walk out from amongst the crowd. It was no one else, it was none other than Instructor Xiaoyu, who had heard the report from the trainees and rushed over. When she saw the person lying on the stretcher, her face also changed. It's someone from the Purple Flame Academy. One of them, who was less injured, hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the surrounding trainees, all of them grimaced. Purple Flame Academy? They actually dared to make a move against someone from the Purple Feather Academy? Tutor Xiaoyu didn't say anything, she just hurriedly squatted down and checked Meng Ji's injuries, and a moment later, her brows lightly knitted, her face even more unfavorable. All the meridians and bones in his entire body are broken, and his internal organs are broken in several places, and he's lost too much blood. With that, she looked towards Meng Xiao and said, quickly go find Vice Dean Fan. This Vice Dean Fan show, not only was she powerful, but she was also an alchemist, but she wouldn't make a move easily. It was just that at this moment, Meng Ji's situation was very critical, so she could only let Fan Xiu come. Yes. Hearing that, Meng Xiao hurriedly answered and ran away. Soon, Fan Xiu was brought over. Vice Dean. Seeing Fan Xiu come over, Xiaoyu hurriedly made way. Looking at that Meng Ji's situation on the stretcher, Fan Xiu already had a number in his heart, and after squatting down to check, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. In this situation, everyone understood that Meng Ji was hopeless. All the meridians are disconnected, the Dantian is also broken, now can live, all rely on the little remaining aura in the Dantian hanging. If the aura completely disappears, he will. Also, the latter words, Fan Xiu didn't say, but everyone knew that Meng Ji probably wouldn't last long. Purple Flame Academy. I'll kill you all. Meng Xiao clenched his fists and turned around to head towards the entrance of the academy. Although Meng Xiao's relationship with Meng Ji wasn't very deep, but they were after all of the same clan, and now that Meng Ji had been beaten up like this, he was naturally furious. Meng Xiao, stop right there. Xiaoyu, at this moment, let out a low shout. Mentor Xiaoyu, I'm going to avenge my cousin. Meng Xiao did not turn around and walked towards the academy's main gate. Young man, why are you so impulsive? Let me take a look. Right at this moment, a voice came from behind Meng Xiao. Even Meng Xiao, who hadn't listened to Instructor Xiaoyu's words, unexpectedly stopped in his tracks when he heard this voice. Hastily turning his head towards the direction where the voice came from, he saw a familiar figure squatting next to Meng Jia, seemingly checking on Meng Jia's injuries. It wasn't anyone else, it was none other than Yang Chen. This injury is quite serious. Yang Chen looked at Meng Ji in front of him. This injury, it was too serious, he couldn't help but open his mouth once again. Meng Ji, are you alright? Is it okay to take 2 steps? The surrounding crowd. Brother Chen, Meng Ji, Meng Xiao still wanted to say that at a time like this, don't joke around, but Yang Chen waved his hand, signaling him to keep quiet. Just now he wasn't really joking, but he was thinking, what kind of English is there that can make Meng Ji recover at this time? Bring back the dead? This person is not dead yet. Besides, according to Yang Chen's research on the language of the ancient gods during this period of time, the greater the power, the greater the consumption, this raise the dead, if really used, I'm afraid that Yang Chen's mental power and spiritual power will be drained, and it won't be able to fulfill its effect. Then, what should be used? Yang Chen checked Meng Ji beside him. The injuries on his body were not a problem for Yang Chen. Do you have any last words to give? Yang Chen said to Meng Ji, who was still thinking about English. At this time, there was a very large amount of English that could be utilized, but it was because of the large amount that made it more difficult for Yang Chen. What he needed right now was one that could heal Meng Ji, but didn't need to consume too much spiritual energy. Although Yang Chen's cultivation during this period of time had allowed his spiritual power to grow quite a bit, but if it consumed too much English, Yang Chen still couldn't withstand that kind of consumption. For example, raising the dead, Yang Chen could completely wait for Meng Ji to die before using it, but that would require an extremely large amount of spiritual energy, and even if Yang Chen was emptied out, he would not be able to utilize the effect. Chen, you must help me take revenge. Yang Chen just casually asked, did not expect. Meng Ji is really open eyes, Some Week said. Well, you said, who beat you up like this? Yang Chen nodded his head slightly. At this moment in his mind, several English flashed by, but they were all dismissed by Yang Chen. The current Meng Ji, his injuries were too severe, and even other English, such as myriad hands, would require a large amount of mental energy to be consumed. Yang Chen needed an English to assist him, so that he could bring out the effects of the myriad hands returning spring, while reducing his spiritual energy. It wasn't that Yang Chen wasn't willing to consume a large amount of spiritual energy to save Meng Ji, but this kind of consumption of spiritual energy had already exceeded his tolerance, and forcing him to use it would cause a lot of damage to him, so Yang Chen wouldn't do it. It's Purple Flame Academies. Chai Hu. Meng Ji was very weak, but still said it. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen didn't feel anything because this person, he didn't recognize, but Meng Xiao along with the other trainees around him, and even Instructor Xiaoyu, all frowned. How could it be him? How did he go up against Meng Ji? Meng Xiao, at this moment, clenched his fists. Yang Chen casually asked, who is this guy? Just as he finished speaking, Meng Xiao was about to answer when Yang Chen suddenly shouted, got one. First receiving a look at Fan Shou beside him, he asked, Vice Dean, do you have any pills for treating broken bones and meridians and repairing the dantian? There are, but they are all just first-grade pills that can't do much. Fan Shou nodded her head slightly. This kind of pills, she still had them, but they were all low-grade pills. For Meng Ji, who was so severely injured right now, they didn't have the slightest effect at all. Doesn't Yang Chen have the ability to enhance the quality of pills? Wouldn't it be possible if all of these first-rate pills were upgraded to the third stripe? Xiaoyu, who was beside her, had let Yang Chen raise the quality of pills before, and she knew that Yang Chen had such a skill. Hearing this, Fan Shou shook her head. Even if all these pills become third grain, it won't help. Fan Ji's body has already. The latter words, Fan Shou did not say, but everyone was understanding that it could not be repaired anymore, unless there was a 5th grade or above elixir to save his life first, and then slowly nourish it back. Chai Hu, I'll kill you. At this moment, Meng Xiao, once again, stormed out once more. Meng Xiao, if you don't want your cousin to die, you should be quiet. Yang Chen's voice, faintly sounded, not big, but it first made Meng Xiao stop in his tracks and asked in shock, you can save? Did I say I can't be saved? Yang Chen's tone was calm as he looked towards Fan Shou and spoke, please also ask the Vice Dean to give a few pills. Good. Fan Shou heard Yang Chen say this. She also knew that Yang Chen was not ordinary, so she took out a few pills from her Qiankuan bag. There were those that repaired the meridians, repaired the bones, and also those that repaired the dantian. But this one that repaired the dantian could only treat the small damage to the dantian, and with Meng Ji like this, with the dantian shattered, it would be almost impossible to repair it. Not to mention first-grade elixirs, even third-grade and western grade, it was impossible. The only way to have some effect was to reach a 5th grade elixir, but the effect was not great, unless Yang Chen was upgraded to a 3-stripe 5th grade. But at this moment, Yang Chen, after receiving the elixir handed over by Fan Shou, did not use the day perfection to raise the elixir to the 3rd grade. Instead, he firstly stuffed the pills into Meng Ji's mouth and faintly said, eat them all. Meng Ji was a bit puzzled. These first-grade pills, he knew that it was impossible to cure, but out of his trust in Yang Chen, Meng Ji still first swallowed them. Watching Meng Ji swallow all the pills, it was only then that Yang Chen slowly opened his mouth and spoke the Western word in extremely standard English, medicine to cure the disease. That's right. After several comparisons, Yang Chen finally picked this English. The original meaning was that once the medicine was taken the disease was cured, describing the very good effect of the medicine. And Yang Chen first let Meng Ji swallow the ordinary healing elixir. Although the effect wasn't as good, the medicine was the right one for the disease. Yang Chen only needed to use these pills as an aid. Using the medicine to the disease should be able to cure Meng Ji. Cough. At this time, Meng Ji coughed twice, first coughing out a large amount of blood. Meng Ji, Tang Liang Jun, a few of them, hurriedly surrounded over. But at this time, Meng Ji waved his hand. Nothing, nothing. The people around them froze. Meng Ji, who was just about to die, at this time spoke with a voice that was very strong, just as the injuries on his body recovered. You're okay? Tang Liang Jun was surprised. He knew exactly what Meng Ji had been injured to, but now Meng Ji, it seemed as if nothing had happened. I feel that my meridians and bones have returned to normal, and my dantian, too, has been repaired. Meng Ji said with some surprise after feeling his own situation for a little while. although it wasn't completely restored, but what was left only needed to be cultivated for a period of time, and it could be completely restored. This, Yang Chen, what ancient deity language is this? Surprisingly, it has this kind of effect? After seeing Meng Ji's situation, Fan Xiu finally came back from her shock and looked at Yang Chen, inquiring incredulously. Just now, she had watched Yang Chen use the elixir, and that elixir was still given to Yang Chen by her, but just an ancient deity language was able to bring out the effects of the elixir to such an extent? This was comparable to a 6th or even 7th grade elixir. This is an ancient deity language that I just comprehended when I was in a hurry, and I wasn't sure how effective it was, so I wanted to try it out, and I didn't expect that it would be very effective. Yang Chen casually made an excuse, although a sudden epiphany sounded bluffing, it was still better than him being born knowing the language of the ancient gods. Yang Chen then added, if the Vice-Dean wants to try, Yang Chen can tell the Vice-Dean the pronunciation. Unexpectedly, Fan Xiu shook his head. Although this magical language of the ancient deities is really heartwarming, I'm also clear that it's not something I'm able to learn. Just now when I heard you open your mouth, that mysterious meaning, I've carefully sensed it. If I want to cultivate this language of the ancient deities, I'll need at least 80 years of time. Hiss. Hearing Fan Xiu say this, the surrounding trainees, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Fan Xiu's talent was already very good, or else she wouldn't be able to be the Vice-Dean of this Purple Feather Academy. But she even said that it would take 80 years to learn the language of an ancient deity? And Yang Chen actually comprehended an ancient deity language that even the Vice-Dean needed 80 years to learn? How terrifying a talent was this? Among the crowd, there was a gasp of amazement except for one person, who stared at Yang Chen, his brows gently furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Within the academy, amongst the crowd, Su Zishan gave Yang Chen a deep look, not knowing what she was thinking, and after a moment, she turned around and left. At this moment, her red lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to try to speak, but no matter how hard she tried, it was to no avail. If Yang Chen was there, he would have been able to hear that the first word Su Zishan tried to say at this moment was the word medicine. Obviously, this time, the language of the ancient gods, although it came out lightly from Yang Chen's mouth, for Su Zishan, this time, it was very difficult. However, she also believed in her own talent and could definitely learn it. Brother Chen, thank you. After a short period of rest, Meng Ji had also recovered more or less, and hurriedly got up, expressing his gratitude to Yang Chen. If it wasn't for Yang Chen today, he would definitely die. It's fine, tell us, what's going on? Yang Chen waved his hand and asked. This matter, naturally, couldn't just be left alone. You few come with me. Just as Meng Ji was planning to answer Yang Chen's words, Instructor Xiaoyu spoke first. Upon hearing this, a few of Yang Chen nodded slightly. The other trainees had wanted to hear what was going on, but at this time, they could only disperse helplessly. Soon, a few people arrived at Yang Chen's residence, which made Yang Chen a little speechless. Couldn't they just go to someone else's residence? Tell me all the things that you have encountered today. Tutor Xiaoyu casually sat down, then stared at Meng Ji and asked. Today, we were planning to go hunting demonic beasts, and our luck was not bad. We had just entered the forest not long ago, when we encountered a second-order demonic beast, several of us, although we were all only at the refined essence realm, but that second-order demonic beast, which was not very strong, was under our siege and was seriously injured. Meng Ji paused, continued, but just when we intend to formally hunt the demonic beast, Chai Hu with the Purple Flame Academy of a few people, the first to stop us, and then went out to hunt that second-order demonic beast, in front of us to seize the demonic beast, we naturally unconvinced, they fought with them. That Chai Hu's strength, how is it? Yang Chen interjected and asked. He didn't have any impression of this Chai Hu, so naturally, he wanted to know the strength of the other party. Upon hearing this, Meng Ji hurriedly replied that Chai Hu was a student of the inner courtyard of the Purple Flame Academy, and is ranked in the West, with his strength at the 7th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Hearing this reply from Meng Ji, Yang Chen was also a bit speechless. They are at the 7th level of the Qi Transformation Realm, and none of you are at the Qi Transformation Realm, so you dare to go up first to snatch the demonic beasts with them? At that time did not think so much, they provoked, but also insulted our Purple Feather Academy or waste, so just. Meng Ji was indeed impulsive when he fought back, but at that time the demonic beast was robbed and also insulted. They were not angry, naturally they chose to do it. After all, they are all young people, their blood is fresh, the academy is only able to scold them, and other people can't even scold a word. You guys are indeed reckless. If you come back, we bring people together, then the ones who are seriously injured will be the people of Purple Flame Academy. Meng Ji at this time, his face is not very good, some helpless, this cousin, how the brain a little bad look? That Chai Hu, even if it was him, it was difficult to cope with. But Meng Ji a few, the strength was not even at the Qi Transformation Realm, but even dared to mess with it? Jane Head is an idiot. Between two academies, it is possible to kill people? Yang Chen suddenly asked. For once on, he thought that between two academies, it was just a sparring match, but this time it seemed that it was not quite the same. Hearing this, Meng Xiao hesitated for a few moments before speaking. Brother Chen, you haven't entered the inner courtyard for a long time. There are some things that I haven't had the time to tell you yet. Yang Chen didn't think that this was even something to hide? The competition between the Purple Feather Academy and the Purple Flame Academy is nothing more than a front, and every year, each has their own deaths and injuries, because the rules of the competition are that one side will be beaten to the point where they have no power to fight back, or the other side will surrender, and only then will they be considered to have won. Meng Ji explained. Hearing this, Yang Chen also understood, these people of theirs, the pride of the heavens, the strongest in the inner courtyard of the academy, naturally they would not surrender. Then there was only one other way, and that was to be beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back, and that was to be seriously injured, or even die. The grudge between the two academies has been a long time, at least 100 years ago. 100 years ago, in the Purple Feather Academy, two geniuses appeared. They are sister and brother. Not only are they proficient in the language of the ancient gods, they are also quite diligent in their cultivation, and at a very young age, they reached the peak of the Chi transformation realm. However, one day, the older sister left the academy to go hunting for demonic beasts, and was late in coming back, and when they were found, has become a corpse, and there are signs of being violated. Violet Flame Academy. After killing 5 Chi Transformation Realm tutors and 3 Void Returning Realm elders of the Purple Flame Academy, he was killed by the then Dean of the Purple Flame Academy, and since then, the hatred between the two academies was knotted up, first to this day. After listening to Xiaoyu's words, Yang Chen's brows were also gently furrowed. He also did not think that between these two academies, such a thing had even happened. Then even if we were to kill them in the middle of the forest, it would still be fine? Yang Chen asked. Aha! Xiaoyu nodded, and then added, but the fierce tiger forest is very large, so it's not an easy task to encounter them, and besides, it's even more difficult to do it in a way that people don't know about it. Moreover, they may have left the fierce tiger forest by now, Meng Xiao reminded. Yang Chen nodded slightly. It's fine, I'll go and take a look. I'll accompany you. Meng Xiao hurriedly said, you're not familiar with the fierce tiger forest, and you don't know Chai Hu. We'll go too. Meng Ji heard that Yang Chen wanted to go find Chai Hu and said in a hurry, Meng Xiao will go with me, everyone else stay here. Yang Chen shook his head. You guys are too weak, you won't be able to help if you go, why don't I go? Just at this time, a voice came from the doorway. The crowd looked over and saw a silver-haired young girl standing at the doorway, and the words that had just come out of her mouth. Su Zishan. Seeing the young girl that appeared, the crowd was somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected that Su Zishan would want to follow. I'm already at the first level of Chi Transformation Realm strength now, so I should be better than them, Su Zishan first said. Hearing this, Meng Ji's few were a little embarrassed. They had entered the inner courtyard for an unknown amount of time longer than Su Zishan, but they had yet to reach the Chi transformation realm now. If you think I'm dragging my feet, forget it. Su Zishan didn't look at the others, she just looked at Yang Chen and said. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen was a bit strange. What did she want? During the first fight, she seemed to have dealt a heavy blow, and then when she was bullied by Tang Lianjun and the others, she was the one who called Elder Lu over. Now this matter didn't seem to have anything to do with her, yet she wanted to go together? Fine, then let's go together. Since she couldn't figure it out, then bringing it over might make it clear. Su Zishan didn't have any expression, just nodded slightly and answered. In the middle of the fierce tiger forest, Yang Chen's group of 3, following the location Meng Ji had said, came to the middle of the forest. They know that after Meng Ji goes back, they will definitely attract people from the academy, so they will definitely not stay here for long. Meng Xiao said as he led Yang Chen and Su Zishan towards the middle of the forest. That can't be said, maybe he did it on purpose. Yang Chen looked at the surroundings. This place was indeed very suitable for hiding people. What do you mean? Meng Xiao hadn't reacted to what Yang Chen meant by that. If we first seriously injure someone, then wait for the students of the Purple Feather Academy to come to take revenge, and by the way, the others will ambush here, so we can kill them all in one fell swoop. This time, the one who opened her mouth was Su Zishan. At this moment, she was also looking around vigilantly. Hearing this, Meng Xiao's face also changed slightly. If that was really the case, then wouldn't they be in danger? Because Chai Hu was already the existence of the west of the Purple Flame Academy, and he had already shown his face long before. If he was still just a bait, preparing to catch the big fish, then wouldn't that mean that there was still that top 3 existence of the Purple Flame Academy here? Then what should we do now? The top 3 existences of the Violet Flame Academy all have extraordinary strengths. If we encounter them, it will be very troublesome. Meng Xiao's understanding of the Purple Flame Academy was naturally much more than Yang Chen and Su Zishan, and when he thought that the strength of the top 3 existences could be much stronger than him, Meng Xiao felt a bit weak. Although it was said that Yang Chen and Su Zishan's talents were both very strong, the strength of the two of them, however, was still only at the stage of ascension. In other words, their strength might not even be comparable to the existence of the top 10 of the Inner Academy. How strong are they? Have they reached the Void Returning Realm yet? Yang Chen wasn't nervous, but only inquired curiously. At that, Meng Xiao shook his head. That's not true yet. The number 1 of the Purple Flame Academy, named Fengziyu, is very talented. A year ago, he reached the 8th level of the Chi Transformation Realm, and now he might even be at the peak of the Chi Transformation Realm. A year ago, the 8th level of the Chi Transformation Realm, and now you haven't stepped into the Void Returning Realm? Yang Chen was a little curious. He had stepped into the 8th level of the Chi Transformation Realm a year ago, but he had not returned to the Void Returning Realm yet. This talent was not good. Do you think that everyone is like you, cultivating with the language of the ancient gods that is comparable to heavenly ranked techniques? Meng Xiao said helplessly. Hearing this, Yang Chen smiled somewhat awkwardly. Meng Xiao continued to introduce the second in their inner courtyard, named Wei Ying. Her cultivation was at the 7th level of the Chi Transformation Realm a year ago, and the third is named Duan Song. Her strength was at the 5th level of the Chi Transformation Realm a year ago. These are all cultivation levels from a year ago. How come there is no one from this year? Yang Chen said with some helplessness. How is this all just from a year ago? Could it be that there is no news to inquire about this year? Because they did a good job of keeping it secret, but based on their talent projections, this segment of song is at least at the 8th cultivation level of the Chi transformation realm this year as well. Meng Xiao said, since the competitions between the two academies were all based on deaths and injuries as a result, the exact strength, naturally, needed to be kept secret. Trying to get the rankings was difficult. The cadets, are they different every year? What about the ones who won the competition before? Yang Chen asked with interest. If the cadets who won last year came back this year, wouldn't they have a bigger chance of winning? According to the agreement between the two academies, cadets who have already participated in the competition are not allowed to participate again. This also avoids too many unnecessary casualties. The two academies can't afford this kind of attrition, so they both silently abide by the rules. Meng Xiao explained, and those seriously injured and disabled cadets, the academy arranged for them to go home, but gave enough compensation. As for those who won, they were sent to a more advanced academy to enhance their strength. And now there are quite a number of former cadets of the inner courtyard who have become a party of strong men. Sent home? Su Zishan suddenly uttered 3 words indifferently. Hearing these cold words, Yang Chen also understood what Su Zishan was thinking in her heart, cultivating for many years, paying so much for the academy, and not even being able to cultivate again for the rest of her life. As a result, they were sent home by the academy, which was perhaps a little unfair for them. Going home to recuperate is also better than being in the middle of the academy, looking at so many trainees, working hard to cultivate, while they can only watch from the sidelines because they are unable to cultivate. That kind of feeling should be even worse. Meng Xiao explained. To these words, Yang Chen and Su Zishan were non-committal, or they hadn't encountered it and couldn't empathize with it. Be careful, there are people around here. Just at this time, Yang Chen said softly, his spiritual power, because of the English language of concentration and concentration, had improved a lot, and now, even if he didn't use his spiritual power to probe, his perception was still much stronger than an ordinary person. Upon hearing this, Meng Xiao and Su Zishan were both on guard. Meng Xiao? Just at this time, a voice came from behind a tree not far away, and then a burly figure walked out. When he saw Meng Xiao, in his tone, there was some surprise. Obviously, he felt that the person who came shouldn't be Meng Xiao. Chai Hu, you are indeed waiting here? The one who came with you, which one of the top 3? There's no need to hide, come out. Looking at the burly man in front of him, Meng Xiao said indifferently. He was still a bit skeptical, but now that he saw that Chai Hu was still here, it was enough to prove that Yang Chen was right. They had put out the bait and were waiting for the fish to take the bait. He originally thought it would be Yuzhe coming over, or at least Xiang Shuwan didn't think that it would be you, Meng Xiao. Chai Hu's eyes were filled with disappointment. As for Yang Chen, it was first ignored by him, but when he saw Su Zishan, he did sneer out. But seeing that you brought such a beautiful sister for me to enjoy, later on, I'll strike a little harder, so that you can die a little quicker, and don't have to wait for death with the same pain as that cousin of yours. Then you come and try. Meng Xiao said. Spiritual energy burst out. At this time he has reached the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. His original strength has been close to the 6th level. After this period of time in the Yang Chen invigorating in the comprehension of the cultivation, is also successful into the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. 6th level of Qi transformation realm? It's quite a bit of progress, but it's just average, Chai Hu said, and likewise, a spiritual energy erupted from within his body, and vaguely, it somewhat overshadowed Meng Xiao's, which was the aura of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. You guys go over there and take care of the other 2, kill the male and leave the female behind, Chai Hu said to the few people around him. He sensed that Yang Chen's strength was only at the refined essence realm, and Su Zishan's strength was only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. These people around him were all at the 3rd level of Qi transformation realm strength, so it was easy to deal with them. Yes, a few people responded and surrounded the 2 Yang Chen. And at this moment, Chai Hu, without the slightest hesitation, his foot stepped on the ground, and his body first connected like a cannonball, and swept towards Meng Xiao's direction. Yang Chen, who was surrounded, did not have the slightest bit of panic. Looking at the 6 people around him whose strength had reached the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked Su Zishan, who was beside him, "Do you want to try out the language of that ancient deity from before?" "Yes." Su Zishan nodded slightly, pulling out the sword in her hand. When that sword was unsheathed, a sharpness that felt chilling flashed by. Good sword. Yang Chen couldn't help but praise it. At this moment, the people around them also sensed the extraordinary nature of the sword, but they did not worry about it. Instead, one by one, their faces showed excitement, that of greed. However, Su Zishan did not pay any attention to these, and when the sword was unsheathed, she was using the language of the ancient gods, and slowly opened her mouth. Yang Chen was beside Su Zishan. He could feel that the sword in her hand was extraordinary. When Su Zishan's spiritual energy began to surge, it was as if the sword was being pulled, somewhat similar to the sword intent, but not as good as the sword intent. Blade light. Sword shadow. Su Zishan slowly opened her mouth. The words were still a little unclear, at least in Yang Chen's ears. What was heard was not standardized, but in this continent, it was already considered very impressive. When Su Zishan's words just fell, a sword shadow, in her surroundings cohesion, sword shadow mixed with knife light. Perhaps it was because Su Zishan was using a sword in her hands, which caused the sword shadows to overshadow the blade light. So it turns out that a good spiritual treasure is able to enhance the power of the language of an ancient deity. At this moment, Yang Chen was also pondering. It seemed that in the future, he would have to seek out a spiritual treasure. Although his ancient deity language could be very powerful, his own strength was insufficient, and if he had a handy spiritual treasure, he might be able to be even stronger. When the blade light and sword shadow appeared around Su Zishan, the 6 people surrounding Yang Chen and the others, their faces changed slightly. They could sense an extraordinary power from that blade light and sword shadow. An aura erupted from their bodies. Even that Meng Xiao and Chaihu, who were already fighting together, at this moment, after sensing that overpowering aura, both looked over in Su Zishan's direction. In the eyes of the 2 men, their colors were different, and in just a moment, the 2 men fought together again. And at that moment, Su Zishan also moved, her body swept rapidly, the sword and sword shadows around her body were also under her control. Indeed, the talent is very good. The application of the language of the ancient gods has actually reached this point. Yang Chen could recognize that the fast-moving pace should be a kind of body spirit skill that was no more powerful than English, but Su Zishan's use of it, coupled with the sword light and sword shadows that surrounded her body, looked effective. At least in Yang Chen's eyes, special effects have been pulled full, the rest is the power. At the time Su Zishan made her move, those 6 people also followed the move. Their strength, all of them were at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm, and they were 6 people surrounding Su Zishan, because in their eyes, Yang Chen, who was at the essence refining realm, was not enough to be feared. Humph! Su Zishan snorted coldly, and with a stab of the long sword in her hand, the sword shadows around her also followed, under her control, stabbing towards a person not far in front of her. Feeling the strength of Su Zishan's move, that person also did not dare to be slow, spiritual energy surging, the first to coalesce into a barrier in front of his body. But Su Zishan's sword, which was condensed with the language of the ancient gods, could not be resisted by an ordinary spiritual barrier. When the long sword in Su Zishan's hand pierced into that spiritual barrier, in only an instant, it broke through. A hint of panic flashed across that man's face, then with a flip of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand, and he placed it across his chest. Ding! It just managed to resist the long sword in Su Zishan's hand. However, the sword shadow around her was stabbed out along with her stabbing out, but it was not resisted by the sword. The first of the sword shadow pierced through the large sword and stabbed into the man's heart. Ah! A miserable scream came out from that person's mouth. Su Zishan did not pay any attention to him, his figure moved, once again appearing in front of another person. This time, the long sword was lifted diagonally, the sword shadow moved along with it, swiping towards the other person. That person's reaction was also relatively fast. When he saw the sword shadow sweeping in, his figure sidestepped. Ah! Although avoided the fatal blow, but one of his arm, the first was removed by the sword shadow. 2 people in a row, one was killed and one was seriously injured. The other Westerners, all of them took a step back in some fear and withdrew from the battle circle. Their strength was all at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. Su Zishan was only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm, but at this moment, they felt their hearts palpitate. That mysterious sword shadow, what level spirit skill was it? Surprisingly, it was so terrifying. It didn't occur to me that the language of an ancient deity could still be used like this. Yang Chen looked at Su Zishan's battle and said in his heart, he hadn't thought of using a spiritual treasure with English before. In this way, not only would he be able to reduce his consumption, he would also be able to maximize the power of the English language. Phew! At this moment, Su Zishan, knowing that the Westerner had broken away from the fighting circle, also stopped her stance, but still held her sword in one hand and looked around vigilantly. This woman is very strong. You guys grab that man first. Among the Westerners, someone spoke up. Su Zishan's strength, being at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm, was only 2 levels weaker than them, and with the special spirit skill, they could not win. Then the remaining one whose strength was at the essence refining realm, they couldn't still be unable to manage it, could they? A few people exchanged glances, and the first one turned around and swept towards Yang Chen. Seeing the movements of the Westerners, Su Zishan did not make a move. She was clear that this man did not need her to intervene. I seem to look like I'm better to pinch. Yang Chen looked at the Westerner who swept towards him and smiled helplessly. After all, his current strength was only at the 8th level of the essence refining realm. This was already considered to have improved very quickly, but in the eyes of these people at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm, they were still relatively easy to bully. No matter how talented you are, when you meet an enemy that is stronger than yourself, then you can only blame your own bad fate. But, stronger than yourself? Hee. Yang Chen smiled faintly. This Westerner's apparent realm was stronger than him, and it wasn't just a star and a half stronger. According to their words, it was 1 realm stronger. But so what? When the Westerner approached Yang Chen, he only saw Yang Chen open his mouth indifferently, and in the language of the ancient gods, he said in a well-worded manner, blade light and sword shadow. It was many times more standard than what Su Zishan had said. And the effect, naturally, was also countless times stronger than that used by Su Zishan, as the blade light and sword shadow surrounded Yang Chen's circumference, and no matter whether it was the blade light or the sword shadow, it was incomparably solid. If Su Zishan's blade light and sword shadow was just a shadow, then Yang Chen's blade light and sword shadow was just like condensing a physical object. The Westerner, seeing Yang Chen's condensed sword shadow as if it was a substance, immediately panicked in his heart and felt a kind of fear for no reason. This was something that Su Zishan had not been able to bring to them just now. What Su Zishan brought to them was at most palpitations, while what Yang Chen brought to them at this moment was true fear. If we take another step closer, we will be killed. In the hearts of the Westerners, such a sentence suddenly surfaced for no reason. But at this time, it was too late to retreat. When Yang Chen's sword light and shadow appeared, they had already stepped into Yang Chen's attack range, only to see Yang Chen's sleeve robe wave, that around the body of the sword light sword shadow, as if under control, the first towards the west 8 swept away. Countless sword light and sword shadows, firstly enveloped the Westerners who were besieging them. Ah! A mournful cry was shouted out from the mouths of the Westerners. All of this happened too fast, so fast that the crowd didn't react. This Westerner didn't, Chai-Hu didn't, that person hiding in the dark didn't either. When a miserable scream came out, a black shadow swept out from behind a tree, then swept towards the Westerner. Spiritual energy surged, and the first connected reached out to pull the arm of one person. Ah! But just at this time, a miserable scream rang out from the mouth of the person who was being pulled. That black shadow exerted a force, but unexpectedly only pulled down an arm. In the cut of the broken arm, very neat and smooth, that was in a split second, was cut off by a sharp sword. And on that arm, it was still densely covered with scratches of varying depths and lengths. Damn it! The black shadow shouted angrily. And at that moment, Yang Chen also stared at that black shadow. Yang Chen stared at the man in front of him, very thin-looking, dressed in white, quite a gentle and elegant feeling. It was only the broken arm in his hand, along with the grimace on his face, that made this feeling vanish. Good, very good. This Purple Feather Academy unexpectedly produced 2 such outstanding freshmen this year, using the language of the ancient gods to such an extent. Truly remarkable. That man looked at Yang Chen and Su Zishan and said with some gnashing of teeth. Just now, even though he hadn't touched Yang Chen head-on, he was still able to detect that Yang Chen and Su Zishan were both using the language of the ancient deities, and that kind of marvelous fluctuation, he couldn't be mistaken. Duan Song, it really is you. Right at this time, Meng Xiao also broke away from the battle circle, looking at the white-clothed man in front of him, and spoke faintly. And Yang Chen remembered that this was what Meng Xiao had said, the third-ranked existence of the Purple Flame Academy. Judging from the aura of his strike just now, he should be at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. With a wave of his hand, the first of the sword and sword shadows dissipated, revealing the Western corpse inside. Looking at that body covered with wounds, at this time has not any vitality of the body of the West, Duan Sun's eyebrow corner slightly jumped. This kind of ancient god's language, the power is surprisingly so great. If he could obtain it, he would definitely be able to raise his strength by another notch in the future. And even those 2 guys, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to help him in the slightest. Before Meng Xiao said, this Sun's strength, a year ago, it was only the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now it has already reached the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he is ranked 3rd in the Purple Academy. And the other 2, it is not allowed to say that they have already stepped into the Return to Void. Purple Feather Academy is a bit dangerous. Yang Chen secretly said in his heart, this Sun's strength has been strong enough. The other 2, at least are the peak of the Qi transformation realm, and even has been the Return to the Void realm. According to what Yang Chen knew, even Ning Zhuyun, the number 1 in the inner courtyard of the Purple Feather Academy, was only at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Tisk, TSK, I said how Meng Xiao you came alone. It turns out that you brought a good helper, but unfortunately, you should not have thought that I will be waiting for you here, right? Duan Song looked at Meng Xiao and said indifferently, but it's good, these 2 people have good talent. If you stay here today, you'll have less trouble in the future. You've really given 2 good gifts. I was not expecting you to wait for me here, but, he thought of it. Meng Xiao pointed to Yang Chen who was not far away and spoke faintly. Hee, still showing off. Knowing that I'm here, you guys still dare to come? Duan Song smiled coldly. He knew Meng Xiao's strength, and the man and woman in front of him, although their talent was good, their strength was too weak. If they really knew that he was here, how dare these people first pick up and run here? Then there was something wrong with these people's brains. With a strength of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, falling here, I don't know if the Purple Flame Academy would be heartbroken. Yang Chen spoke indifferently. Just with you? Duan Song didn't expect that a person from the essence refining realm would dare to speak so wildly. Was the current Purple Feather Academy also arrogant? If that was really the case, it was more or less a bit of a fall from grace for them to make a move against someone from the Purple Feather Academy here today. After all, if it was just a character like this, even if it was in the competition, then it definitely wouldn't pose a threat. And this kind of arrogant guy simply wasn't worthy of him personally taking action. You can come and try, Yang Chen said indifferently. Duan Song, let me take care of this person. Chai-Hu, who was on the side, spoke first. This person in front of him, although he had killed the Purple Flame Academy's Shiming Qi Realm 3rd level student, he was a true Qi Realm 7th level strength, and he was also able to instantly kill Shiming Qi Realm 3rd level. Hearing this, Duan Song pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled faintly. Good, this kind of strength, it's not worth my hand. Perhaps Chai-Hu hadn't seen the true power of that ancient deity's language before, and might not have seen it, but he, Duan Song, knew that perhaps if he just heard it again, he would be able to memorize it as well. It would be good to take Chai-Hu to try out the power. Hee, kid, you're lucky to die in my hands. Chai-Hu squeezed his hand and looked at Yang Chen in front of him, not the slightest bit wary because Yang Chen had killed that Westerner. After all, he was very confident in his own strength. Stepping out, an aura first erupted from his body, the strength of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Even Meng Xiao had not reached it. It looked like the strength of the people from the Purple Flame Academy was generally a bit higher than the Purple Feather Academy. Yang Chen also didn't understand that with a stronger strength, he would have to use such underhanded means. Hee, let's try it then. Yang Chen smiled faintly, stared at Chai-Hu in front of him, and opened his mouth once again. And at this moment, there were 2 people who looked at Yang Chen curiously, as if they were expecting something. One was Su Zishan. Although she had already learned the Blade Light and Sword Shadow, she still hadn't been able to utilize the full power of the Blade Light and Sword Shadow. Even when she borrowed a spiritual treasure of great value, she could only utilize 1/10 of the power of the language of this ancient deity. Originally, Su Zishan thought that this ancient deity language of hers was already very good, but when she saw Yang Chen use it, he was able to kill a Westerner whose strength had reached the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm, even though his own strength was weaker than hers, and he didn't use a spiritual treasure. At this time, Su Zishan realized that her understanding of the Blade Light and Sword Shadow was still far from enough, and now that Yang Chen was planning to use the language of this ancient deity once again, she naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. Perhaps listening to Yang Chen's language of the ancient deities once again would allow her to have a deeper understanding of Blade Light and Sword Shadow. The other person was naturally Duan Song. Just now when he was hiding in the dark, he had already sensed the power of the language of the ancient gods. Although he had just been exposed to it twice, he hadn't been able to memorize it, let alone repeat it. However, Duan Song felt that it wasn't because he didn't have enough talent, but because he hadn't realized that the language of the ancient gods was so powerful, and hadn't been patient enough to listen to it, and hadn't comprehended it carefully, which was why he hadn't succeeded in repeating it down. This time, as long as this Purple Feather Academy's trainee used that ancient deity's language to Chaihu once again, and he listened carefully and memorized it, he would definitely be able to reproduce it. It wouldn't be a bad thing to learn down the language of the ancient deities of the Purple Feather Academy at that time. This was also the reason why Duan Song didn't stop Chaihu from going up to him. He just wanted Chaihu to come and force Yang Chen to use the ancient deity languages once again, and once again use the Sword Light and Shadow. After all, Duan Song didn't think that someone who was only at the 8th level of the essence refining realm would use a second ancient deity language. The complexity of this language and the difficulty of trying to repeat it, to be able to learn one, and one that was still so powerful, was already very good. After all, Duan Song had only learned 3 in all these years. One was the language of the ancient deities for cultivation purposes, and the other 2 were spiritual skills. Right now, he was learning the Western one. As for Meng Xiao on the other side, he was all agitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn it, but he was clear that Yang Chen's ancient deity language, with his talent, he couldn't learn it yet. After all, in the midst of his comprehension, Yang Chen had not shied away from using the language of the ancient gods every time, but after listening for such a long time, he had not been able to learn it, and could not even barely repeat it. This Blade Light and Sword Shadow was a relatively new language for him, so why should he make things difficult for himself? Looking at the faces of the crowd, Yang Chen smiled faintly, having guessed their thoughts. But, who told you that I only know this one English? Within the forest, a wind blew, the leaves swayed with the wind, the trees here, they do not know how many years of growth, is a big tree. Under the tree and open space, there are 6 bodies lying on the ground. Standing, there are 5 people. Kid, ready to die? Chaihu looked at Yang Chen in front of him and said with a fierce smile. In his opinion, his strength was much stronger than Yang Chen's, and it didn't take much effort to deal with him. Well, come on. Yang Chen smiled faintly, and didn't look half worried because of Chaihu's aura. Humph. Seeing that Yang Chen did not have the slightest bit of fear, that Chaihu stomped his foot on the ground, and his body swept out, clenching his fists and smashing them in Yang Chen's direction. Seeing that Chaihu had moved, Yang Chen faintly opened his mouth and uttered the word 100 years tree, in English. This time, Yang Chen kind of wanted to try this kind of English that he didn't know what classification it should be under, whether it could bring about unexpected effects or not. After all, this English language, on the surface, could neither be used as a spiritual skill attack, nor, in actuality, could it be used to enhance mental power or spiritual power. Its original meaning was a metaphor for the fact that cultivating talents was a long and arduous endeavor. However, Yang Chen knew clearly that some English languages were not as simple as they appeared, and when it exerted the power of the language of the ancient gods, it would become a different state, just as the effect of the raiding the door that Yang Chen had used before had become different. At this moment, Yang Chen had some understanding of this 100 years of trees in his heart, and perhaps the effect would be as he expected. Ha! Suzy-san and Duan Song, who were not far away, both froze when they heard the language of the ancient gods spoken by Yang Chen. Suzy-san was clear that this was another new ancient deity language. Duan Song, on the other hand, wasn't clear, was not, and only felt that the pronunciation of this ancient deity language sounded as if it wasn't quite the same as the one he had just heard. When he tried to repeat it, he was surprised to find that it wasn't even the slightest bit memorized, not even a single pronunciation. Sure enough, another new ancient deity language, worthy of my brother Chen. Only Meng Xiao had an excited look on his face. He knew that Yang Chen couldn't possibly have only one ancient deity language. Wouldn't that be looking down on my brother Chen too much? Meng Xiao was already a little impatient to find out what the power of this one brand new ancient deity language was. Ka! Just as the thoughts in the hearts of the crowd had just surfaced, a strange sound entered their ears. This one sound was not like that, emitted by a spiritual treasure, yet it was clearly audible. Chaihu's actions also stopped because of the appearance of this sound, but when he checked his surroundings, he did not find the slightest abnormality. He could not help but feel a little angry and once again clenched his fists, his spiritual energy surging, and blasted in Yang Chen's direction. Bang! Just when Chaihu's fist was about to blast Yang Chen, a black shadow swept past. Chaihu did not have time to react at all. The first was thrown away. He fell heavily on the ground. Chaihu, who reacted, looked up and immediately had a shocked look on his face. What? An unbelievable voice issued from Chai-Hu's mouth. Similarly, the three of them, Su Zishan, were all stunned by the scene before them. The one that had just flung Chai-Hu away, they could see clearly, it was still a tree. That's right, a tree took action. Not only did it block Chai-Hu's attack for Yang Chen, but it also counterattacked by blasting Chai-Hu away. And at this time, that a tree, the first to block in front of Yang Chen. When the crowd saw this incredible scene, they were all stunned in place. Currently using with each other, the effect would be even more unexpected. Yang Chen was different from Chai-Hu and the others, who used the language of the ancient deities to use whatever they had learned. But Yang Chen was different. He had a large number of English languages in his mind, and trying to find English languages that complemented each other, or that could still be suitable for use in the immediate future, was still very much a task. Hee, I knew it, I won't lose to a tree. At this time, that Chai-Hu also let out a low laugh. Just now, he was still being suppressed by this tree in front of him, but now it was different. The blade meeting that he was using was just a little bit of learning. It seemed very enjoyable to use it to cut down trees. After all, no matter what direction the 100 Years Tree Man attacked from, he was able to successfully use the spiritual blade in his hand to resist and even counterattack. At this time, not far away Duan Song is also a sigh of relief. Just Chai-Hu was the first to fly, he wanted to do it. Good in this Chai-Hu's strength, not so weak, even at the critical moment, thought of using the blade to resist the tree man's attack. Quickly use that ancient deity language that you just used. Let me listen to it properly again. It's mine right away. Duan Song secretly said in his heart. He didn't make a move just to let Chai-Hu lure Yang Chen to speak that ancient deity language. After all, this one, he didn't understand it at all, and it was very difficult to learn it. And this one, also had drawbacks. If it wasn't for the fact that there just happened to be a tree in this vicinity, it couldn't be used at all. So in Duan Song's eyes, this one, it wasn't as good as the previous one. And at this time, Yang Chen also smiled faintly and slowly opened his mouth. Seeing Yang Chen preparing to open his mouth, Duan Song's heart burst with excitement, expecting Yang Chen to use the previous English. Coiled roots. Just at this time, Yang Chen spoke once more. He didn't continue to use sword light and shadow, nor did he use any other English. Instead, he used a new English based on this 100 Years of Tree Man attack, the first use of the new English, the coiled roots and disjointed joints. The original Chai-Hu and that tree man. Hurry up, do it quickly. At this moment, Chai-Hu was a bit overwhelmed. Seeing that Duan Song was still slowly walking over, he immediately roared in anxiety. Upon hearing this, Duan Song's movements came to an abrupt halt and faintly smiled. Don't be anxious, but it's just a 100-year-old tree. Saying that, Duan Song instantly turned around, his toes pointed to the ground, his body swept towards Yang Chen's direction, and said faintly under his breath, you hold on for a little while longer, this solves this guy, and then I'll come to help you. Duan Song understood in his heart that compared to saving Chai-Hu, solving this new student of the Purple Feather Academy was the most important thing. You stepmom, me ex. Hearing Duan Song's words, that Chai-Hu first connected to curse angrily. He was about to be unable to resist, as long as he solved this tree in front of him, and then the two of them teamed up. What new student? Wouldn't that be solved very quickly? Hearing Chai-Hu's insults, Duan Song's face was suddenly gloomy, and he felt that perhaps there was no need for Chai-Hu to go back alive. After solving this new student, and then killing Chai-Hu as well, when the time comes, just say that Meng Xiao and the others teamed up to kill them. When it was too late, at this time, Duan Song instantly came to Yang Chen's face, smiled fiercely and opened his mouth. Your talent is very good, but unfortunately, you are a person from the Purple Feather Academy. You are destined to die. Saying that, spiritual energy wrapped around his fist, and he blasted his fist towards Yang Chen. Solid as gold. Just at this time, Yang Chen faintly spoke, and a golden light immediately enveloped his body. Although Duan Song noticed the appearance of the golden light and felt that it was a bit unbelievable, but he believed in his own strength even more. Just a person with the 8th level of strength of the refined essence realm, even if his talent was good, that could not possibly resist a powerful person whose strength had reached the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, with a punch of his full strength. Of course, that was an ordinary 8th level of the essence refining realm. The moment the golden light enveloped Yang Chen's body, he even first gave up his defense, and just watched as Duan Song's fist blasted down towards his face. Bang! The fist containing terrifying power first smashed on Yang Chen's face. Duan Song's face revealed a satisfied smile, but before the smile could spread out, it first froze on his face. How is it possible? Suffering from his full force punch, but actually unharmed. At this moment, Duan Song first froze. How could he not expect that the result would be like this? However, this Duan Song, to be able to become the third existence of the inner courtyard, naturally rely on not just cultivation, his combat experience is also very rich. Seeing that one fist could not help Yang Chen, he turned his fist into a palm, his spiritual energy condensed in his palm, and he blasted his palm towards Yang Chen's heart. The powerful palm force fell towards Yang Chen's heart, but at this time, Yang Chen also moved. He naturally couldn't stand here and take a beating for nothing. Font-size punch, Yang Chen just want to try, solid as gold soup used in itself when defense, how strong. The result was also seen, even if it was the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, Duan Song's full force punch, were able to take it down safely and securely. But this time, Duan Song still wanted to attack. Yang Chen naturally would not just let him attack. You are very strong, but with a palm at such a close range, you can't defend yourself. At this time, Duan Song was also very confident. The punch just now had given Yang Chen a chance to defend because of the distance, but of course, these were Duan Song's own thoughts. This was because Yang Chen didn't need time at all to use the language of the ancient deity. As long as he had enough spiritual power and mental power, it would be enough. It just so happened that Yang Chen's natural soul power was relatively strong, and his spiritual power had also become strong, while his spiritual power had been refined to a very pure level by Yang Chen due to the support of his heaven stage technique, which had also led to a very small amount of consumption of his spiritual power. Don't look at Yang Chen just used his spiritual power to summon the 100 Years Tree Man and the coiled roots and intertwined joints, but in fact, the spiritual power consumed was not that much, and it was not a big consumption for Yang Chen. As for solid as a golden soup, it used spiritual energy to cover the body and enhance its defense. This also did not consume too much. At this moment, there was still enough energy left to deal with Duan Song's attack. How do you know that I can only defend? Yang Chen said indifferently. If it was only defense, Yang Chen believed that he would not have any problems defending for an hour. But if it was only defense, the one who would end up consuming all his spiritual energy would definitely be him. After all, Duan Song's spiritual energy, which was one realm higher than his, would naturally not be consumed so quickly. So Yang Chen couldn't just defend, he needed to debut a face-to-face fight. Oh, could it be that you have the power to resist? At this moment, Duan Song undoubtedly felt that he had heard a ridiculous joke. Yang Chen's strength, but the refined essence realm 8th, he Duan Song, but the chi transformation realm 9th cultivation, face-to-face combat, forced to touch, Yang Chen did not have the slightest chance of winning. Even though he possessed a number of ancient deity languages, no matter whether it was the ancient deity language that could condense the shadows of swords or the ancient deity language that could summon 100 years of trees to fight, at this time, he must have been unable to use it. Now then, one could only forcefully receive his palm or be killed by him. Powerful. Right at this time, Yang Chen let out a low gulp. It was still familiar English, still very standard. This was the English that Yang Chen used to use in his body when he was hammering his spiritual power, but at this time, the first was used by Yang Chen on top of his body. At that moment, Yang Chen's arm became even thicker. But this was still far from enough, although the use of the powerful strength could make Yang Chen's strength increase exponentially. But now Yang Chen was facing an existence that was one realm stronger than him, and the gap between Yang Chen and Duan Song couldn't be completely closed with one ancient deity language, so Yang Chen still needed to use another ancient deity language. Clench fist and penetrate claw. The second English, Yang Chen had already thought of it. This English, itself, was a clenched fist with the nails going through the palm, describing indignation to the extreme, but Yang Chen knew clearly that at this point in time, the flavor of this English had changed. When Yang Chen's hand, west fingers together, thumb bent, power cohesion in the fingertips, as sharp as a claw, and when Yang Chen's hand turned into a claw, the power of this English, at this time, reached the extreme. Spiritual power condensed in the fingertips, but it was not the same as Chaihu's blade to blade. Chaihu's spiritual skill was outward, while Yang Chen's spiritual skill was inward. With, seemingly seeing through everything Yang Chen did, at this moment, Duan Song just smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so?" Hearing this, Yang Chen didn't panic, he just asked a rhetorical question, then smiled faintly. Chi through the rainbow, infinite power. The first two ancient deity languages were used, and at this moment, as Yang Chen's ancient deity language voice fell, the surrounding spiritual energy, like a long rainbow, first poured into Yang Chen's body. What? After noticing the terrifying spiritual energy beside Yang Chen's body, Duan Song's face finally changed. This is a heavenly rank technique. How could you possibly possess a heavenly rank technique? Feeling this huge suction force in Yang Chen's body, along with the comparison, at this moment, Duan Song also reacted that this was definitely a heavenly rank technique. At this moment, the identity of Yang Chen in front of him became mysterious in front of Duan Song, not to mention the Purple Feather Academy. Even in the entire South Cliff State, there would not be any heavenly ranked feats. What exactly was Yang Chen? Sort of a bit of insight. Yang Chen smiled faintly. He didn't think that this Song would still be able to recognize a heavenly rank technique, although it was only too English. Don't think that you can win over me just because you can use heavenly ranked feats. The refined essence realm will always be the refined essence realm. Had created another spiritual skill in front of them, and they didn't know how high the level of this spiritual skill was, because they couldn't even probe the vision in the sky, what was going on, but they were clear that this was a spirit skill that had just been created. Just what effect did this spirit skill have? How powerful was it? They did not know. At this time, the lightning in the sky, hovering and staggering, that lightning seems to have formed a formation? Su Zishan, at this moment, finally saw it. With the lightning constantly moving and flickering, it was actually forming the appearance of a formation. Hearing Su Zishan's words, Meng Xiao looked into the middle of the sky. He also realized that it was indeed a formation. Could it be that this time, what Yang Chen had created was not a spiritual skill, but a formation? A brand new formation that no one had ever used before? How could this be possible? The Purple Feather Academy didn't have formation teaching either? Yang Chen had never come into contact with formations before, yet he was able to create a formation? This is too ridiculous, isn't it? Boom! At the same time, a muffled grunt erupted from the dark clouds. The moment the formation was formed, an aura that made people tremble appeared from the sky, and the light from that formation just happened to envelop Duan Song and Chaihu, who were not far away. At this moment, the eyes of the two men had turned a blood-red color. "Kid, you seek death." When the light enveloped the earth, Duan Song roared in anger, and with a movement of his body, he first appeared in front of Chai Hu. Immediately afterward, a fist blasted towards Chai Hu's head. Yang Chen's killing each other formation. If Yang Chen couldn't control the formation, and the effect of the formation disappeared, Duan Song and Chai Hu's current state would be dismantled in the first place. The thing that maintains this formation is Yang Chen's spiritual power. At the time of setting up the formation, it had already consumed a lot of Yang Chen's spiritual energy, although the spiritual energy used to maintain the killing each other effect didn't need to be a lot, but after consuming a lot of his spiritual energy, this would undoubtedly be the last straw that would crush him. If this time, Duan Song and Chai Hu could not distinguish between victory and defeat, Yang Chen would not hesitate to lift the killing each other formation effect, and then take Su Zishan and Meng Xiao to leave. Originally, he did not need to use this English, can be defeated two people, just because the heart has a thought, use this English, the result is as seen in front of the eyes, the power is very strong. Consumption is also very big. In the future, if you do not have to, or do not use this English good. In Yang Chen's heart at this time, he was also helplessly smiling bitterly. Because the formation formed by this English required Yang Chen's spiritual power to maintain, if the enemy enveloped by the formation didn't die before his spiritual power was consumed, then the one who died would definitely be Yang Chen. After all, a person who had depleted his spiritual energy became a very small threat. At this moment, the two people in the field, Duan Song and Chai Hu, also each used a powerful ancient deity language spiritual technique. The fists were in full bloom. Blades met. These two ancient deity languages should be the most powerful ancient deity languages that Duan Song and Chai Hu could use. Purple Flame Academy, there are still stronger than me, they are not comparable to you. Duan Song was also calm when he heard Yang Chen's name. Perhaps he himself knew that he was in trouble today. However, the Purple Flame Academy was not that simple. Duan Song was only ranked third. There were two more people in front of him. At those words, Yang Chen just smiled. If he did not use the kill each other words, now should be left with more power. This English is not his last resort. It's just an attempt. If Duan Song knew what Yang Chen had in mind, I'm afraid he would be even more afraid. But he didn't have the chance to know. Yang Chen wouldn't explain so much to him. Yang Chen looked at Su Zishan beside him and slowly spoke, "Borrow your sword?" Su Zishan hesitated for a moment, pulled out the sword in her hand and handed it to Yang Chen. Receiving Su Zishan's sword, Yang Chen smiled faintly. "Good sword." With that, he headed towards Duan Song and slowly spoke, "It's over." Upon hearing this, Duan Song's hand was clenched into a fist, but he didn't have the slightest power to resist, and could only close his eyes in resignation. Yang Chen also did not hesitate for a second. His hand rose and his sword fell, first piercing Duan Song's heart. The existence of the third place of the inner courtyard of the Purple Flame Cadets had just fallen into the hands of Yang Chen, who was a whole realm lower than him. After killing Duan Song, Yang Chen looked towards Chai Hu, who was not far away. "Don, kill me, what do you want? I can promise you." At this time, Chai Hu has panicked. Duan Song had been killed by Yang Chen, and the next one was him. Hearing this, Yang Chen looked at it faintly, then handed the long sword in his hand to Su Zishan. Seeing this scene, that Chai Hu breathed a sigh of relief. By the looks of it, there was still a chance. Not killing? Seeing Yang Chen handing the sword over, Su Zishan took it and asked two words. Yang Chen shook his head. "No, this kind of spineless. Meng, you know? Because you didn't die." Yang Chen said indifferently. "Meng Xiao." From the strength of that Duan Song, it can be deduced that the other two trainees of the Purple Flame Academy, their strengths are extraordinary. Even Ning Zhuyun couldn't win, so you are even more needless to say, even if you don't die, you'll still be missing an arm or a leg. Yang Chen stated his analysis. Duan Song's strength was already at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm, and the other two were either at the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm or the Return to Void Realm. With the few students from the current inner courtyard of the Purple Feather Academy, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to win. Although that's more than a little hurtful, but you're right. Meng Xiao helplessly admitted. He had originally planned to tease Yang Chen a bit, but now the first pick was demolished. But it didn't matter. "Just how long have I been unconscious?" Yang Chen asked once more. "Just 3 days," Meng Xiao said. 3 days? Yang Chen also didn't expect that he had been unconscious for 3 days because of an English language. It seemed that in the future, this English should really be used as little as possible. Of course, if the spiritual power could be a little stronger, it might be able to be used again. By the way, this is that Duan Song two people's Chinkuan bag, before you fell unconscious, but also let me take away, the spiritual power mark on it has not been erased. I have not taken the things inside. At this time, Meng Xiao took out 2 Chinkuan bags and handed them to Yang Chen. After receiving the Chinkuan bags, Yang Chen smiled and swept with his spiritual power, erasing the spiritual imprints of Duan Song and Chai Hu. After checking the contents, it was mainly spirit stones. The two of them have a total of 30 million low-grade spirit stones. They are quite rich. Seeing the amount of spirit stones the two had, Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Together with his previous deposits, he now had a total of around 150 million low-rank spirit stones, and was getting closer and closer to 1 billion low-rank spirit stones. "Since you've woken up, I should also go and cultivate," Meng Xiao said. Then he added, "This time, I've already publicized your matter to you." After hearing about it, those guys in the inner courtyard were all excited for a long time, but after the excitement, it's just frantic cultivation. After all, you're right, even Duan Song has already reached the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. If it's the other two that come, we won't be able to cope with it. If they weren't wrong, the first place winner of the Violet Flame Academy's inner courtyard should have reached the Void Returning Realm, and even the second place winner might have reached the Void Returning Realm as well. Yang Chen nodded slightly, nor did he say much. After all, he was even more aware of just how strong that Duan Song was, as Yang Chen was the one who had actually fought him. The other two, even if they hadn't fought or even seen each other, Yang Chen knew that the strength of the one who could rank higher than Duan Song was definitely not to be underestimated. After Meng Xiao left, Yang Chen also first got up and walked towards the door of the room. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Yang Chen's entire body was much more energized. Just at this time, Yang Chen saw the door of the opposite house open, and Su Zishan walked out from the opposite side. It just happened to be two eyes with Yang Chen. Thanks. After a moment, Yang Chen was the first to speak. It's nothing. Su Zishan responded in a very calm tone. Why didn't you do anything? Yang Chen first asked what was in his heart. If there was really a resentment that wanted to kill himself. At that time, if Su Zishan made a move, then he would definitely be powerless, but Su Zishan didn't make a move. Instead, she was worried. I don't like taking advantage of people's danger. Su Zishan responded lightly. This answer, a bit out of Yang Chen's expectation, but it also went back to your sensible and reasonable, within reason. Then why do you want to make a move? Yang Chen asked once again. He was a little confused as to why Su Zishan wanted to make a move against him. What exactly had he done? When he heard this, Su Zishan's face, too, instantly turned cold. Seeing her like this, Yang Chen's heart trembled. Good fellow, did he ask the wrong question? You don't remember? Suddenly, Su Zishan asked a rhetorical question. Yang Chen nodded. Before entering the inner courtyard, did we have contact? It seems like you really don't remember all of it. Hearing this, Su Zishan said indifferently. Hearing this, Yang Chen's brows frowned slightly. He really didn't remember anything. He didn't even have the slightest bit of memory about all of this. Between us, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Yang Chen asked again. Perhaps there really was a misunderstanding in all of this. Wait for me. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Su Zishan just faintly replied back, and then turned around and walked towards the house. Yang Chen was just wondering what Su Zishan wanted to do when he saw Su Zishan holding a sword and walking out. Looking at Yang Chen in front of her, she faintly spoke, sword light and shadow. Immediately, countless sword shadows, along with Su Zishan's figure, swept towards Yang Chen's direction. Sword light and sword shadow. Just as Su Zishan had just appeared, there was a low gulp, and then her figure, amidst the sword shadows, swept towards Yang Chen, drawing the ground as a prison. With regards to the use of the language of the ancient gods, who could compare to Yang Chen? Although the current Su Zishan was at around the first level of the Qi transformation realm, Yang Chen's strength was also at the 8th level of the essence refining realm. The two of them were more or less the same, that Duan Song Qi transformation realm 9th level existence were all killed by Yang Chen. Now it was just a matter of fending off Su Zishan's attack, even if Yang Chen hadn't fully recovered yet, but it was still more than enough. When Yang Chen's voice fell, a cage rose from the ground, first enveloping Su Zishan inside. Su Zishan didn't think that Yang Chen even had such a spiritual skill? Because the last time she went out to hunt demonic beasts, Su Zishan didn't follow along, so she wasn't clear about this ancient deity language of Yang Chen, which was why she was imprisoned the moment she just met. The sword light and shadow was also instantly interrupted. Draw the sword to break the water. Right at this moment, Su Zishan first took hold of the sword in her hands with both hands. Then he used another ancient deity language, that one that was used for the first time, and had his sword broken by Yang Chen. You're not afraid of this good sword, letting me break it? Seeing that Su Zishan was only using a drawn sword to break it, Yang Chen spoke in a calm tone. This English Yang Chen was naturally clear, and coping with it by breaking the sword twice was the perfect way to break it. But I'm using a sword. Su Zishan smiled faintly. The long sword in her hand then slashed down towards the cage in front of her. Powerful spiritual energy erupted from the long sword. Bang! With a loud bang, Yang Chen's drawing for a prisoner was first broken open by Su Zishan's sword. Surprisingly, you can think of this way to deal with my one sword two breaks? Watching Su Zishan break open the cage, Yang Chen didn't panic. He had more than enough ancient deity languages. It was only that he hadn't thought that Su Zishan would think of this way to break his ancient deity language. Drawing sword to break water. Having just broken through the cage that Yang Chen had set up, at this moment, Su Zishan did not hesitate for a second, once again using the ancient deity language to attack in Yang Chen's direction. It was still using the ancient deity language applied by the long sword. Inch by inch. Looking at Su Zishan, who had already arrived in front of him, Yang Chen spoke indifferently. When these words came out, Su Zishan's attacking figure came to an abrupt halt, without the slightest sign, instantly stopping in place. Damn it! Su Zishan hadn't expected that Yang Chen's restrictive ancient deity languages would be so many, having just used a cage to trap her, and now she was even making her body unable to move. If this were to suddenly use such an ancient deity language during a battle, then even if the opponent could break free, it would still take time, and this time, in the middle of a battle of the same level, was a fatal existence. If Yang Chen could utilize this time, it would definitely be enough to kill his opponent. However, when she thought of the ancient deity language that Yang Chen had used to kill Duan Song and the two of them, Su Zishan felt that the difference in power between this ancient deity language and that one wasn't half a star. At this moment, Yang Chen walked over in the direction of Suzy-san. Looking at the trapped Suzy-san, he just smiled faintly, then reached out and snatched the longsword from her hand. Yang Chen was still very confident in his English. If the strength was much stronger than him, perhaps the control time would be shorter, but if it was someone like Suzy-san who was only a little stronger than him, Yang Chen was completely confident that he could control her. What do you want to do? Seeing that Yang Chen had taken her sword for the first time, Suzy-san finally couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen did not answer, but only looked at the long sword in his hand and carefully sized it up. He hadn't carefully looked at the long sword in Suzy-san's hand before, even after borrowing it to kill Duan-san. At that time, Yang Chen didn't have the heart to study it more. It was only at this time that he was able to properly study the long sword in his hand. On this long sword, there was a crisscrossing pattern, which was light blue, as if on top of the long sword, a river surfaced, converging into a river net. What is the name of this sword? Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Suzy-san looked at Yang Chen and faintly said, River-leaving sword. River-leaving sword? Why is it called that? Regarding this name, Yang Chen was a little curious. On top of this long sword, it was clearly the pattern of a river, so why would it be called the river-leaving sword? When you cultivate the sword technique to the extreme, you will be able to leave the river with one sword, hence the name river-leaving sword. Suzy-san explained a simple sentence. Even she herself was not sure why she was explaining this to Yang Chen. One sword leaves the river? Yang Chen held the long sword in his hand and murmured. This one still didn't feel good for him. This name, it didn't match the sword, at least not in Yang Chen's eyes. Well, you can release me, right? Suzy-san felt a little silly standing like this. She had just used the drawing sword, just as the sword in her hand, prepared to slash across. After all, this was the only way to bring out the full power of this ancient deity's language, but before she could slash, it was sealed by Yang Chen. At this moment, the Liha sword in her hand had been taken away by Yang Chen again, and she was still maintaining the action of holding the long sword in her hand, about to slash out horizontally. If this was seen, it would be a great shame. No hurry. Yang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, he wanted to try how long the English inch by inch could last when used on Suzy-san, who was at the first level of the Qi transformation realm. If you don't untie it, when I do, you'll be dead. Suzy-san had never been bullied like this before. It wasn't as if she hadn't been bullied by Yang Chen like this before. Damn it. If Yang Chen didn't untie it again, she definitely wouldn't let Yang Chen go. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Yang Chen asked indifferently, then suddenly smiled. Or did you not have the heart to kill me just now? When she heard this, Suzy-san's eyes obviously flashed a trace of panic, but it was instantly hidden by her, and she only spoke faintly. I just wanted to kill you. Who let you forget everything? All of it. All things? What things? Next day. It should be because he heard that Yang Chen had awakened. Early in the morning, several people from the inner courtyard were the first to come over. Not only were there Meng Xiao and Xiang Shuwan, but there were also Ning Zhuyun, Ning Sui, and Yu Zhe, whom Yang Chen had only met once before. Brother Chen, how is your recovery going? Just after stepping through the door, Xiang Shuwan hurriedly inquired. Yang Chen nodded slightly. After practicing for a day yesterday, I have fully recovered. That's good. We can once again cultivate amidst the language of the comprehended ancient gods. Hearing that Yang Chen was already almost recovered, Xiang Shuwan let out a long breath. Ever since hearing Meng Xiao's words, there was more or less some worry in their hearts. The third place in the inner courtyard of the Purple Flame Academy was already at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Then, their first and second places are likely to be at the Void returning realm. This gave Xiang Shuwan a lot of pressure. Although he was the westernmost, it wasn't as if he didn't have a chance of encountering them. At this moment, Xiang Shuwan just wanted to cultivate well. So that's how it is, but my spiritual power is not yet finished recovering. I need a medicine to restore my spiritual power. You quickly go and buy me a 3rd level spiritual power repairing her back. I can immediately recover after absorbing it. Yang Chen joked. A 3rd grade spirit power restoring herb? Isn't that killing me? Too small. It could only affect herself, and it could even be said that it could only affect the aspect of her spiritual power. Although she was able to make her spiritual power much stronger, the range that she could only influence was too small, and because of the effect of invigorating the mind, it led to her behavior becoming a bit strange after using it, even though her spirit was strong. Crazy. But after I use it, the effect isn't quite the same. Regarding these circumstances of Ling Chuyao, Ning Zhuyun had been with her for a longer period of time, so naturally, she was a bit more knowledgeable than Yang Chen. She was clear that the effect that Ling Chuyao used, and the effect that Yang Chen used, should be the same kind of effect, just acting on different people, while the effect after she used it, was not the same. Can I try it? Yang Chen was suddenly a little curious. He was already curious about the English language in this world itself, but as a result, now there was even an English language that appeared to have multiple effects, which completely aroused Yang Chen's curiosity. Well, it can be. Ning Zhuyun nodded slightly. He then looked at Ning Forge beside him, who smiled and said, It's fine, Sister Zhuyun, if he loses control later, I will help you control him. Hearing Ning Forge's words, Yang Chen became even more curious. What kind of effect would this Ning Zhuyun have after she used the inspiring spirit? And would it still go out of control? You don't need to worry, after I use it. Although the effect is different, it won't do you any harm. Ning Zhuyun thought that Yang Chen was a little worried, so she said. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen nodded slightly. He also couldn't see that this English would have any injurious effects, so naturally, he didn't worry too much. This, Yang Chen nodded his head slightly. Both of you are already at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, much stronger than what I had imagined. It's a pity that I haven't made a breakthrough yet, This time, I'm going to try to see if I can comprehend a breakthrough inside your comprehension field. Ning Zhuyan said, but before that, do you feel the difference in the language of the ancient deity that I used? Well, it was originally a comprehension fluctuation to enhance enlightenment, but it turned out to be a charming spiritual skill in your hands. Yang Chen nodded helplessly. Although it was said that vibrancy could be linked to this thing. As well, it was truly seen that after using vibrancy, a charm effect appeared. To say the least, Yang Chen was also surprised. However, this couldn't be completely blamed on English, it was more or less related to Ning Zhuyan. Well, some embarrassment, I didn't think in that direction before, not to mention that Ling Chuyao's effect of charming herself was similar to mine, so I assumed it had nothing to do with that. Have you ever felt that the reason why you chose this one voice was because it charmed you? Yang Chen suddenly asked back. When you say it like that, maybe it does make sense. Ning Zhuyan suddenly reacted. When Yang Chen said that, it seemed like it was really the same thing. Thinking back at this moment, that one voice really seemed to have so much seductive intent. But why did you make a choice at that time? Yang Chen suddenly asked another question. Ning Zhuyan gave a somewhat surprised obviously not expecting that Yang Chen would ask this. Children only make choices, adults of course want them all. Two voices, might as well choose them all. Yang Chen said with a faint smile. Why didn't I think of that? Ning Forge spoke even before Ning Zhuyan. After I learn it, if I encounter this kind of situation in the future, I can comprehend it anyway, so I might as well choose all of them. After all, this was just different tones of the same sound. As long as you change the tone, you can get a different effect. Then why didn't Ning Zhuyan choose to first change the tone of her voice and learn both effects of one English? Wouldn't that be getting an enhancement spiritual skill along with a control spiritual skill? So there's such an option. At this moment, Ning Zhuyan, too, had only just come back to her senses from her trance. That's right, there was still the option to choose both, so why choose only one? If it was possible to choose all of them, it was natural to choose all of them. You try again, recall the other pronunciation. Yang Chen said to Ning Zhuyan. If she could use another pronunciation, she would naturally be able to make the effect of uplifting the same as his. I'll try. Ning Zhuyan nodded slightly. She then began to recall the second voice at that time, and she was no less than an existence with a good talent, as she remembered it after just a little bit of recollection. Shun. But when Ning Zhuyan was about to open her mouth to try, she suddenly screamed and then covered her head. What's going on? Yang Chen frowned slightly. Sister Zhuyan, what's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Ning Forge also had a worried look on her face. She and Ning Zhuyan had entered the inner courtyard at almost the same time, and there were many things that she had been taught by Ning Zhuyan, and the relationship between the two, naturally, was very good. No, it's fine, it's just that I don't know why, that one voice can be recalled, but when I want to repeat it, I suddenly have a splitting headache. Ning Zhuyan simply told Yang Chen about the matter. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen frowned slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. If you use it amongst my ancient deity language, is it possible to try it? Yang Chen thought about it, and could only try such a method. After all, in the Purple Feather Academy, I'm afraid there wasn't a second person who understood the language of the ancient deities better than Yang Chen. If Yang Chen couldn't even solve it, I'm afraid others would be even more incapable. Alright, then I'll try. Ning Zhuyan nodded slightly. At this moment, Yang Chen slowly opened his mouth, and spoke in English with the right words, uplifting. When Yang Chen's words came out of his mouth, a marvelous fluctuation wrapped Ning Zhuyan and the two of them. This is so marvelous. In the midst of this ancient god's language, I suddenly have a feeling of enlightenment. Ning Forge said in some awe. Ning Zhuyan also nodded slightly. This effect was much stronger than what she had imagined. She then looked at Yang Chen, who nodded at her. Yang Chen stared at Ning Zhuyan. If the effect could not be achieved in the midst of his English, Yang Chen would use other English to remedy the situation. Revitalize. As Ning Zhuyan slowly opened her mouth, Yang Chen could see that she was actually struggling a bit. However, it seemed to be much better than before, not showing a very painful appearance. It seems to be effective after all. Yang Chen let out a sigh of relief, so it seemed that under the effect of invigorating, it was still useful. However, he did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. After all, at this moment, Ning Zhuyan had not yet fully utilized the other tone of the uplifting spirit. It wasn't really a success yet. People. Ning Zhuyan once again used the tone that Yang Chen used and squeezed out a single word. Very good. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Under the effect of his English, Ning Zhuyan seemed to have improved this aspect of comprehension very much. Heart. When Ning Zhuyan uttered the last word, a wave of fluctuations that was just like Yang Chen's immediately swooned around the area. Success! After sensing this identical fluctuation, Ning Forge shouted with great excitement. Yang Chen also smiled slightly, because this was the real invigorating effect, although it was not as good as the one he used. After all, language-wise, it was still more or less different. That is, it was a little bit non-standard, but it can have the same effect as Yang Chen. So this is the correct usage of the language of the ancient gods. Ning Zhuyan was, at this moment, somewhat curious. She had actually been practicing this ancient deity language for 2 years. She had already entered the inner courtyard 2 years ago, and those who were stronger than her had either fallen while participating in the competition between the two courtyards, or had been sent elsewhere to improve their strength after winning. And in the 2 years she had been in this inner courtyard, she hadn't even really used the effects of this ancient deity's language. Once, because of the charm effect, for Ning Zhuyan, it was better to first receive the hands. However, it hadn't occurred to her that this ancient deity language had such an effect, and if she could cultivate with within this effect, her strength should have already broken through the Qi transformation realm and stepped into the void returning realm. Unfortunately, having such a powerful ancient deity language, she had used the wrong way because of her choice. Yang Chen, thank you. At this moment, Ning Zhuyun, very seriously, bowed to Yang Chen. She knew how much this ancient deity language would help her in the future, and how much she would be able to benefit from it. Without Yang Chen's help, she would have spent her entire life thinking that the uplifting spirit was a seductive spirit skill. Therefore, Ning Zhuyun felt that Yang Chen deserved this gift. There's no need to be polite, and I can't see this language of the ancient gods being modified in a haphazard manner. What Yang Chen said was naturally that one voice. He hadn't comprehended it because he recognized all these English words and knew the English pronunciation, so there was no such thing as comprehension. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to experience the strangeness in this comprehension. Now that I've revoked the effects of this ancient deity language, will you try to see if you can use it? Yang Chen said to Ning Zhuyun. This time, Ning Zhuyun was using it in his inspiration, so she could barely do it. But if she left Yang Chen, it would be different. Good. Ning Zhuyun nodded solemnly. That could be used with spiritual power, and the effects should be good. And his spiritual power, itself, was relatively strong, so if he intensified his cultivation, he might not be weaker than those two from the Purple Flame Academy. It might even surpass them. Yang Chen naturally had no need to give up his own strengths to choose spiritual power that could not be quickly improved. Concentrate on your spirit. When Yang Chen's English appeared once more, a spiritual energy, detached from his surroundings, surged into his mud pill palace. It made his spiritual power another point stronger. The competition between the two great academies was getting closer and closer. Half a month later, near Yang Chen's residence, boom! An aura came out from one of the houses. It immediately attracted countless disciples from the inner courtyard, as well as tutors, elders, and even Dean Hanhe. Because of this aura, it reached the Return to Void Realm. Sure enough, it's Return to Void Realm. Good, good. Hanhe couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face as he felt this aura that had appeared. Dean! When they heard this, the crowd hurriedly saluted. Hanhe waved his hand and just looked at the door of that room. Creak! Sure enough, not a moment later, the door to the room opened, and a silhouette stepped out from within. It was none other than Ning Zhuyun. Dean, elder, mentor. Ning Zhuyun looked at Hanhe in front of her and saluted. Not bad, you've returned to the Void Realm. Hanhe looked at Ning Zhuyun in front of him appreciatively, truly worthy of being the #1 existence in the inner courtyard. Her talent was extraordinary. At this age, she had already reached the Void Returning Realm, and in the future, she would be able to walk a much longer and farther path. Many thanks to the Dean for his teachings. Ning Zhuyun nodded slightly. In half a month's time, she had stepped into the Void Returning Realm from the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm, which was actually not too fast. However, it was not too slow either. It was mainly because she was able to cultivate in Yang Chen's invigorating spirit, which allowed her perception ability to improve, from Qi transformation, to return to void. According to our recent investigation, that Fengziyu's strength should have reached the second level of the Void Returning Realm by itself. I didn't think that he would progress that fast. Dean Hanhe said to Ning Zhuyun at this time, your talent is very strong. If you're not sure, I can send you away now. Hanhe was a bit worried. The better Ning Zhuyun's talent was, the happier he was naturally, but at the same time, the more worried he was. Previously, he had thought that Fengziyu's talent, although very good, was nothing compared to Ning Zhuyun's. Who would have thought that in this year's time, he would have progressed so quickly? Ning Zhuyun had only entered the Void Returning Realm now, while the other party was already in the second level of the Void Returning Realm. If they were to encounter each other at the competition, Ning Zhuyun was afraid that she would be in for a rough ride. Although the two were in the same realm, there was still some difference between the first and second level of the Void Returning Realm. Dean, don't worry, Ning Zhuyun is definitely not the type of person to back out of a fight. Ning Zhuyun looked towards Hanhe and said very seriously. Although Fengziyu's strength was the second level of the Return to Void Realm, if it came to a fight, Ning Zhuyun didn't feel that she would lose either. Her talent was already a bit stronger than Fengziyu's, and she had learned a lot of spirit techniques that she could master proficiently, even if it was the language of the ancient gods. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win and who would lose. Hanhe was a bit hesitant. He knew that behind Ning Zhuyun, there was a certain background, and if Ning Zhuyun was killed in the competition, the family behind her would definitely not let it go, and Hanhe also didn't want to see this kind of genius fall. At the age of 20, she had already stepped into the Void Returning Realm. Ning Zhuyun's talent was stronger than any of the previous students. Dean, senior sister Ning's talent, it's very strong. That Fengziyu must be incomparable. The reason why he was able to advance so quickly, I'm sure there's some luck in it. Just at this time, a voice came over. When the crowd looked over, they saw Yang Chen walk out from the room that Ning Zhuyun had just come out of. Yang Chen. When he saw Yang Chen, Hanhe's eyes were filled with joy. During this period of time, Yang Chen's performance had undoubtedly shocked him greatly. Not only was he comprehending the language of the ancient gods that could help others improve their enlightenment, but he had also killed Duan Song, who was the third in the inner courtyard of the Purple Flame Academy. That was a strong person at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm, and at that time, Yang Chen was only at the 8th level of the Essence Refining Realm. This was a step over battle. No, this was a step over realm battle, and it was won. Han he had never thought that he could fight across realms, and when he encountered a realm higher than him, it was good enough to escape. So when he saw young Chen, Han He's eyes were even more fond of him. Dean, I think you know more about Sister Ning's talent than I do, but it's just that she lacks a little bit of chance. Young Chen said with a slight smile. You're right, Zhuyan's talent is very good, and there are enough resources, it's just that she lacks a bit of chance, but chance that can actually be encountered at random? Han he said somewhat helplessly. He also knew that as long as Ning Zhuyan was given a chance, then her strength could definitely be increased quite a bit. But the so-called chance, also known as opportunity, could it be obtained so easily? It all depended on luck. I have a Chang, ancient deity language here that might be able to help senior sister Ning further. Yang Chen almost let his mouth slip. He would be able to raise Ning Zhuyan's strength a little further, but whether it would work or not would depend on Ning Zhuyan herself. You have a way? Han he didn't think that Yang Chen still had such a skill, but come to think of it, what skills didn't he have? Within this Purple Feather Academy, I'm afraid that Yang Chen was the one who was most skilled in the language of the ancient gods and had the largest number of them, right? If he said that he had a way, then it was really possible. Yang Chen, do you really have a method? This time, even Ning Zhuyan was moved. She knew Yang Chen's talent, and she also knew that Yang Chen was powerful. If it was someone else who said this, Ning Zhuyan wouldn't have been so excited, and might have held the mentality of taking a look, but the one who said this was Yang Chen, and she was completely convinced. Well, but this is something I haven't tried. Put it this way, there is a possibility that I might let you be the test subject. Then that, and anyway, if he needed it, the remaining 20,000 low-grade spirit stones were still in his Chen coin pocket. Yang Chen walked to the side and slowly opened his palms, she threw the rainbow. A suction force appeared, first absorbing the spiritual energy within those 80,000 spirit stones, and the spirit stones were instantly reduced to pieces. What a terrifying absorption power! Seeing Yang Chen, in an instant, absorb the spiritual energy in the 80,000 spirit stones, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. Was this Yang Chen's ancient deity language? Surprisingly, it was able to possess such a strong absorption power, cleansing the earth without class. Yang Chen let out a low gulp, and another ancient deity language that no one had ever heard of came out of his mouth. This English language, which Yang Chen had researched, originally meant to cleanse the earth without any remnants, describing a thorough removal. However, Yang Chen found that it was very useful for removing impurities from spiritual energy. I don't know if I can use this English to weed out the impurities inside the spirit stones. If I can, these low-grade spirit stones can perhaps be upgraded in level. Yang Chen suddenly had another idea in his heart. The reason why a low-grade spirit stone was low-grade was because it had a lot of impurities and could not be removed. But if Yang Chen could use the language of the ancient deities to remove the impurities inside, perhaps the low-grade spirit stones would turn into high-grade spirit stones. It seemed that he had to find the time to try it out, and if he could really do it, then the high-grade spirit stones that he needed would be enough. Of course, the time to try was not now. Looking at the spiritual energy in his hand, it had become extremely pure, which was something that no one else could do except Yang Chen. After all, if one could manage to refine spiritual energy to such purity, then one would need at least a heaven-grade technique to do so. Hiss! Han he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Perhaps others hadn't noticed it yet, but he felt in that instant that the spiritual energy extracted from inside this low-rank spirit stone, of pure spiritual energy surged into the Dantian. Ning Zhuyan's aura, too, began to grow stronger. Boom! After all the spiritual energy surged into the Dantian, Ning Zhuyan's aura, which had just broke through once more. From the first level of the void returning realm, it was first elevated to the second level of the void returning realm. And this elevation, it didn't end there. Boom! Another boost. Ning Zhuyan's aura first broke through to the third level of the void returning realm. Phew! After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Ning Zhuyan opened her eyes, and at this moment, her eyes were filled with surprise. How does it feel? Senior sister Ning, Yang Chen asked with a faint smile. This is a lot more pure than the spiritual energy that I had when I was practicing on my own, and although it has forcibly raised my strength by 2 levels, it will not affect my future cultivation in the slightest. Ning Zhuyan felt herself carefully and said with some delight. This kind of forced elevation of strength would most likely lead to an unstable foundation, which would have a great impact on one's future cultivation, and might even cause one to stay at this level forever. However, Yang Chen's elevation did not have the slightest impact, and was even a little better than what he had before. That's good. Yang Chen nodded his head slightly, with a hint of a smile on his face, only that his heart was a little hard to bear. Yang Chen's heart is difficult. Meow. Why don't I keep more Shiyuan Spirit Stone? Said that the promotion of 1 weight, in fact, Shiyuan Spirit Stone is enough. Now 80,000 Spirit Stones, the first to raise 2 weight. Partake ah. But the good thing is that they have earned 20,000 Spirit Stones. For Yang Chen, it is not a loss. The matter of upgrading ended perfectly, and this operation of Yang Chen's also firstly made his fame spread throughout the entire inner courtyard. Previously, because of the matter of him using the language of the ancient gods and helping others to comprehend, it had already made him quite famous in the inner courtyard, and this time, it made his fame even bigger. In the 2 days that followed, there were constantly trainees bringing spirit stones over, hoping that Yang Chen could help them improve their strength. After all, this kind of thing that didn't require cultivation and could make their strength increase, they naturally wanted to do so. However, they were rejected by Yang Chen one by one. It wasn't that Yang Chen wanted to refuse, but after boosting Ning Zhuyan's strength 2 days ago, Dean Han he had personally told Yang Chen that if there were any other trainees who wanted to be boosted, all of them would refuse. After all, if it was too easy to gain strength, it was feared that they would slack off even more in their cultivation later on. which was not the best for their growth. Yang Chen was also clear about this, so he agreed. Brother Chen, you must help me. Xiang Shuwan looked pitifully at Yang Chen in front of him. Ever since he knew that Yang Chen had boosted Ning Zhuyan's strength by 2 levels, he had come over every day and just looked at Yang Chen, praying for Yang Chen to boost his strength. The dean said that he won't allow me to casually raise your strength. Yang Chen shook his head and refused. But we're going to participate in the competition between the 2 academies. If our strengths can all be raised to the Return to Void Realm, then won't we pressurize the people from the Violet Flame Academy at that time? Xiang Shuwan said, the competition between the 2 academies has been going on for so many years, and our Purple Feather Academy trainees have been killed quite a few times, and you don't want to look at us people and be killed by the other side, do you? Well, actually I kinda want to see it. Yang Chen held back his laughter and stared at Xiang Shuwan in front of him, responding with a serious expression. Xiang Shuwan, how can this still be a conversation? But you're right, it's just that your current strength is only the 7th level of the Qi Transformation Realm and it's still quite a long way to elevate to the Return to Void Realm. Yang Chen looked at Xiang Shuwan and said, not much, it's only 2 weights, the same as Ning Zhuyun, you first raised 2 weights for me, isn't it good? Xiang Shuwan saw that Yang Chen had the intention of loosening his grip, and hurriedly said, I can't use 80,000 spirit stones here, I only need about 60,000 spirit stones to be enough, I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones. Give me 100,000 spirit stones and only need to use 60,000 spirit stones? Hearing Xiang Shuwan's words, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. 100,000 spirit stones and only use 60,000 spirit stones, wouldn't that mean that he could earn 70,000 spirit stones? It sounded as if it was very good. How's that? If it doesn't work, I'll add another 20,000 spirit stones. Xiang Shuwan saw that Yang Chen seemed to be interested, and suddenly remembered that Yang Chen seemed to need quite a few spirit stones, and first picked up on the price increase. Alright, Yang Chen nodded slightly and agreed. If you had opened the price earlier, it would have been raised long ago, although the dean's words were right, but in front of the spirit stones, Yang Chen still decided to choose the spirit stones. Alright, this is 120,000 spirit stones. Xiang Shuwan did not hesitate in the slightest. Firstly, he handed over 120,000 low-grade spirit stones to Yang Chen. After receiving the spirit stones, Yang Chen also nodded with satisfaction. Qi through the rainbow, cleansing the earth without any class. Enlightenment. In 3 consecutive English, the first one poured the spiritual energy condensed from the 60,000 low-grade spirit stones into Xiang Shuwan's body. Boom! As expected, as Yang Chen infused the pure spiritual energy into Xiang Shuwan's body, his strength, which had skyrocketed, first broke through consecutively and reached the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm. How come it's only the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm? Xiang Shuwan looked at himself somewhat helplessly. He had thought that he could be elevated to the Void Returning Realm. As a result, he is only at the peak of the Qi Transformation Realm now. I did it on purpose, Yang Chen said in a calm tone. Xiang Shuwan didn't think that this was because Yang Chen did it on purpose? If I really elevate you to the Void Returning Realm, you haven't experienced the process of impacting the Void Returning Realm from the Qi Transformation Realm, and it will have an impact on your future elevation. If you have me to help you elevate you this time around, I will definitely not make another move in the next realm. Yang Chen explained. He could initialize Xiang Shuwan to elevate to the Return to Void Realm, but if he did so, without experiencing the process of impacting the realm, it would have a considerable impact on the future elevation. At least Yang Chen could repair the meridians in Dantian, but for the time being, he didn't think of any English language, which would be able to repair such an impact. Well, you're right. Xiang Shuwan nodded slightly. Work. Looking at the 2 spirit stones in front of him, Yang Chen slowly opened his mouth and said in pure English, merge into one. After Yang Chen spoke this English, he was staring tightly at the 2 spirit stones in front of him, and as expected, with a wave of subtle energy appearing, the first fused these 2 spirit stones in front of Yang Chen. Success! Looking at the 2 spirit stones fused together, Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, because Yang Chen didn't know whether merging 2 into 1 was English or not. After all, this is often seen, but it is not necessarily English, just now, is able to determine that this is an English. And the effect is the same as Yang Chen thought in general, can be 2 pieces of impurities out of the spirit stone, to be combined into one. Yang Chen again took out 2 low-grade spirit stones, cleansing the ground without class. Instantly both pieces of spirit stones had their impurities removed. As expected, combining 2 spirit stones together was also possible, only that it would consume a little more of Yang Chen's spiritual energy. However, just removing the impurities inside the spirit stones actually did not consume much spiritual energy. Yang Chen could absorb 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at once, and then first remove the impurities. It also meant that Yang Chen could at least first remove the impurities of 100,000 low-rank spirit stones. Combine 2 into 1. Yang Chen combined the 2 high-grade spirit stones that had just removed the impurities with the high-grade spirit stones that had been combined into one before, and once again combined them into one. All of a sudden, those 3 pieces of spirit stones were merged together. Yang Chen picked them up and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this will be the same size as the previous low-rank spirit stone. My current low-rank spirit stone is almost around 160 million. Try to see how many impurities I can remove from the spirit stone at once. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Chen first took out 10 million low-ranking spirit stones, and first spoke, cleansing the ground without any class. At that moment, Yang Chen felt that his own spiritual power had only been consumed by 30%. It seems that I have somewhat underestimated my spiritual power. Yang Chen's most recent capital was cultivating his spiritual power, and he had made a lot of progress, but he did not expect that this kind of progress had exceeded Yang Chen's imagination. If at this time, if he faced Duan Song and Chaihu again, and used the self-mutilation, he would definitely not pass out again, and would even be more powerful, and with the addition of another Qi transformation realm powerhouse, Yang Chen would be able to control it. Without any further hesitation, Yang Chen took out another 20 million low-ranking spirit stones, and then used the English cleansing the earth without class to remove the impurities. Then he used the concentration of essence and concentration of spirit to restore his spiritual power. After a few times of this, Yang Chen successfully removed the impurities from all 160 million low-rank spirit stones and turned them into high-rank spirit stones. The next step was to merge these high-grade spirit stones, which were only a fraction of a percent, into true high-grade spirit stones. If the first connection is used to merge 2 into 1, then wouldn't all of the high-order spirit stones be synthesized into one large piece? Yang Chen had some doubts in his heart, this combining 2 into 1, although it meant combining 2 pieces into 1, but just now Yang Chen had tried it himself, and 3 pieces were also able to be synthesized. In other words, Yang Chen's combining 2 into 1 did not care about the quantity, even if Yang Chen wanted to synthesize the 160 million pieces of high-grade spirit stones that were only a fraction of a percent in front of him, all of them at once, it was still no problem. It's better to do it piece by piece. Yang Chen shook his head helplessly, and could only place the western pieces together, and then slowly synthesize them using them merge into one. As long as it's synthesized, there will be 10 million pieces of high-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Yang Chen was more or less excited in his heart. Previously, he had not thought of using this method, and at that time, not to mention the 10 million high-grade spirit stones, even one could not be taken out. Before, the dean had said that 1 million high-level spirit stones would allow him to enter that auction, and now as long as he succeeded, Yang Chen would be able to have 10 million high-level spirit stones, and he wouldn't be able to enter casually at that time? But Qi block of low-rank spirit stone, after removing the impurities, can be synthesized into a piece of high-rank spirit stone. Isn't this high-rank spirit stone a bit cheap? Yang Chen looked at the piece of synthesized high-rank spirit stone in his hand and fell into deep thought. After all, just removing impurities from a low-rank spirit stone to turn it into a high-rank spirit stone, this wasn't very reliable. How to think about it? Why don't we just synthesize 8 low-rank spirit stones into one high rank? After all, a high rank, at least twice as big, right? Yang Chen had not seen a high-rank spirit stone either, and after thinking about it, the low-rank spirit stones were probably smaller pieces, so if they were replaced with a high-rank spirit stone, it would probably need to be bigger and faster to make it work. Thinking of this, Yang Chen didn't hesitate and synthesized the 2 high-grade spirit stones into one. This should be about right. Yang Chen satisfactorily put away a high-grade spirit stone that was twice as big as the previous one. Calculating in this way, 160 million low-ranking spirit stones should only be able to synthesize 20 million high-ranking spirit stones. Calculating is still earning crazy According to what the dean said, a high-order spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 middle-order spirit stones, and can be exchanged for 1,000 low-order spirit stones, but I'm now using 8 low-order spirit stones to synthesize a high-order spirit stone. It should be about right. Yang Chen thought about it and felt that it was still more or less unreliable. However, since he had removed the impurities and synthesized it, it was now at least a lot purer than before, so if he used it for cultivation, it would definitely be better. This kind of spirit stone, even if it wasn't a high-grade spirit stone, there was no worry that no one would want it. Thinking of this, Yang Chen didn't care about that much, and firstly synthesized all the spirit stones, according to the ratio of 8 to 1, and synthesized all of them into 20 million high-grade spirit stones. After working for a whole day, Yang Chen was able to put the 20 million high-grade spirit stones into his Jiankuan bag. Rest. Only after all of this was done did Yang Chen begin to rest. Of course, the so-called rest was not sleeping, but cultivating his spiritual energy. The following day, before Yang Chen could exit from his cultivation state, he heard a voice from outside. Brother Chen, I've brought enough spirit stones with me, so you can help me raise it too. Yes, Brother Chen, you've elevated Xiang Shuwan, you can't not elevate me, right? I've brought all the spirit stones. Brother Chen, open the door, I'm not looking for more, I'm only upgrading to the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Yes, it's fine if you set the price, Brother Chen. Listening to the voices outside, Yang Chen somewhat helplessly exited his cultivation state. He got up and opened the door. As the door resounded with a creaking sound, it was opened. Yang Chen saw that outside, there were 8 people standing, and one of them was a silhouette that made Yang Chen quite surprised. How did she also come? At Yang Chen's doorway, there were 8 people standing, except for Ning Zhuyun, who had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Returning Realm, and Ning Forge, who was in the middle of his breakthrough, and Xiang Shuwan. The rest of the top 10 of the inner courtyard, the remaining 7 people, were all at the door. As for this 8th person, Yang Chen was a little surprised, because it was no one else but Su Zishan. You also want to raise your strength? Yang Chen looked at Su Zishan and opened his mouth to ask. He had thought that someone like Su Zishan, who was exceptionally gifted and also a bit high-strung, would not care about such an enhancement. No, I was just woken up by them and came over to see the fun. Su Zishan's tone was still so cold. After saying that, she leaned to the side and looked at Meng Xiao and the others, as well as Yang Chen, just as she had said, had come over to watch the fun. You all want to raise your strength? Yang Chen also ignored Su Zishan and looked at the crowd, asking, Of course, Brother Chen, Otherwise we could have come over early in the morning to disturb you? Meng Xiao was the first to speak. They suddenly discovered Xiang Shuwan's strength yesterday, which had been raised to the peak of the Qi transformation realm, and were now impacting the return to Void Realm. Combined with Ning Zhuyan's situation, everyone reacted. As long as the spirit stones were given enough, Yang Chen wouldn't really refuse to make a move. I can only raise you all to the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Yang Chen still hadn't changed his principle. He didn't want these people from the inner courtyard to stop there in the future. All of them were definitely talented enough. If they stopped here, it would be too much of a pity. The peak of the Qi transformation realm is already enough. If we don't impact the return to Void Realm by ourselves, it would be a pity for us. This time, the one who spoke up was Yu Zhe. His strength, in fact, was also at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, almost at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, but to raise it to the point where he could impact the Void returning realm, it would take a lot of time and energy. The competition between the two academies was getting closer and closer. Yu Zhe had no choice. If he could also step into the Void returning realm by then the competition with the Purple Flame Academy would be more certain. Alright, you guys come one by one, prepare the spirit stones. Yang Chen nodded slightly and did not refuse. Since there were spirit stones to be earned, this kind of thing, Yang Chen naturally would not refuse. Although he currently had quite a few high-grade spirit stones on hand, they were all synthesized by him, and Yang Chen wasn't sure if they had really reached the standard of high-grade spirit stones. Anyway, if he had some more low-grade spirit stones, Yang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Hearing Yang Chen's words, several people were all excited. Yu Zhe was then the first one to walk into Yang Chen's room, and without the slightest hesitation, he took out 100,000 low-rank spirit stones. Although he was only prepared to upgrade one level, he himself did not have too many encounters with Yang Chen. This time, he was also brazen enough to come to Yang Chen, so it was only natural to give more. Yang Chen was not polite either, and first received it. Qi through the rainbow, cleansing the earth without class. Enlightenment. A voice came out from Yang Chen's room. Boom! When Yu Zhe's aura, along with the voices, skyrocketed, the few people outside the door, Meng Xiao, were all filled with excitement. Only Su Zisun was staring tightly at the door of Yang Chen's room, and in her eyes, a hint of curiosity flashed through. Her red lips slightly opened, as if she was chanting something. As Yu Zhe came out, behind him, Meng Xiao and the others also walked in one after another. When they walked in, there would be a single English from within Yang Chen's room came out, while outside Su Zisun, a capital did not leave. 7 tubes of intestines. Brother without. Su Zisun slowly chanted after Yang Chen. She wanted to try and reproduce Yang Chen's ancient deity languages. But these 3 ancient deity languages, even though she could hear Yang Chen's voice clearly and distinctly every time, she instantly couldn't remember how she should pronounce them. This guy, Su Zishan, was somewhat helpless. Although she didn't want to admit it in her heart, Yang Chen's talent was indeed much higher than hers. It's a good thing that he wasn't born in the speech clan, otherwise, he would definitely be my most powerful opponent. Su Zishan secretly said in her heart. As the last person, who had been elevated to the peak of the Qi transformation realm by Yang Chen, walked out, the voices inside, too, disappeared. This elevation had caused Yang Chen's spiritual energy to consume quite a lot, and this was a good time to recover. Just at this time, creak, the door was pushed open, a silhouette, standing in the doorway. Yang Chen looked up, his eyes locked with Su Zishan. Can't resist the temptation? Yang Chen slowly spoke. Just now, every time he used English, he deliberately raised the volume of his voice, just so that Su Zisan could hear him. He was clear about Su Zisan's character and would definitely learn it secretly, but Yang Chen also knew that these 3 English words were not that simple for her. Since you can improve, why don't you give yourself a boost? Su Zishan didn't answer Yang Chen's question and asked a rhetorical question. Because I can cultivate up. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Chen answered first. Just now, when I was outside, I sensed the aura on Meng Xiao and the others. It's very stable. After using your 3 ancient deity languages to enhance it, there isn't the slightest aftermath, and it won't affect the foundation. Su Zisan had just observed very clearly, Yang Chen's enhancement would not have any effect. He obviously could have used it on himself. Why didn't he use it? I can cultivate up. I don't need this kind of shortcut, although it doesn't affect the foundation now, but I'm worried that one day, I'll rely on it. Yang Chen replied in a calm tone. He was able to give himself a boost, but was it really necessary? Not at all. He still preferred to be down to earth and practice practically. After all, having the language of an ancient deity that was comparable to a heavenly grade technique was equivalent to being hung up. If he was to become obsessed with the pleasure of this kind of enhancement, Yang Chen did not guarantee that he would be able to resist the temptation for a single song. As for Meng Xiao and the others, Yang Chen had Yang Chen to help them control it, and in the future, Yang Chen would not give them even a small realm to raise. After hearing Yang Chen's answer, Su Zisan was silent for a few moments. Only then did she slowly open her mouth. Aha. It was a very simple word, but it was her affirmation of Yang Chen. After all, after seeing Meng Xiao and their strength, one by one, being raised up, Su Zisan obviously had already had other ideas, otherwise she wouldn't have stolen Yang Chen's language of the ancient deities. She just hadn't been able to grasp it, and hadn't been able to repeat it. But now, she had already forgotten the few syllables she had just learned. Yang Chen was right. She didn't need to rely on such means to raise her strength either. She was also able to reach the peak of the Qi transformation realm, step into the return to void realm, and even go farther and farther with her own talent. At this moment, Su Zisan didn't say much and turned around, heading towards her own room. Looking at the back of Su Zisan, Yang Chen only smiled faintly. Afterwards, he entered the state of cultivation, concentrate. The matter of raising the realm of the top 10 students of the inner courtyard had not been able to hide the matter from Dean Hanhee after all. But in the end, when Hanhee saw that Yang Chen had only raised them to the peak of the Qi transformation realm, he didn't look into it any further. Boom! With a certain day, Ning Forge's strength broke through the Qi transformation realm and stepped into the return to void realm, before she could even be happy. Boom! 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 An aura of the return to void realm emanated from the various rooms of the inner courtyard. The first connection made Ning Forge a little confused. Since when did the inner courtyard have so many powerful people who were qualified to impact the void return realm? Or was it that the period of time he had been practicing had already passed by decades? At this time, the competition between the two great academies was only one day away. The grudge between the Purple Feather Academy and the Purple Flame Academy had always been extremely deep. If it wasn't for the small difference in strength between the two colleges, perhaps one of the colleges would have been uprooted and permanently disappeared from South Cliff State. And every year the student competition will also fight to the best of their ability, regardless of life and death, if not surrender to the death. After all, the hatred between the two academies, naturally, no one will object, and the remaining cadets, talented enough, will also be sent to more powerful sects for further study. That's right, academies sent to sects. After all, regardless of whether it was the Purple Feather Academy or the Purple Flame Academy, in the Southern Cliff State, although it was powerful, there were quite a few clans and families that would send their descendants in for further education. But after leaving the Southern Cliff State, those more powerful clans were not comparable to the two major academies. Therefore, gifted trainees, after going through the annual competition, would be sent to the major sects, of course, certainly not the sects in Southern Cliffs Prefecture. This was naturally a good thing for the gifted trainees. After all, most of them came from small clans, small families, and even some of them were nothing more than ordinary people with some cultivation talent. Passing the test examination and entering the academy, and being able to enter a large clan, would be of great help to their future achievements. This was also the reason why the disciples of the two great academies would cultivate like crazy, in order to be able to enter the great sects, for their future cultivation resources, and also in order to be able to gain protection for their families. And during this period of time, no matter if it was the Purple Feather Academy or the Purple Flame Academy, the students of the inner courtyard were all cultivating like crazy. Of course, except for one person, who was young Chen, whose strength, right now, was still at the 8th level of the essence refining realm. During this period of time, Yang Chen had only cultivated his spiritual power, and at this time, his spiritual power had more than doubled compared to when he had fought with Duan Song and the others. Tomorrow is the two great academies competition. Your strength, it seems that you are not strong enough to participate. Su Zishan looked at Yang Chen in front of her and said. Hearing this, Yang Chen nodded and spoke. It's fine, just cultivate later. Are you planning to use spirit stones? Su Zishan asked. No, breaking through the Qi transformation realm doesn't require spirit stones. Yang Chen shook his head. That high-grade spirit stone, he didn't want to spend it. Hearing this, Su Zishan didn't say any more. She didn't like to talk, so she cultivated herself. Yang Chen, come over here. Just at this time, a voice came over. Yang Chen looked over and saw Dean Hanhee, standing at the door. Dean. Yang Chen walked over and gave a greeting. Hanhee smiled faintly and said, recently, you've given these boys a boost in strength? Dean, this matter, didn't you already know about it? Yang Chen smiled. After all, this kind of thing could not be hidden. Upon hearing this, Hanhee just nodded and said, if I want to raise my strength, can you do it? Hanhee's current strength was already at the 7th level of the Return to Void realm, but as he was old, his cultivation speed was naturally not as fast as that of young people, and with the limitations of his talent, this life would probably be like this. But now Yang Chen gave him a new hope. If he could still raise a little, for Hanhee, it was all good. It was only that he was too embarrassed to open his mouth before, but now that the competition between the two houses was getting closer and closer, Hanhee thought about it again and again, and still decided to find Yang Chen to try. He always felt that this time's competition would not be that simple. If Dean has enough spirit stones, I think it should be fine. Yang Chen knew that as long as he had enough spiritual power, then no matter what level he was at, he would be able to raise it, as long as he had enough spiritual power to provide it. But if his own realm was high, it would be difficult to raise even one level with the spiritual power provided by the low-grade spiritual stones. As for hundreds of millions, billions of low-rank spirit stones, it might be enough, but purifying these spirit stones would be enough to drain Yang Chen's spiritual energy several times, a laborious endeavor. Well, naturally, I have some spirit stones of my own. If it's possible, let's start now. Hanhee had naturally had some savings after so many years, although as the dean, he couldn't use the academy's storage and could only rely on himself. Yang Chen smiled and nodded. Having spirit stones was naturally a good thing. Then you come with me. Hanhee didn't have the good sense to first pick up the elevation here. After all, he had asked Yang Chen not to give the trainees a boost before, and it had only been a short while before he came to Yang Chen to boost his strength. Wasn't this slapping himself in the face? Yang Chen was naturally clear about this. Following Hanhee, he walked towards the back of the academy. At the back of the Purple Feather Academy, there were quite a few large mountains, some of which belonged to the Purple Feather Academy, and these mountains, too, were surrounded by the Purple Feather Academy's protector formation. There is a cave here that can isolate the leakage of spiritual energy. If you ascend here, you will be able to prevent being probed by the Purple Flame Academy. Han He brought young Chen to a cave. This cave looked to be naturally formed. On the mountain wall, there were quite a few illuminating beads. This was a kind of ore that naturally glowed. It didn't have much value. It could only be used for lighting purposes. And within this cave, there were a few futons and nothing else. There are quite a few elders within the academy here, as well as the previous deans, who would retreat here to cultivate. Han He introduced Yang Chen. Yang Chen just nodded. Han He then took out a Qinkuan bag and said to Yang Chen with a smile, "This is considered to be all of my life savings, so count on how much you can raise." Yang Chen swept it with his spiritual power, and with a flip of his hand, a spirit stone whose spiritual power was more pure than a low-grade spirit stone appeared in his hand. This spirit stone was a little bit smaller than the low-rank spirit stone, but it wasn't too much smaller, except that the spirit power contained within it was much more pure than the low-rank spirit stone. This is? Yang Chen had some bad premonitions in his heart. Upon hearing this, Han He smiled and said, "This is a high-grade spirit stone, this 200,000 high-grade spirit stones is my life savings. At that time, if you want to participate in the auction, you will need a lot more high-grade spirit stones than this. 200,000 high-rank spirit stones would be equivalent to 200 million low-rank spirit stones." This was already Dean Han He's lifelong savings, and the minimum requirement to enter that auction was that one had to have assets of 1 million high-rank spirit stones. Hearing this, Yang Chen just nodded, but in his heart, he was a little puzzled. After he had purified and fused the high-grade spirit stone, the block was much larger than the real high-grade spirit stone, and the spirit power contained within it was also much more than this high-grade spirit stone. This made Yang Chen even more puzzled. What he had synthesized, was it considered a high-grade spirit stone or not? And why was it that after purifying 8 low-grade spirit stones, he could obtain a spirit stone that contained more spiritual energy than a high-grade spirit stone? What in the world was going on here? Was it because of the purification with the language of the ancient gods? All of this was unclear to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, high-grade spirit stones can be found. You are still young now. I know that with your skills, it is only a matter of time before you earn enough millions of high-grade spirit stones. You don't have to be too hasty. Seeing Yang Chen fall into deep thought, Han He thought that he was because of the matter of the million high-grade spirit stones and exited to comfort him. Yang Chen just nodded. "Dean, I understand. So let's start now?" "Good." Han He also nodded and sat on the futon, closing his eyes and assuming a cultivation posture. Yang Chen's spiritual power moved, and the 200,000 spirit stones were floating in front of him. He was looking forward to what level this 200,000 high-grade spirit stones could make the Dean's strength rise to. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, under Yang Chen's spiritual power control, floated in front of him. In Yang Chen's mind, he wasn't sure how much spiritual energy was needed to refine all of these 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Once cleansing the earth without class could refine 10 million low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Perhaps should think of a new English language. A moment later, Yang Chen had a plan in his mind. If all of these high-grade spirit stones were first turned into pure spirit energy, then the spirit energy would be removed from impurities with the cleansing the earth without class, and while removing it, it would be poured into the Dean's body. Phew! Yang Chen let out a breath. Looking at the high-grade spirit stones suspended in front of him, after a brief thought, an English appeared in his mind. "Dean, I'm starting," Yang Chen said as he looked towards Han He, who was sitting on a futon beside him. With him removing the impurities, this spiritual energy did not need to be refined. It only needed to run for a week of days before returning to the Dantian, and this was the reason why Yang Chen could forcefully raise his cultivation level. However, if the spiritual energy required was too large, it would be difficult to do so with Yang Chen's current spiritual power. But if it was done in a gradual manner, it might be possible. Good. Han He also had some expectations at this time. His strength, relying on his own cultivation, had already made it very difficult to make a breakthrough, and he was afraid that in his entire life, he would at most step into the peak of the return to Void Realm, and would not be able to make a breakthrough. Now, with Yang Chen's power, perhaps there can be a breakthrough. Breaking this shackle, the future road may also be able to go farther. Ice disintegration. Yang Chen, in his mind, determined this English, and then relying on his spiritual power, he controlled the scope of action of this English, and it all acted on the 200,000 high-grade spirit stones in front of him. At that instant, the 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, just like real ice, began to slowly melt. But what it melted out was not water, but spiritual energy. The dense spiritual energy coalesced together like a small river, surrounding Yang Chen's body, cleansing the earth without class. This time, Yang Chen used the cleansing earth without class, but it did not act on the river of spiritual energy melted into the 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones in front of him. This was because Yang Chen knew that with his spiritual power, it was impossible for him to manage to refine the 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. This time, with the English effect, Yang Chen still relied on his control of his spiritual power to coalesce around Dean Han River. And now, Yang Chen only needed to control this spiritual energy to infuse into Han He's body, and it was done. Of course, all of this required a constant flow of spiritual energy to assist. And Yang Chen had already known before that there was an English language that could do this, and although it could not be used to cultivate spiritual power, it could be used to provide and stabilize spiritual power, which was still very good. Nurture your spirit. Yang Chen once again used the third English. After all, this time's enhancement was not the same as the enhancement given to Meng Xiao and the others before. After all, Han He's strength was already at the 7th level of the void returning realm, and the spiritual energy Yang Chen needed to control was too huge, so he had to make a foolproof plan. Then he looked at the river of spiritual energy in front of him, and slowly opened his mouth, Daigo Shuji. Immediately, all the spiritual energy, under Yang Chen's control, passed through the barrier of cleansing the ground without class, and finally surged into Han He's body from his heavenly aura. When the first strand of pure spiritual energy surged in, Han He couldn't help but tremble a little. He hurriedly ran his gong method and began to run the spiritual energy that Yang Chen had poured into him for a week before returning all of it to his dantian. This way of boosting all the spiritual energy without refining it. Before Han He had only used pills to have this feeling. And now, what he was absorbing was spiritual energy from a high-grade spirit stone. If Han He were to absorb it himself, he would absorb at most one high-grade spirit stone a day, and if he wanted to absorb it fast, he would have to buy pills with high-grade spirit stones. But a high-grade elixir was not cheap, so Han He was a bit reluctant to part with it. Moreover, when absorbing pills, it's not possible to absorb all the spiritual energy cleanly, and can absorb 1/3 of it, which is already very strong. Han He only has the Xian rank technique, can absorb 1/10 or good. As for the first absorption of high-grade spirit stones, it was even less. Now that Yang Chen was using the language of the ancient gods to assist in the absorption, the first connection was instilled, and there wasn't a single bit of waste at all. Yang Chen used his spiritual power to control the infusion of spiritual power with great precision, not letting all the spiritual power, in a single moment, pour in, otherwise, Han He would probably burst into flames in an instant. This infusion, although fast, that was no future. The Purple Feather Academy hadn't won in 3 years. The good thing is that although the final did not win, but the middle of the competition, but also have their own winners and losers, which did not let the Purple Feather Academy decline. Otherwise, I'm afraid that all these sects and clans wouldn't have chosen the Purple Feather Academy, and that would have allowed the Purple Flame Academy to dominate. Brother Chen, how is your strength? Still at the 8th level of the essence refining realm? At this time, Meng Xiao, looking at Yang Chen beside him, asked with some surprise. I was too tired last night and forgot to raise it. Yang Chen shook his head somewhat helplessly. He had spent quite a bit of his time, as well as his mental energy, raising Han He's strength, and then he had forgotten about his own strength. Last night? Oh, Meng Xiao froze for a moment, then had an expression of realization. This was not uncommon in the academy. Some people whose own talent was not enough to enter the inner gate would try to find ways to maintain a relationship with the inner gate trainees, and amongst them, there were not only those who sent spirit stones, pills, and spiritual treasures, but also those who sent themselves. Yang Chen's talent and strength was considered well known in the inner courtyard, and it was normal for it to spread to the outer courtyard. Since this was the case, it was normal to have those who sent themselves. Yang Chen was naturally not aware of